Pradesh as well. Massive security nightmare really as far as the BJP is concerned, the security of Yogi Adityanath is concerned, because Siddhant, he's actually got off the car. For a brief while he waved out, he stepped out on the pedestal of the car, he waved, he showed the victory sign, but then he's actually walked through that crowd to the stage now. Siddhant.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah. So that is Yogi Adityanath, and he knows his cadre very well, what they like, what kind of a body language they like, and exactly that Yogi Adityanath is offering them at this point in time. The way he came out of his vehicle, waved at people, then he walked towards the stage. This is a grand movement, a big movement for entire Bharatiya Janata Party, because after 30 years any party is repeating government in the state of Uttar Pradesh, and that too Yogi Adityanath. His rise from Member of Parliament of Gorakhpur to the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh is unprecedented. As you were mentioning, before 2017 he wasn't even the face of BJP Uttar Pradesh, but today he is the Chief Minister, second time Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh. So that is his brand of politics, the strict decisions he has taken, the free ration he has given to people, and the end of a mafia raj, the end of criminals, lesser goons on roads, and this whole credit goes to him.
Yeah.
And this
and
is
let's
the
not
reason
forget,
that
one of the things that worked for the
him.
BJP in Uttar Pradesh, Maha, was also the Chief Minister Awas Yojana. A lot of, lakhs and lakhs of beneficiaries of that Yojana, along with, of course, the Pradhan Mantri, the low-income housing Yojana. The fact that during COVID, he was seen every day taking a meeting was not lost on the public, on the electorate, because it was a tough period. But most of the time, the public on ground told me that yes, it was bad, but it was bad for everyone. It was bad for the entire country. It was bad for the entire world. And the public was very cognizant of the fact that despite India being, a developing country and UP having traditional deficiencies in primary healthcare and a huge population, they didn't suffer as badly as some of the other states or even some of the other countries. So the electorate today, Siddhant, is much more aware. A lot of the youth in Uttar Pradesh has the same mobile phones, smartphones that any of us may have, and they get the same news. So it's important to understand the intelligence of the voter and what they are seeing around the world transpiring. So even though the opposition attacked him a lot on COVID, that was not a factor on ground.
Not at all. That was completely not a factor, and there where I say that these politicians, opposition parties, went wrong, because they in fact helped Yogi Adityanath becoming a brand during the elections. Now Akhilesh Yadav was attacking on the issue of bulldozer, that he bulldozes the buildings of mafias, but there where people were connecting with Yogi Adityanath. Also, the rural schemes of this government really helped, जिनको हम लाभार्थी कहते हैं. Why? Because, you were talking about Chief Minister's housing scheme. There is Prime Minister housing scheme, free ration. Along with that, Pradhan Mantri Kisan Samman Nidhi, which worked in favor of Bharatiya Janata Party. And so that really made people forget the COVID mismanagement, because the general perception on ground is that this government stood with people of the state.
Okay, Yogi Adityanath, along with Keshav Prasad Maurya, the BJP state president and others on the dais now, raising their hands together, acknowledging the victory that they have managed. Swatantra Dev, Dinesh Sharma, others all on the dais right now. And this is a massive, massive win for the BJP, massive win for Yogi Adityanath and for Narendra Modi. Yogi Adityanath there being given a pink shawl of sorts over his saffron robe. He's showing the victory sign, acknowledging the win for the BJP, as massive as it gets, for the first time since 1985 that a government is coming back to power. For the first time ever in Uttar Pradesh that a government has finished its full 5 years and has been elected once again. History being written, and for Yogi Adityanath, massive, massive occasion. A lot of his ministers there, and now there is the Holi that is going on. The Holi that is going on, a lot of the other BJP leaders, his party colleagues and cabinet colleagues are now playing Holi on stage. Yogi Adityanath being showered with color. So this is the Bhagwa Holi that is ongoing in Lucknow before the actual Holi is played later next week. So big win, big win. The numbers continue to be, going across, towards the 270 mark for the BJP combined. If they continue to be at 270, they will take this as a massive win. Pro-incumbency vote. And of course, a vote that has gone on for the double-engine Sarkar. No doubt, security, ration, other schemes, law and order, all of that has worked. The Samajwadi Party did well to climb back a little bit, but they were not really in the running as an alternative to form the government. And I think my colleague and managing editor Zaka Jacob is also joining us. Zaka, the big thing is that they were never seen as the alternative. It was quite clear that they will fight the BJP, the Samajwadi Party, but were they being seen as the alternative to form the government? Possibly no, and that's what this verdict shows.
Well, it's clear that there's daylight between the BJP and the Samajwadi Party, and you can see the man of the moment there, Yogi Adityanath. This is his second term as Chief Minister. Like you've been saying, history has been made in Uttar Pradesh. The first Chief Minister, incumbent Chief Minister to return to power in 35 years. The Samajwadi Party has not been able to grow its base beyond Muslims and Yadav. There is evidence to show that the Muslims have consolidated behind the SP, the Yadavs have consolidated behind the SP, but the other smaller OBC castes have still put their wagons entirely with the BJP. The Dalits, both the Jatav Dalits and the non-Jatav Dalits, have completely gone with the BJP in this election, and it's very, very clear, other than certain pockets, some of the Yadav stronghold belts in Itawa, Maipuri, that belt, and then of course some of the eastern districts, Mao, Basti, etc. Other than these few select areas, across the state, it's been a saffron wave, it's been a saffron surge, and let's not forget, this is Prime Minister Modi leading from the front. It's not just UP that the BJP has won. Remember, in Uttarakhand, a state that they said they will lose quite badly because they had to change 3 chief ministers, there again, they're getting 47 to 48 seats. In a state like Goa, where there was significant anti-incumbency against all the sitting ministers and the sitting MLAs of the BJP, there again, it's the Modi magic that seems to be driving them forward. But the biggest prize, of course, is Uttar Pradesh, and you can see these images. Yogi Adityanath, Swatantra Dev Singh, Keshav Prasad Maurya, Brijesh Pathak, the entire cabinet. In fact, out of 47 ministers, 38 of them have won. So I think it's a phenomenal testimony to the fact that the BJP, its welfare schemes, as well as its social engineering, both seems to have worked on the ground. And clearly, this is a momentous occasion for the BJP, not just for this particular election, not just for having retained the biggest state in India, but this will set the tone for 2024. You've won the biggest state now for 4 elections on the trot. 2014 Lok Sabha, 2017 Vidhan Sabha, 2019 Lok Sabha, and now 2022 Vidhan Sabha. So 4 elections on the trot. Not even SP or BSP or even Congress at the height of its powers was able to do this in the biggest state in the country, but the BJP has managed to. And if this continues, if this trend continues, then in 2024 Lok Sabha as well, they are poised to win big in the biggest state in the country.
Yeah, and that's where the road to power at the center comes from, isn't it? From Uttar Pradesh. So, interestingly, there are certain pockets in both Western Uttar Pradesh, but more than that in Eastern Uttar Pradesh, where the Samajwadi Party combined and its alliances have managed to do well. But the BJP holding on the way it is. Because, Zaka, the big question was Muslim Yadav consolidation behind the Samajwadi Party. One answer has been given that Muslims have indeed consolidated behind the Samajwadi Party. But the other was that what are the vote share of the BJP are they going to be able to chip off?
Exactly.
And they haven't been able to chip off that vote.
In fact, the BJP's vote share has gone up by about 4%. As you see, the shawls being put on Yogi Adityanath. I believe Siddharth, our colleague, is there live from the BJP office. Siddharth, just paint the picture for us. These are incredible scenes. Yogi Adityanath is the man of the moment. He's being fed sweets. The Bhagwa Holi is happening. It's Holi come early, almost a week early for the BJP. Just walk us through the pictures that you're seeing, the people you're seeing on stage. You can see Aparna Yadav there as well.
Yeah.
Well, that's correct, Zaka. Aparna Yadav is here. Yogi Adityanath is there. I can also see Swatantra Dev Singh, Keshav Maurya, all senior leadership of state BJP is here on stage. And it is a Holi before the actual festival. It is a Bhagwa Holi of BJP, which is not just being played at BJP headquarters, but outside Vidhan Sabha and on the streets of Hazratganj in Lucknow. In fact, on the streets of Hazratganj also Holi is being played. Zaka, there are bulldozers I could see lined up outside Vidhan Sabha. The bulldozer has become symbol of Yogi Adityanath's victory in 2022. His attitude against the Mafia Raj. Now you could see they are coloring each other. They are throwing colors at each other. They are dancing to the tune of BJP campaign song, Jo Ram ko laaye hain, hum unko laenge. Now this song has changed to Jo Ram ko laaye hain, hum unko le aaye hain. So that new song has also come in the market for today. That particular song is only being played at BJP headquarters. Thousands of them have come to BJP headquarters, and this entire road, Zaka, trust me, I have never seen this road blocked. This entire road is blocked outside the Vidhan Sabha. It's only BJP Karyakarta, police. Aparna Yadav has also come. Sanjay Nishad is also at BJP headquarters. The other senior leadership is also present. Now they are exchanging sweets. They are congratulating Yogi Adityanath for this unprecedented victory. Sweeping the Uttar Pradesh post. This is perhaps in 5 years that the incumbent chief minister is again repeating. It's a big victory, big day for Bharatiya Janata Party and for Yogi Adityanath.
All right, Siddhant, we'll come back to you. As you'd expect, there are tens of media personnel there as well. So some of your OB units need to be recharged. The live view units need to be recharged. As you can hear, Swatantra Dev Singh, the BJP state unit chief there, completely mired in color. He's speaking there. He's introducing Yogi Adityanath, the man of the moment. But this is a big, big win for the BJP. And let's not take away from the fact that it's the Prime Minister. He addressed as many as 40 rallies, about 10 virtual rallies also. And in the last phase, towards the phases 6 and 7, when Banaras voted, when Gorakhpur voted, it was the Prime Minister who was leading the charge from the front. And if you look at the wins for the BJP, it's across the state. They've won in the western part, they won in Ruhelkhand, they won in Bundelkhand, they won in the Awadh region around Lucknow, and of course in the eastern belt, both in Gorakhpur as well as in Banaras. And clearly this will set the stage for the BJP going into 2024. Remember, they have not just won the biggest state, which in itself is a record, like we've been saying, the first incumbent chief minister to return to power in almost 35 years. Siddhant is still back with us. Just walk us through, there is a daylight gap now between the BJP and the Samajwadi Party. The Samajwadi Party, it's very clear now that they have not been able to expand significantly beyond their traditional Muslim Yadav combine, as it were, whereas all the other non-Yadav OBCs, Jatav and non-Jatav Dalits, they all seem to be lock, stock and barrel hitching their wagons with the BJP. That's why you're looking at a 268 for the BJP plus allies and only 130. All right, let's listen in to Yogi Adityanath, the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, returning with a triumphant and emphatic victory.
Vande, Vande. भाइयों बहनों, प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के यशस्वी नेतृत्व में आज पूरे देश के अंदर उत्तर प्रदेश, उत्तराखंड, मणिपुर और गोवा में भारतीय जनता पार्टी की प्रचंड बहुमत की सरकार बनने जा रही है। इन 4 राज्यों में प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के विकास और सुशासन को एक बार फिर से जनता जनार्दन ने अपना आशीर्वाद दिया है। मैं इस अवसर पर सबसे पहले आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का, आदरणीय राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जी का, माननीय गृह मंत्री जी, माननीय रक्षा मंत्री जी और अपने उन सभी नेताओं का हृदय से अभिनंदन करता हूं जिनके नेतृत्व में भारतीय जनता पार्टी प्रचंड बहुमत के साथ 4 राज्यों में पुनः अपनी सरकार वापस लाने में सफल रही है। उत्तर प्रदेश देश की आबादी का सबसे बड़ा राज्य है। इस कारण उत्तर प्रदेश पर विशेष रूप से पूरे देश और दुनिया की निगाहें थी। आज भारतीय जनता पार्टी और भारतीय जनता पार्टी के सहयोगी दल अपना दल एस और निषाद राज पार्टी उत्तर प्रदेश में प्रचंड बहुमत के साथ आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के मार्गदर्शन और नेतृत्व में फिर से प्रचंड बहुमत प्राप्त की है। इस प्रचंड बहुमत के लिए उत्तर प्रदेश की जनता जनार्दन का हृदय से अभिनंदन, हृदय से आभार। और मैं इस अवसर पर भारतीय जनता पार्टी और विचार परिवार के उन कोटि कोटि कार्यकर्ताओं का अभिनंदन करता हूं जिनके नेतृत्व में और जिनके परिश्रम से आज भारतीय जनता पार्टी को अपने सहयोगी दलों के साथ इतना प्रचंड बहुमत के साथ प्रदेश में सरकार बनाने का अवसर प्राप्त हुआ है। भाइयों बहनों, पहली बार 7 चरणों में हुए उत्तर प्रदेश विधानसभा के चुनाव शांतिपूर्ण तरीके से संपन्न हुए और संपन्न होने के साथ ही आज मतगणना के बारे में जो तमाम प्रकार के भ्रामक प्रचार पिछले 2-3 दिनों से चलाए जा रहे थे, उत्तर प्रदेश की जनता जनार्दन की ताकत ने उस भ्रामक प्रचार को दरकिनार करते हुए आज भारतीय जनता पार्टी और सहयोगी दलों को प्रचंड बहुमत से विजयी बनाया है। आप सबको मैं इस अवसर पर बधाई देता हूं। भारत निर्वाचन आयोग को शांतिपूर्ण तरीके से इस चुनाव को संपन्न कराने के लिए हृदय से धन्यवाद देता हूं। चुनाव की प्रक्रिया से जुड़े हुए प्रशासन और पुलिस विभाग और अन्य सभी संबंधित विभाग के सभी कार्मिकों को भी हृदय से धन्यवाद देता हूं कि जिन्होंने कोरोना जैसी महामारी के बावजूद शांतिपूर्ण तरीके से लोकतंत्र के इस पर्व को संपन्न करने में अपना योगदान दिया है। उन सबका भी मैं हृदय से धन्यवाद देता हूं। भाइयों बहनों, हम आभारी हैं आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के, जिन्होंने उत्तर प्रदेश को पूरा समय दिया और उत्तर प्रदेश के विकास के साथ साथ उत्तर प्रदेश जैसे राज्य में सुशासन की स्थापना के लिए किए जाने वाले हर एक प्रयास में आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का मार्गदर्शन और सहयोग सदैव प्राप्त होता रहा है। आज आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, माननीय राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जी, माननीय गृह मंत्री जी, माननीय रक्षा मंत्री जी, केंद्रीय मंत्रियों और केंद्र भारत सरकार से जुड़े हुए सभी मंत्रियों के साथ ही सभी पदाधिकारियों के सहयोग से जो ये प्रचंड बहुमत भारतीय जनता पार्टी को देश के सबसे बड़े राज्य में प्राप्त हुआ है, एक प्रचंड बहुमत भारतीय जनता पार्टी के राष्ट्रवाद, विकास और सुशासन के मॉडल को उत्तर प्रदेश की 25 करोड़ जनता का आशीर्वाद है और इस शास्त्रीवाद को हम सबको स्वीकार करते हुए आम जनमानस की आकांक्षाओं के अनुरूप सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास और सबके प्रयास के इस मंत्र को अंगीकार करते हुए निरंतर आगे बढ़ाना होगा। आपने देखा होगा भारतीय जनता पार्टी की डबल इंजन की सरकार ने 5 वर्षों से लगातार उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर सुरक्षा का जो माहौल दिया, उत्तर प्रदेश की आस्था को सम्मान देने का जो कार्य किया, उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के मार्गदर्शन में विकास के कार्यक्रमों को जिस मजबूती के साथ आगे बढ़ाने का कार्य किया और साथ ही साथ गरीब कल्याणकारी योजनाओं को प्रभावी ढंग से आगे बढ़ाने के लिए जो प्रयास प्रारंभ हुए हैं, आज उसका परिणाम जनता जनार्दन ने जातिवाद, परिवारवाद, वंशवाद की राजनीति को पूरी तरह तिलांजलि देते हुए 2022 में भी भारतीय जनता पार्टी को प्रचंड बहुमत के साथ ये विजय श्री उपलब्ध कराई है। भाइयों बहनों, कोरोना कालखंड में भी बिना रुके, बिना थके, बिना टिके और बिना झुके आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का मार्गदर्शन और उनका नेतृत्व आज भारतीय जनता पार्टी के एक एक कार्यकर्ता को यशस्वी, इस जीत के साथ यशस्वी बना रहा है, क्योंकि एक एक कार्यकर्ता इस जीत का हकदार है। नेतृत्व आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जैसे दुनिया के लोकप्रिय नेता के हाथ में मार्गदर्शन और उनके यशस्वी नेतृत्व में जो कार्यक्रम विगत 5 वर्ष के अंदर उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर लागू किए गए, आज उसका परिणाम हम सबके सामने है। आप आश्चर्य करेंगे कि उत्तर प्रदेश जैसे राज्य में 2 करोड़ 61 लाख से अधिक गरीबों के घरों में शौचालय बनना, 45.5 लाख गरीबों के लिए एक आवास बन जाना, उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर 1 करोड़ 43 लाख घरों तक बिजली पहुंचाना, 10 करोड़ से अधिक गरीबों को 5 लाख रुपए की स्वास्थ्य बीमा का कवर मिल जाना, 15 करोड़ गरीबों को इस संकट के समय, कोरोना जैसे संकट के समय उनके घर तक राशन की व्यवस्था उपलब्ध कराने के लिए संकट का साथी जब डबल इंजन की भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार थी, तो दुनिया के अंदर या तमाम एक षड्यंत्रकारी जब हम कोरोना से लड़ रहे थे, जब हम भ्रष्टाचार और बेईमानी से लड़ रहे थे, तब ये लोग भारतीय जनता पार्टी के खिलाफ साजिश रचने का कार्य कर रहे थे, सरकार के खिलाफ साजिश रचने का कार्य कर रहे थे। और आज जनता जनार्दन ने अपने जनादेश के माध्यम से उन सबको एक बार फिर से सबक सिखा करके उनकी बोलती बंद करने का काम किया है। और हम सबको अपने कार्यों के माध्यम से एक बार फिर से साबित करना है कि राष्ट्रवाद, सुरक्षा, विकास और सुशासन के मुद्दे पर भारतीय जनता पार्टी को जो इस प्रचंड बहुमत जनता जनार्दन ने दिया है, हम सबकी जिम्मेदारी बनती है कि इस पर हमें फिर से खड़ा उतरना ही होगा। और इस से एक बार में फिर से उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर शांतिपूर्ण चुनाव संपन्न होने और जनता जनार्दन ने जो इसमें व्यापक अपना समर्थन दिया है चुनाव के प्रति, हमने देखा है खासतौर पर आधी आबादी, माताओं ने, बहनों ने, बेटियों ने आगे आकर के भारतीय जनता पार्टी को जो प्रचंड बहुमत दिया है अपने सहयोगियों के साथ में, आज इसका परिणाम है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी इतिहास बनाने जा रही है। उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर इतिहास बनाने की ओर अग्रसर है। ये इतिहास जब यशस्वी नेता होता है, नरेंद्र मोदी जी जैसे यशस्वी नेता के नेतृत्व में जब प्रचंड बहुमत का ये बहुमत प्राप्त होता है, ये प्रचंड बहुमत आज इसकी परिणति के रूप में हम सबके सामने प्रस्तुत करता है। आज के इस अवसर पर मैं एक बार फिर से अपने दोनों सहयोग प्रदेश अध्यक्ष श्री स्वतंत्र देव सिंह जी, दोनों सहयोगियों, वरिष्ठ सहयोगी श्री केशव प्रसाद मौर्य जी, डॉक्टर दिनेश शर्मा जी, अपने सहयोगी दल निषाद राज पार्टी के अध्यक्ष डॉक्टर संजय निषाद जी, मंत्रिमंडल के अपने वरिष्ठ सहयोगी श्री सतीश महाना जी, श्री ब्रजेश पाठक जी और डॉक्टर महेंद्र सिंह जी, पूर्व प्रदेश अध्यक्ष डॉक्टर लक्ष्मीकांत वाजपेयी जी, प्रदेश संगठन के महामंत्री श्री सुनील बंसल जी और प्रदेश के हमारे संगठन के प्रभारी पूर्व केंद्रीय मंत्री श्री राधा मोहन सिंह जी की ओर से पूरे प्रदेश वासियों का एक बार फिर से इस प्रचंड बहुमत के लिए हृदय से आभार और अभिनंदन करता हूं और विश्वास व्यक्त करता हूं कि ये जीत हमें जवाबदेही का एक नया संकेत भी देता है। हमें जोश के साथ साथ होश को बनाए रखना है और इससे भी मजबूती के साथ हमें आम जनमानस के आकांक्षाओं के अनुरूप एक बार फिर से अपने आप को साबित करना होगा। हम सबका सौभाग्य है कि हम सबके पास दुनिया का सबसे यशस्वी नेता आदरणीय श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का नेतृत्व और मार्गदर्शन है। उनके मार्गदर्शन में, उनके नेतृत्व में उत्तर प्रदेश देश का नंबर 1 प्रदेश बनेगा। इस विश्वास के साथ हम सब एक बार फिर से 25 करोड़ जनता की सेवा के लिए अपनी अपनी भूमिका का निर्वहन करेंगे। मैं एक बार फिर से आप सभी का हृदय से अभिनंदन करता हूं, आपके उत्साह के लिए आपका आभार व्यक्त करता हूं और शांतिपूर्ण चुनाव संपन्न करने के लिए इसमें उत्साह के साथ भागीदार बनने के लिए उत्तर प्रदेश की जनता जनार्दन का आभार, भारत निर्वाचन आयोग, उत्तर प्रदेश के निर्वाचन से जुड़े हुए सभी अधिकारियों का, प्रदेश के चुनाव से जुड़े हुए पूरे प्रशासनिक और पुलिस तंत्र का और उन सभी का जो प्रत्यक्ष और अप्रत्यक्ष रूप से लोकतंत्र के इस महापर्व को शांतिपूर्ण तरीके से संपन्न करने के लिए योगदान दिए हैं, उन सबको हृदय से धन्यवाद देता हूं। आप सबके प्रति मेरी शुभकामनाएं। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद, जय जय श्री राम, जय जय श्री राम, जय जय श्री राम।
There you have it, the man of the moment, Yogi Adityanath, the incumbent Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, returning to power for a second term. The only Chief Minister to have done it in 35 years. It is a stellar moment for the BJP and its governance record in the biggest state in the country. Its welfare policies combined with its pandemic management, the Ration and the Shasan. These are two things that voters across the class divide, across the caste divide, across regional divides in Uttar Pradesh were always citing as factors in favor of the BJP. And of course, the biggest X factor, of course, was that of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. 40 rallies physically, 9 virtual rallies across a period of 1.5 to 2 months that the Prime Minister addressed. And these are live shots that are coming in from the BJP national headquarters here in Delhi. And JP Nadda, the national president of the BJP there, leading the road show. Amit Shah, the Home Minister, will be there in the Delhi headquarters of the BJP very soon. So will senior members of the cabinet, and the Prime Minister is expected to address BJP Karyakartas at the BJP headquarters at about 7 p.m. this evening. This is a big, resounding mandate as far as the BJP is concerned, because the last 2 years, the whole country has been besieged by the pandemic, and yet the faith of the people of the country in the biggest state to small states like Goa and Uttarakhand has not diminished in the leadership of Prime Minister Modi. Let me go across to Anshul, my colleague who's joining us live from the BJP headquarters in Delhi. Anshul, we can see Mr. JP Nadda on top of that SUV being driven through this road show, thanking all the Karyakartas. Just take us through who else has come there and by what time are we expecting the Prime Minister to arrive there?
Lost the connection.
All right, we'll try and go back to my colleague Anshul, who's joining us live from the Delhi BJP headquarters. As you see, JP Nadda, the national president of the BJP, waving to the Karyakartas, thanking them, flower petals. It's a holy come early as far as the BJP is concerned, because remember, they have won 4 out of the 5 states. In all 4 of the states where the party was in power, they have now come back. And in Uttar Pradesh in particular, they have come back with a resounding mandate. Let me go back to Anshul, who's joining us from the BJP headquarters. What is going on there, and when is the Prime Minister expected to come to the BJP headquarters and address the Karyakartas there?
So that's right, the excitement is absolutely over the roof here at the BJP headquarters. Just a few minutes ago, the National President JP Nadda reached here at the BJP headquarters, and it is expected that around 7 p.m. is when the Prime Minister will be coming here to address the crowd over here. I'll just try and show you in the visuals the kind of excitement that is over here. A huge poster has been laid out here with the photos of the Prime Minister and the National President JP Nadda, thanking the people, the voters of Uttarakhand, UP, Manipur, Goa and even Punjab for giving them votes and for raising the standards of the BJP over the past few years. So yes, a very, very big celebration is already planned over here. Over the past 3 to 4 hours, we have seen people continuously dancing here at the BJP headquarters, and it is expected that the party is going to go long into the night today, as this is one of the biggest historical victories that the BJP has gathered over the past few years. Remember, we have seen such kind of visuals over here over the past few elections, that these kind of celebrations have happened. But these celebrations especially happen because of the massive victory that BJP has garnered in the 4 states.
Oh, absolutely. Like I've been saying, 4 out of these 5 states the BJP was defending, and it's always difficult as an incumbent party because voters have grievances, whether it is bread and butter issues, whether it is emotional issues. The fact is that the BJP has defended and defended well in all 4 of these 5 states that it was in power. It is coming back to power in 4 out of these 5 states, and that too after 2 years of the pandemic. Anshul, is the BJP looking at this as some kind of a referendum of the leadership and its management of the pandemic, both at the state level in UP in particular and also nationally under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi?
Definitely this is being looked at as a referendum. I got a chance to speak to a few BJP leaders here at the state national headquarters, and they said that this is definitely the semi-final that they have managed to win and the finals of 2024 elections. But talking to them, I also realized that they are very, very skeptical of the fact that they have gotten a second chance, and the responsibility is now on them to improve from the first term that they had gone. So yes, the leaders over here, even the Karyakartas through whom I got a chance to talk, they said that we have gotten a second chance, and this means that we have to do even more and prove ourselves even more. So that is a sense of responsibility that is also coming out from the leaders as well as the Karyakartas. I try and talk to a few of the Karyakartas. इतनी बड़ी जीत है सर, कितनी बड़ी जिम्मेदारी दी है जनता ने दोबारा यूपी में और उत्तराखंड में ऐतिहासिक जीत दिला कर?
देखिए, ऐतिहासिक जीत तो पहले से ही जीत हमें पता थी कि जीतेगी, और ये बहुत बड़ी जिम्मेदारी है, क्योंकि उत्तर प्रदेश में जितने गुंडा राज को पहले से भगाया था, कुछ रह गए थे, अब दोबारा से पूरा सफाया होगा और ये उत्तर प्रदेश से गुंडा राज को खत्म किया जाएगा। ये देखिए, ये विकास की जीत है और विश्वास की जीत है। इसमें हिंदू मुसलमान सब ने विश्वास जताकर पूरे बहुमत के साथ आज उत्तर प्रदेश में और 4 राज्यों में भारतीय जनता पार्टी को जीत दिलाई है। ये हम सबकी जीत है। मैं आपके CNN से माध्यम से पूरे देश को मुबारकबाद देना चाहता हूँ कि ये विकास की जीत हुई है।
So yes, the mood is absolutely ecstatic. I'll just try and show you the dhols, the nagaras, the band are all in place, trying to celebrate this historic mandate that they have got this time around. Remember, JP Nadda has himself arrived over here. He was in an open jeep where he was welcomed with rose petals, and in the next few minutes, Home Minister Amit Shah will be coming here, and at around 7 p.m. it is expected that the Prime Minister Narendra Modi will reach here at the BJP headquarters and address the massive crowd that has gathered here to listen to Prime Minister Narendra Modi finally after they have garnered this massive victory in 4 out of 5 states and have been able to come back to power. So yes, a big day for the BJP over here, and yes, the excitement can be seen, can be sensed from the people who have gathered here to listen to Prime Minister Modi.
Anshul, stay on with us. We'll be showing these live pictures as we welcome Shantanu Gupta, the biographer of Yogi Adityanath, the monk who won Uttar Pradesh. Now twice he's won Uttar Pradesh. And also, let's also welcome in Rashid Kidwai. Shantanu, I think this is a historic victory, certainly for Yogi Adityanath and also for the leadership of Prime Minister Modi. Like I've been saying, 4 out of 5 states they've defended and they have won. And I think there can't be a greater testimony to the fact as to how both central government and state governments across these four states have managed the pandemic. And despite all the hardship that people face, they are still reposing their faith in the leadership of Prime Minister Modi and Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath.
And Zaka, on a lighter note, it's also a victory for the exit polls, which a lot of people were demising that, okay, it's only done for the sattas in Mumbai. But again, beside the point, you're right. After pandemic, anyone who fought the election, be it Donald Trump to Yogi Adityanath, it's a tough challenge. A lot of people faced miseries in those 1.5 to 2 years. But when I went to the ground, I acted as devil's advocate and asked people that ki महंगाई तो है, रोजगार की दिक्कत है, कोरोना में दिक्कत हुई, and the answer largely was this कि problems हैं, but if there is a solution, it can come from Yogi Adityanath, who gets up at 4 o'clock in the morning and works till 12 o'clock. Not Akhilesh Yadav, who is not even found in his constituency, nor even the parliament. So I think the hard work paid. Whatever work the Modi Yogi, the double engine Sarkar has done has paid, and this is a good signal to democracy that people are voting out of caste boundaries. Caste consideration is still there, but I think their weightage is decreasing election by election.
I think one good thing, as you said, governance is now the bottom line. Whoever governs well, improves the life of people, they will get rewarded. If they don't, they will get voted out of power. I also want to bring in Rashid. My colleague Anand will be joining you in a moment. But Rashid, seriously, not just for the Congress party, but for the rest of the wider opposition, this is a huge wake-up call. If after 2 years of the pandemic, and I'm not saying, it was all hunky-dory and the management was great and so on and so forth, despite, some black spots in pandemic management, if the BJP has to come back in this kind of a resounding mandate, 4 out of 5 states for them to come back to power, I think seriously the opposition needs to wake up and smell and see the writing on the wall.
Absolutely, Zaka. There is a kind of sense of despondency has set in because they think that as long as Prime Minister Modi is there and his team and Chief Minister like Yogi Adityanath, they cannot be beaten. All kind of arguments are being marshalled. That is what the state-sponsored kind of polarization that helped in the guise of law and order and other things that motivated more women voters, etc. So all these things are being said, but I think there is also a thing of example of Uttarakhand, where things were not going very well for the BJP. They had to change the chief minister, and there was no third player. The Congress had a fairly decent regional leadership, but still nothing worked. So I think as far as the main principal opposition party is concerned, they are running totally out of ideas.
Well, absolutely. There is a tweet that Shantanu just put out. As I say, good evening to all our viewers, ladies and gentlemen. It's a phenomenal coverage that we are seeing. There is the entire talk of Bhagwa, Holi come early, like Zaka was saying. Look at the colors, but look at that man, the monk who came from nowhere, and he's scripted history. It's the first time in nearly 3 decades that we are seeing a chief minister not just repeat himself but come back with such a prachand bahumat, as you would say. Yogi Adityanath is Bhagwa top down, but he's come back and he's won the confidence of the people. The other thing, Shantanu, is the bulldozer. This bulldozer is making its way everywhere, but more importantly, it's down there, and he's being called Bulldozer Baba. This is Baba 2.0.
And Anand, I quoted on the back cover of my tweet, and Prakash Singh ji, who was the DGP of UP, quite a decorated DGP, he tweeted some time back that Yogi Adityanath has recovered X amount, which is almost 1,500 crore from the land mafias, and he's emerging as the Lee Kua of Uttar Pradesh. We all know who Lee Kua is, who has established Singapore, and who is known for his hard law and order. So someone like Yogi Adityanath is being compared to international global leaders, I think, because of his hard policies and hard law and order.
You've also been sharing pictures and images of celebrations across the world. Sydney se leke Boston and San Francisco tak there are now Yogi support. So there is a clear Yogi vote, Nalin, that is also emerging as we stay with these pictures, and we'll go more with the pictures and just keep the talking heads on. JP Nadda ji is there. This also talks about the Sangathan. What the opposition or any other party which wants to take on the BJP is up against. There is Prime Minister Narendra Modi as the charisma. The magic of that man is only increasing exponentially by every year. There is no diminishing returns here at all. It is incremental returns, Nalin. Secondly, you've got Amit Shah, Rajnath Singh, BL Santosh, JP Nadda. Look at that organization machinery which is within the BJP. I'm not even getting into the RSS at all. And then you have capable leaders who are ready to propel this double engine. And the party is clearly backing such candidates who will push this double engine of performance and who will try and match the kind of work that the PM is putting in and the rest of the leadership is putting in on ground at the state level too. These are the people who are being propped up. Yogi is one of them.
I think absolutely, Anand, and I think the most fascinating aspect of Yogi Adityanath's rise is, see, he was a 5-time MP from Gorakhpur. He heads the MUT. His predecessor before him also were MPs from Gorakhpur. But Yogi Adityanath was not from the RSS, technically. Not also, he was from the Hindu Vahini originally. So there were lots of question marks about him when he was first made Chief Minister.
Well, Amit Shah has arrived. Amit Shah has arrived. Just staying with the pictures. Coming back to your Nalin just a bit. These are pictures talking with the pictures. Amit Shah has also arrived. One by one, the heavyweights will start arriving. Amit Shah's visuals there, but complete. Make your point, Nalin.
thing was that there were lots of question marks over Yogi Adityanath when he was first made Chief Minister in 2017. But what he has done over the last 5 years is that he has delivered a governance model which was in mission mode, in project mode, specifically on central government schemes. That's number one. Secondly, this issue of law and order is specifically about giving control to police stations on the ground and not to political activists. In fact, Chandnu, correct me if I'm wrong. Exactly. I was just going to say that actually there was so much discontent among BJP MLAs on being taken away that power. And exactly. Right? And that is what has helped. So what you are seeing now in India's most politically important, significant state, you are seeing not only a return to power, which is the first time since 1985 that a party has been returned to power. That is the first time since independence that a sitting chief minister is returning to power. Right? So this is unprecedented.
And then a lot of like first MLA in 15 years who fought MLA ticket.
So and not only have you returned to power, you have returned to power with an unprecedented vote share.
But there is a history there. Nalin, let's not forget why Yogi Adityanath, as he was chosen, he was nowhere in the reckoning. He was not even in the names. I remember the LG of Jammu and Kashmir was there. Amit Shah is there. Now this is the Chanakya. Now this is the first time where Amit Shah has been part of the campaign mechanism, but he is not there as part of the organizational machinery, because this victory from the party's cadre point of view is JP Nadda, Swatantra Dev Singh, who have like mobilized the work of the party. But Amit Shah has been there as a strategy. He's also perhaps one of the people who picked Yogi Adityanath and backed him at that time in 2017. Yogi Adityanath's guru and Dada Guru, they're all part of the Hindu Mahasabha founders and also those who championed the cause of Ram Janmabhoomi and Ayodhya. So hardcore Hindutva, which is a line. And Yogi has his detractors also call him as somebody who's a hard Hindutva line. But he has come in and then turned around and turned that model from purely Vishwas oriented to a Vikas plus Vishwas oriented. And law and order. What a big aspect. If people are walking around with bulldozer, imagine what it means to the common person on ground in Uttar Pradesh. That's the big message. Rajnath Singh, the Raksha Mantri, also there. Again, a very, very strong cadre person, strong party Sangathan man, who's a former president of the BJP, and he is somebody who mobilized that growth of the BJP between 2010, 2011, 2012, which saw the ascent of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. He is also one of the people who at that time also supported Prime Minister Narendra Modi. These are people who know how the organization works, how we need to deliver, and that's why they are placed strategically, and there is a reason why. There is no breaking of ranks. There is a proper order that is followed. There is a respect that is given to the Adhyaksh of the party. How the party and the Sangathan functions, there is a strategy, and that's what Jitin Prasad also mentioned this time. He's moved in from the Congress party and he's turning around and saying, शीर्ष से लेकर ground के सबसे छोटे निम्न व्यक्ति तक हर कोई काम करता है. Everybody puts in the hard yards. 400 rallies by Yogi Adityanath, 40 big rallies by the Prime Minister. Rajnath Singh has himself been on ground and doing so many sabhas and campaigns. Amit Shah has campaigned. This is along with dispensing their duties as part of government. That is what stands out. If you've got to beat this machinery, you've got to work twice as hard. If not at least as hard as them, but actually twice as hard, because you got to overcome them, you got to do better than them. And is that there reflecting anywhere in the opposition? That's the big part. And they're able to go back to the people, connect with them, learn what their issues are, and also understand what is it that clicks. Simple aspect, law and order, simple aspect, bulldozer chala diya mafia pe. And that is what is standing out. Everything else is not working. What's working is this. Arun Dhanta is joining us live at this point from the BJP headquarters. We'll try and go across to Arun Dhanta as one by one the big wigs are arriving. The big names of the party and government are coming through at this point. These are visuals of Rajnath Singh arriving. He had just arrived a short while ago. Amit Shah has arrived. Now in a short while from now, Prime Minister Narendra Modi will arrive. Who all are there? All the central ministers, top leadership is all already there. There, the entire cadre is present. It's a big celebration. Arun, have you been able to speak to people on ground, the cadre? What is their sense? Did they expect a 4-on-5 retention?
Well, Anand, let me tell you first that the office of BJP is chock-a-block. It's hardly a place to stand, and that's in fact the josh which these karyakartas of BJP have after they pulled out this victory in 4 states. And I am requesting my camera person to just show the stage, which is all decked up for the Prime Minister to address the cadre here at the BJP headquarters. And as you rightly mentioned, the likes of Rajnath Singh, Union Home Minister Amit Shah, BJP Chief JP Nadda, all have arrived here at the BJP headquarters. And all these people, the supporters of BJP who are here, they're eagerly waiting for the arrival of Prime Minister Modi, which we are expecting in 15 to 20 minutes. And if you have time, I would also like to speak few people who've come here to celebrate.
Ask them, why do you think the BJP won? Simple question, why did they win Uttar Pradesh?
Yes. आप सबसे पहले मुझे बताइए कि आज 5 राज्यों के चुनावों में 4-1 का नतीजा रहा है। 4 राज्यों में आपकी परफॉर्मेंस शानदार है। क्या कारण आपको लगता है उसके लिए रहा है?
प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी द्वारा जो जन कल्याणकारी योजनाएं जो पूरे देश में चल रही हैं, जो कोरोना में इतना अच्छा मैनेजमेंट किया है और सभी को अंत्योदय वाला जो लक्ष्य है भारतीय जनता पार्टी का, समाज में बैठे हुए सबसे आखिरी पैदान पे जो व्यक्ति है उस तक विकास पहुंचे, उस चीज को चरितार्थ किया है मोदी जी ने, जिसका परिणाम है कि 4 राज्यों में हम दोबारा रिटेन हुए हैं।
जल्दी से अरुण, इनसे पास एक सवाल और पूछो, जल्दी से उनसे पूछो। 8 साल हो गए पीएम मोदी को सत्ता में, मोदी जी का मैजिक कम नहीं बढ़ता हुआ दिख रहा है। उनसे पूछिए क्यों है, क्या है स्पेशल ऐसा मोदी जी में? महिलाओं को ही पूछिए।
प्रधानमंत्री मोदी का जो स्टेचर है, जो कद है, लगातार बढ़ता जा रहा है। चुनाव के बाद चुनाव आप जीत रहे हैं, आपको क्या लगता है क्या कारण है? अभी उदाहरण ले लीजिए उत्तर प्रदेश और बाकी राज्यों का।
प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी देश की अखंडता और एकता पे काम कर रहे हैं, जो कि एक सच्चे, आप किसी भी देश के व्यक्ति जो राष्ट्रवादी व्यक्ति है उसके लिए एक सबसे बड़ी जीत है कि उसका प्रधानमंत्री, उस देश का प्रधानमंत्री देश की अखंडता, एकता और देश को शक्तिशाली बनाने के लिए कार्य कर रहे हैं।
कारण है कि मोदी जी मतलब मोदी जैसे नेता कोई हो ही नहीं सकता दुनिया में।
That's the characteristic.
सबसे बड़ा कारण है कि मोदी जी ने 10-20 बीघे जमीन इकट्ठी नहीं कर ली अपनी, 10-20-50 करोड़ रुपए इकट्ठा नहीं कर लिया मोदी जी ने। फकीर आए थे, फकीरी है, तो देश का युवा।
So that's the characteristic of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. This is the Modi magic. Advaita Kala is with us. Advaita Kala, have you been able to absorb the shock of Uttarakhand and the awe of Uttarakhand? And now can we talk about why this has happened? Because you would credit this to Prime Minister Narendra Modi, the performance in Uttarakhand.
Without a doubt, it's a Modi miracle. It's Modi magic all the way. Prime Minister Modi is personally so popular. People think of him as a family member. There's deep respect and love for him. And I think we've seen that deliver because this is a state, remember, Anand, it's a pendulum state. It swings from one dispensation, one government, one political party to the next. It has never, ever seen a party return to power. And this time you've seen it. You know, the chief minister has lost the election, but the party has won. And I think that is a significant message there because the prime minister has one-on-one connect with the voting population, with the Mahila vote or the women of Uttarakhand who lead a very hard and difficult life up in the hills, is so connected and so complete that I've been saying this forever, that if the BJP wins Uttarakhand, it's a Modi miracle, it's Modi magic. And this prime minister in his 8th year in office is only getting more and more popular because trust me, Anand, nobody, not even the BJP in their calculations, could have estimated the kind of sweep that has taken place in Uttarakhand.
Absolutely. And this is the magic, Nalin. That is something which people have to understand, that the Prime Minister works really hard at continuing to maintain. And of course, it is growing exponentially. 8 years on, there is no signature, no sign of the effect of Prime Minister Narendra Modi on the wane.
Anand, there is no question that Narendra Modi remains head and shoulders above other political leaders as the most popular national political leader in the country. One. Two, the triumph in Uttarakhand, in a state where you have changed your chief minister 3 times, where you don't have a recognizable face as a party, you still come back to power.
And your chief minister loses.
Even if your chief minister is lost, you come back to power and with a thumping majority, not a close call. Right. And in a state where there's a history of both Congress and BJP alternating. So you buck the historical trend there as well. Along with that, in UP, what you have done is that not only have you bucked the trend and come back to power, you come with a vote share which is the highest over the last 40 years. Yeah. So what you are seeing is the shifting of the old rules that defined Indian politics, our analytical frameworks. This thing is possible, this is outside the realm of possibility. What we as many experts, academics, journalists, they define that, we are seeing the changing of those rules. And I think that is happening because of a new shifts in digitization, because of the making of a new class of women voters, because of new generation voters and a new kind of politics. And I think the parties that adapt to it faster are leveraging it. BJP has done that very well. And I think that's got to do a great deal with the leadership of Narendra Modi. There's no question about it. I mean, the results show that. This is unprecedented results.
Are unprecedented results. Shantanu, chip in, and also Rashid ji, please, because see, you've got to admit that Prime Minister Narendra Modi understands the pulse and he makes the effort. He makes the effort to continue to remain connected with the people who he knows who will come back and help him out at the time of the ballot.
So it becomes it's like a package thing. There is, of course, as Nalin was saying, a leadership, that issues, then you know, the issues of freebies, all kind of things, as said, you know, state-sponsored, some attempts to polarize, all these things are, I mean, this I'm saying because earlier in the day, Amit Malviya was also saying this. So all these things come in a package, electorally beneficial package. And that is where, so there is, next time around, if the opposition manages to get, you know, 38%, 40%, the BJP will get, you know, 48%, 50%. So I think there is going to be always this kind of polarization and counter-polarization.
No, will you say polarization or counter-polarization?
Of votes.
Of votes, yeah. And the other aspect is that for a party to increase its vote share, that also shows that there is some groundwork which is happening. No, it's not going to be purely based on campaigning and electioneering that you're going to get votes. It's also because you're connecting with the person and you're making a difference in their lives. Rashid, you will have to concede the Prime Minister that he's been able to maintain that equation and that equity in the minds of the people.
And Anand, in last 6 months, there was something called a Tridev Baithaks in whole of Bhajpa. And you know who were Tridev? It was for every seat, there was a booth Prabhari, there was a booth Adhyaksh and the booth level agent. And there were almost 100 to 200 people for every seat. This was happening from last 6-7 months. And these Tridevs were known when you go to the field ki I'm the part of the Tridev team. And this is happening from last 1 year and extensively in the last 6 months. Just after the 2019 election, for my book, I met Sunil Bansal ji, who's the organization secretary. And I was doing for Tiranga Yatra. I asked ki abhi to chunav bhi jeet chuke hain, hum Tiranga Yatra ka kya matlab hai? He said, I have to keep my karyakartas engaged, cohesive and enthused. And this is the preparation. This is the preparation. Akhilesh Yadav ran a good campaign, but only for 2 months. Like 4.5 years you will sleep. Your attendance in the parliament is 33%. All of a sudden you wake up, and in fact I'll say this is one of the best performances. I'm sure vote share wise, how much I don't know, it must be 32 at least.
35%. 35%. It is one of Samajwadi Party's best performances. Yes.
Maximum for them ever.
Even in 2012, they had about 31%, if I remember correctly, and they had 224 seats then.
Yeah, but again, now they're coming from 22% because last vote share they had is 22%, so it's a gain of 13-14% with just an effort of 2.5 months. I think that's the advantage of having an en-bloc Muslim vote which Samajwadi Party enjoys.
Is that an en-bloc Muslim vote, or is that the fact that those who don't agree with the BJP, don't see Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Yogi as the Upyogi group? They decided that this time they will go and try and consolidate the opposition, consolidate their votes towards one person who they think is the most serious challenger. Does that also indicate now that going forward, it's not going to be fragmented, Nalin Mehta? 2024 will be very, very presidential-like, where the opposition will group together and collectively put their mark behind all of those, or the voters will also choose the person who they believe or the party they believe will be the strongest challenger.
So, Anand, between now and 2024, there are several state assembly elections, starting with Gujarat later this year, and then Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, and various Hindi heartland states end of next year, and Karnataka before that in the middle of next year. But the fact of the matter is, this election, remember 2 months ago, when this election started, on the back of 2 years of economic crisis, on the back of the deprivations of the coronavirus lockdown, after the farmer agitation, before the protests around CA and so on, this election was always going to be seen as a test case for the BJP's governance model, right? Had the BJP lost these elections, they would have imagined what the commentator would have said. Now the BJP, with the magnitude of not only the victories, but the magnitude of these victories, can justifiably say that this is a vindication of our governance model. Right? So therefore we will do more of the same, right? So, and it gives the BJP the confidence to be in pole position at this point. There's a lot of politics to happen over the next 2.5 years.
Not just that. See, if you take this forward, Advaita Kala, not just Uttar Pradesh or Uttarakhand, every state where they were defending, they have actually done better than that time. In Uttar Pradesh, in terms of vote share, in Goa, in terms of the total number of seats that they have got, in Uttarakhand, it was 57 the last time around. Here, the chief minister incumbent has lost, but nobody expected them to even get to 35. They are at 48 as we speak. So all of this makes a huge difference. Manipur, look at Manipur, clear majority already, 31 they have got.
We went into this election cycle saying that the BJP is in a defensive position. You know, they've got 4 states that they have to defend. In Punjab, they've not really been a factor. But there were 4 states that they had to defend, and they've defended effectively and emphatically every one of those states. So I think the BJP really has a lot to celebrate. And a lot of people have been saying 2022 is the sort of semi-final for 2024. Looking at these results from that prism, what we're seeing here is a prime minister essentially going into his 3rd term, the election for his 3rd term, so strong, so confident, so very popular, after 8 years, and by the time he goes into the 3rd election, after 10 whole years, they're seeming unstoppable right now. And if there is a depression that is running through the Congress party and other opposition parties, I think it's justified, because this is really incredible and historic.
True, and this is not coming riding on the backs that you're sitting and enjoying. You're sitting on a cushion and a cubby couch and sipping a nice drink and just enjoying the popularity. It does not happen that. It's the hard yards. Where is the last time that we have seen, Nalin, the Prime Minister say he's going on a holiday or he's taking a break? Not one day. When is the last time that Yogi Adityanath, as Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, took a break? He didn't even attend his father's funeral during COVID because he says, I got to take care of the people first.
You know, Nalin, this is an underappreciated aspect, Anand, and Shantanu will bear me out on this. both with Narendra Modi and with Yogi Adityanath, this is very much part of the inherent appeal they hold to many of the people who support them, many of their voters. This idea of a single man who's this perception of a person who's working constantly, so without having a family around them. This is very much part of the appeal. So very often when they slip up on things, people give them a free pass precisely for this reason. And I think this is very much part of the because of the contrast with the competition in many parties. So for example, you look at the recent festivals or holidays that have happened, whether whether it is on New Year's Day or on various commemorations, you will see him on the border. Now people criticize that for taking a photo op.
That's his holiday.
Diwali. But that messaging that goes out has an impact on voters. Tomorrow, the Prime Minister and Amit Shah are going to be in Gujarat. You're already doing road shows, looking ahead at Gujarat. So this is like a 24/7 electoral machine. You can't beat the BJP unless you actually match it with get the strategy right. One thing, but you have to work with that work ethic.
Just give me 5 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be queuing up and counting down to the Prime Minister arriving at the BJP headquarters anytime around 7 p.m. Let's go down to Nikhil Lakhwani and also Anshul joining us live at this point. Anshul, where are you? Arun Dhanta is also there. Anshul, can you talk to people around? Is the Prime Minister expected any time now?
That's it, Anand. So the excitement over here at the BJP headquarters has absolutely cleared the roof right now. I'll just move out of the frame and show you the kind of arrangements that have been already made over here. The BJP headquarters here in the national capital is absolutely jam-packed with the workers who have come here to celebrate this historic victory of the BJP in 4 out of the 5 states that they contested in. And remember, especially in Uttarakhand and Uttar Pradesh, BJP has managed to create history by coming into back-to-back terms. I'll just try and talk to a few workers who have gathered over here.
सीधा बस यही सवाल पूछो कि मोदी जी में ऐसा क्या स्पेशल है? मोदी जी का मैजिक इतना अभी भी क्यों है? पूछिए.
अच्छा, 2014 में, 2017 में, 2019 में, अब 2022 में लगातार मोदी जी के नाम पे बीजेपी जीतती रही है. क्या मैजिक है मोदी जी का?
देखो, मोदी जी जितनी दफा लोग दिल्ली नहीं घूम चुके, उतनी दफा मोदी जी भारत घूम चुके हैं. ऐसा कोई गांव, ऐसा कोई देहात, ऐसा कोई शहर नहीं है जहाँ पे मोदी जी नहीं गए. यहाँ इवन मैं कहूँगा जितने भारत के जितने जिले हैं, जितने बूथ तक के यहाँ की बात है, वहाँ तक मोदी जी पहुंचे. मोदी जी का प्रचंड बहुमत, हमेशा मोदी जी का मैजिक चलता है. अब मोदी जी का मैजिक नहीं है, मोदी जी ने जगह जगह काम किया. वो एक मतलब अब तक के एक ऐसे प्रधानमंत्री है जिन्होंने भारत भ्रमण, लोग कहते हैं विदेश जाते, मतलब विदेश जाने की बात छोड़ो, वो अपने भारत को हजारों दफा घूम चुके हैं. एक दिल में, एक भारतवासी के दिल में बसते हैं मोदी जी.
अच्छा, ये दूसरी बार जीत मिली है उत्तर प्रदेश में. कितनी बड़ी जिम्मेदारी लगता है जनता ने दी है इस बार दोबारा बीजेपी को?
जनता ने विकास को देख के और जो मोदी जी ने और योगी जी ने यूपी के अंदर क्राइम खत्म करा है और जो सब कुछ कार्य करे हैं, उसको देखकर दोबारा जिम्मेदारी दी है. और योगी बाबा तो हम सबके दिलों में बसते हैं और ऐसे ही बसते रहेंगे.
37 साल बाद.
और योगी जी ने जो काम करे हैं हमारे देश के लिए, यूपी उत्तर प्रदेश के लिए, मुझे नहीं लगता कि और कोई पार्टी का मुख्यमंत्री ऐसा काम कर सकता था. क्योंकि योगी जी ने राम मंदिर का वादा करा, राम मंदिर लेकर आए, काशी सजा दी.
अच्छा, एक्साइटमेंट तो लग रहा है, लेकिन यहाँ दिख नहीं रहा है. थोड़ा एक्साइटमेंट दिखाइए. कैसा चल रहा है?
Anshul, I need you to ask more of the supporters. What is it that Modi ji? Let's just go across to Arun Dhanta and ask him. Arun Dhanta, you were talking to some of the female cadre there. The Mahila vote and the Mahila factor has been critical in the BJP's fortunes. Can you ask some of the BJP workers who are present there, if the ladies around, what is it that's changed under this leadership? What is it that's changed within the BJP since 2014? What is it that makes Prime Minister Narendra Modi such a magical connect with so many people across the country?
And that too, Anand, at that point when opposition was talking about farmers' protest and inflation, unemployment, various other issues, still people chose Prime Minister Modi. Let me quickly go across to a few people here simultaneously. I would request my camera person to just span the camera around and show the visuals of the BJP headquarters. आप बताइए सर, आप होली भी आज आपने मना ली. क्या है मोदी जी ने ऐसा क्या है, क्यों लगातार जनता उनको चुन रही है? किसानों को लेकर भी मुद्दा था, अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट को लेकर लोग बात कर रहे थे, नौकरियां नहीं हैं, विकास नहीं हुआ, उसके बाद भी लोग क्यों?
सर ऐसा ना कि पब्लिक देखती है, पब्लिक जानती है कि देश को चलाने के लिए कड़े कदम उठाने चाहिए। उसमें मोदी जी है जो हर चीज के लिए ठोस कदम उठाते हैं। ये जो मुद्दे हैं ना, ये सब बकवास है, हम नहीं मानते इसको। देश विकास कर रहा है, आप देखिए देश कहाँ तक पहुंच चुका है, वर्ल्ड में डंका बज रहा है मोदी जी का। क्या ये कम बात है?
जरा महिलाओं से पूछिए अरुण पीछे।
लोग जो मैं कहता हूँ कि जनता का मैं दिल से धन्यवाद करता हूँ कि इन लोगों ने बड़े
let me try to go find some women here. आप बताइए मैडम, मोदी जी को क्यों लोग इतना पसंद कर रहे हैं? उत्तर ज्यादा संख्या
बहुत सहारा दिया है और हमें सारी जगह उन्होंने सपोर्ट किया है, जैसे कि गैस सिलेंडर में और टॉयलेट बनवाने के लिए। यूपी में तो बहुत ज़्यादा दिक्कत हो रही थी लोगों को, और यूपी में योगी जी की जीत हुई है। उसके उत्साह में आज हम यहाँ पर आए हुए हैं, और मोदी जी का और योगी जी का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
सबसे बड़ी बात है महिलाओं की सुरक्षा,
महिलाओं की सुरक्षा,
महिला की सुरक्षा।
उत्तर प्रदेश में आपको लगता है कि ये सबसे बड़ा मुद्दा रहा है? क्योंकि बहुत सारे इश्यूज थे, महंगाई को लेकर लोग बात कर रहे थे, किसान बात कर रहे थे कि उनको गन्ने का वो नहीं मिल रहा है, प्रदर्शन कर रहे थे। आप बताइए सर, आप क्या है मोदी जी की सक्सेस का राज, क्या मानते हैं?
मोदी जी ने बहुत काम किए हैं, इसलिए उनको दूसरी वोट मिली है।
अच्छा।
Well, it is the magic of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Arun, you continue to talk to people. Anshul is on ground. We are just counting down to Prime Minister Narendra Modi arriving at the BJP headquarters. It's a big, big celebration because it's a massive win. It's a massive win. It's a convincing mandate across the 4 states. Clearly, the voters turning out and saying, we trust the BJP under the leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. That's the net result, ladies and gentlemen. And that man whose magic continues will be arriving there in a short while from now. We are also expecting him to address the gathering and also, in a way, addressing the nation after this historic win. Short break. Stay with us.
And for hours, Max Amelin is taping and zip-tying leftover insulation from his heating business to his daughter's feet to make sure she's warm while she waits for hours in the frigid cold.
You just wanted to make sure that your family got here safe?
Yes, he saves us, and that's all.
When they get to the front of the line, Max will have to stay behind as a man of fighting age. His in-laws aren't leaving either.
It's very difficult. It's so hard. My heart is ripped into pieces. My parents stayed back in Kiev region. I don't know even what is going with them now. It's so scary.
Ilona Gudnichenko, with her young daughter and godson in tow, fled the heavy shelling of Irpin, just outside Kyiv.
It was terrible, and we left only 2 days ago. Sat on the last train. We didn't believe that in 21st century it can be the real war.
Valentina also fled Kyiv. She's never been forced from her home, but she's no stranger to tragedy.
My husband died at the Chernobyl nuclear power plant. Do you understand? And that's what they are doing now. They are destroying the whole world. It is outrageous. People around the world shall not be silent.
This elderly couple fled Kharkiv, but only after spending 8 days sheltering in a metro station. On the 8th day, an explosion shook their underground hideout.
The women were hysterical. I understood this is not going to pass. This horror cannot be endured. I cannot express it. The fear, the crying children. When I saw a pregnant woman entering the metro, I understood this cannot be forgiven.
From here, many have no idea where they'll go when they get to Poland, or when they might be able to come back.
Central train station today, a crush of people trying to escape as Russian forces hit closer to the capital. Many here have just been evacuated from the hardest hit areas. Few know where they are going next. Alla and her family made it out of the Kiev suburb of Bucha early this morning, leaving behind her 81-year-old grandfather. He didn't want to come with us. He decided to stay, she says. He's old and can't run very fast, and we had to leave so quickly this morning. I don't know what's happening there now. It's so scary. I don't understand how you can shell peaceful people. We never wished harm on anyone. We were friends with Russia. We have relatives in Russia, she says. They just want to erase Ukraine from the face of the earth. It's that fear that is fueling a sense of desperation here.
So the minute they announce the next train going west, you can see everybody just scrambles to try to get on it.
Down below, the platform is packed, but people remain calm. They rush in to help an exhausted elderly woman who has fallen on the track. Close to departure time, confusion sets in. Another train arrives and people run across the tracks hoping to catch it. Finally, the train to Lviv arrives. There's pushing and shoving as people jostle for space. Let the women and children go first, one man shouts. Another weeps as he hugs his wife goodbye. Sonia, I love you, he calls out. He waits for the train to leave, eyes locked on the window, for what may be his last look.
Look how people here in Moldova are improvising to deal with the refugee crisis from neighboring Ukraine, turning a squash court into a place for refugees and for children, some of whom here have been on a bus for more than 70 hours traveling across the border.
What a day it has been for the BJP. The BJP is returning to power in all the 4 states that they were defending, and celebrations, and rightly so, have begun in all headquarters of the party across the country. And we are going straight to the BJP headquarters, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi is going to arrive shortly. This is brand Narendra Modi reigning supreme in all the 4 states, clearly from Uttar Pradesh to Uttarakhand, where the Chief Minister lost, but the BJP has won 48. Moving to Manipur, where the BJP has won 31. Again, they are returning to power in Goa. And of course, the prize state, the big state of Uttar Pradesh with 271. This is the Modi magic at play here. And keeping in the way it has been in most of these elections, post-victory celebration, all the leaders, the members of the BJP parliamentary board, waiting for Prime Minister Narendra Modi to arrive at the BJP headquarters. He will be leaving 7 LKM shortly, and we are also expecting his first reaction, perhaps, which will be in the form of some tweets that he will be putting out, and then any moment he will be arriving at the BJP headquarters at the ITO. Just a few minutes ago, we saw former BJP president and the current Home Minister, Amit Shah, arrive at the BJP headquarters. There was Rajnath Singh, the current defense minister, BJP president JP Nadda are all there waiting for the Prime Minister. You can see the presence of the Karyakartas of the party. Prime Minister will be addressing the Karyakartas and, of course, in many ways giving the direction to the party going ahead. And tomorrow, interestingly, he is in Gujarat, and Gujarat is the next bastion for the BJP. The state of Gujarat goes to polls later this year, a state that they have been in power since 1998 and are defending it for the 7th time now. Let me go straight to Anshul and Arun Dhata. Both of them are at the BJP office. When is the Prime Minister arriving, Arun?
Okay, we'll be going to the reporters in just a bit. Radhika has been tracking the BJP for several years. Nalin Mehta's book about the new BJP is now being talked about extensively. We have Rashid Kidwai as well joining us, and Adwaita Kala. Radhika, what a day it has been for the party, a runaway success completely.
Absolutely, no question. And it reminds me of the scenes today, take me back to the Tripura victory. I mean, you know, that was also a very significant victory, small as the state is. For the BJP, we saw the same kind of turnout and the same kind of jubilation. So rightly, and here it's not just one tiny Tripura. I mean, the BJP has won, of course, mega Uttar Pradesh and 3 other states. It's important because the BJP was the incumbent in all the 4 states. And Uttar Pradesh, mind you, the odds were stashed against the BJP. I just made a list of all the negatives that went against the BJP, but they were more than offset by the positives, that accrued from the Adityanath government as well as the centre. So the BJP was able to negate the negatives with these positives, which we have been going through again and again. But most important, and I think that point was emphasized by Yogi Adityanath, where he spoke against the dynas and the legatees. I think this election is a rejection of the legatees, a wholesale rejection. We saw it in Punjab, all the legatees losing. In Uttar Pradesh, I'm sure Akhilesh Yadav cannot be a happy man today. I mean, he was expecting to form the government, and there he is, a distant second. So this, I think, is a point which political parties need to reflect and introspect upon, particularly the Congress. You know, I think it is a direct, it is again...
And Radhika, I'm remembering 2017 when I was covering this celebration from the BJP headquarters. Then again, the nature of celebration was as grand. The big message that came from the Prime Minister was very important because that was for the first time that the BJP was winning UP in an assembly election. Of course, they had won 73 out of 80 in 2014. But look at what the party has achieved, Nalin Mehta. We have been discussing the new BJP. Do you think today onwards, and I've been saying it for the last few months, the reference points in elections will change. It can no longer be about the caste calculation. A plus B hona chahiye to theek ho jayega. Arithmetic, chemistry, and plus an X factor here.
So Maria, a lot of analytical frameworks so far have been prescribed by certain rules of Indian politics for many years. What this election is showing is that those rules are outdated. We are in a new, unprecedented era of politics. This is being powered by a new digital generation, by younger voters, by women voters, but it's changing what was once seen as the certainties of politics. So for example, not only has the BJP won in UP, for the first time a sitting chief minister has been returned to power since independence, and the first time a party governing in Lucknow has returned to power since 1985, but it's come back with a vote share which is the highest ever in the last 30 years. So, and it increases vote share. This is unprecedented. In Uttarakhand, you have won the BJP has won in a state where they changed the chief minister 3 times, where you don't have a leader who's recognizable.
And Nalin, the chief minister himself has lost, but the BJP has won the state decisively and convincingly.
Exactly. So what I'm saying is that this is about a broad-based social support which has been built up. It was built up incrementally through different caste groups across class, caste, gender. But this is now, and it was very rural as well. What this election is showing that the changes that happened in 14, 17, 19, which powered the BJP, those have not only not been reversed, they have remained intact, but they have got deepened. The BJP's roots have got deepened. And at the same time, when the other parties are still playing, or its competitors, and I mean here specifically Samajwadi Party, and I mean the Congress, are playing with rules of politics that are outdated by about 10-15 years now.
Yes.
And that is the problem.
And I think what is the most fascinating part of today is, and Anshul is joining me from the BJP headquarters, that ministers are all spokespersons. that they will all participate in speaking about what the party has done right, what the government has done right at the center, what the government in the respective states that the BJP defended and won has done right. Anshul, we are playing those visuals of Prime Minister Modi and Yogi Adityanath, but this was the corridor in Kashi, that is the Kashi Vishwanath corridor inauguration. That was late night visuals when the Prime Minister went again to those to the venue. Where is the Prime Minister and how much more time before he arrives at the BJP headquarters at the ITO?
So yes, a lot of excitement at the BJP headquarters here in the national capital. Currently, I am being joined by the two biggest faces of Delhi BJP with me, Mr. Manoj Tiwari and Mr. Ramesh Biduri. We'll just try and get a sense of what has happened and how do they see this victory. Sir, इतनी प्रचंड बहुमत से दोबारा यूपी उत्तराखंड दोनों जगह सरकार बनी है. क्या है ये मोदी मैजिक जो हर बार चल जाता है?
देखिए, मैं अगर इसको मानूं तो एक नई पॉलिटिकल कल्चर नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने शुरुआत की है और वो है गरीबों के घर पे सरकार, गरीबों के घर तक सरकार और गरीबों के हर सुख दुख में सरकार और उसके साथ साथ सुरक्षा. मैं समझता हूं इन चीजों ने उस राजनीतिक संस्कृति को जो नई मोदी जी ने शुरू की उसका ये प्रचंड विश्वास दिया है चारों स्टेट ने. आसान नहीं था किसी के लिए भी. उत्तर प्रदेश जहां हम 35-40 वर्षों से किसी सरकार को
There seems to be some problem with that line. We'll be trying to connect with him in just a bit. But Rashid Kidwai, we are looking at visuals of Pataka. It's an early Holi for the BJP today. And look at the scale of the victory. And I'm looking at the numbers, Rashid. And in every election since 2012, the BJP has been increasing its tally. So in 2017, the BJP won. Got 39.67% of the total vote share. The vote share this time around is better, 41.64%.
Yes, Maria, this is a fascinating aspect. I think there is also, politically, there is a lot of, counter polarization that is taking place. So I feel increasingly that kind of effort that opposition makes, that in this case, Samajwadi Party, you will always have the BJP outsmarting or outmaneuvering that kind of numbers. And this is because people have made huge emotional investment. I mean, this whole thing that brand Modi or at present day BJP, it is very nicely packaged. War takes place in Ukraine and, certain students are kind of, evacuated from there, and that is, many youth see it. More than jobs, they see, look at his ability. We brought them out, as if a war was halted, a corridor was provided. All these things are there. I'm not speaking here from a political position, but just to explain. So everything clicks. And there is this, of course, the whole atmosphere of state-sponsored polarization, and which is like talked about in terms of, better law and order situation, etc. That has also got a lot of dividends.
And Advaita, coming to the point being made by Rashid here, when I met women in UP, they were talking about better law and order, the sense of safety, security, and perhaps that has worked in multiple states. Particularly, it would have worked in a state such as UP because we had seen what happened before 2017. But look at the larger aspect or the larger narrative. We have been talking about the youth factor, the women factor increasingly since 2017 elections. The idea of demographic taking priority over caste.
Yes. Go ahead, Maria.
Yes, please go ahead. So would you say that?
Sorry, Maria, I lost you in the middle for a little bit. Could
yes,
you just
so
repeat?
the question is that the new lexicon or the reference point in Indian politics will be more about demographics. We'll be talking about the age of a voter and the region from where the voter comes rather than the caste of the voter.
I'm so glad you asked me that, because I think from an ideological perspective, this is a very big win for the BJP. Yogi Adityanath is Hindutva manifest. There's no denying, where his ideological persuasion lies. And for him, and I tweeted this as well, his victory really marks the beginning of a turn in how Hindutva politics is perceived, because for the longest time, the larger Sangh Parivar has been speaking of Hindutva politics in terms of, making sure that the last man counts, or what we call integral humanism, putting that into action, ensuring that everybody rises above these caste divisions to the extent where they are not a factor, which you're again seeing happen in these results. So in a lot of ways, what the version of Hindutva politics, which the larger ideological grouping wants to share and express and manifest through action and work and vision in motion, has happened with this victory, because to a large extent it has been an endorsement of that. Remember, there was a lot of what I would call false flag operations.
Those are visuals of Smriti Irani, Member of Parliament of the BJP, and there are other MPs also, all of them at the BJP headquarters on the first floor. Of course, perhaps, and let's listen in to what's happening, the audio there at the BJP headquarters. Okay, so a lot of anticipation as Prime Minister Modi is going to arrive any moment now, and then he will be addressing the Karyakartas of the party. And Radhika, we have been discussing, we can see now the two MPs, one from Delhi, another one from UP, Smriti Irani and Meenakshi Lekhi, waiting for the Prime Minister to arrive. This is a day of celebration, and rightly so. Radhika, we have been talking about multiple aspects, and we have been discussing about the victory of the party, and look at what Prime Minister's schedule will be tomorrow. Much before today's results came, yesterday we came to know about that Prime Minister on 11th will be in Gujarat. We have been talking about this election winning machine that the BJP is. He heads to Gujarat, which will be going to polls later this year.
Absolutely. Notice that they're not wasting even a day. This is exactly what the left used to do in the days of its glory. One election to another. It was known, the CPM was known as the vote getting machine. They wouldn't waste time between one election and another. So, the BJP is pretty much doing the same thing let me emphasize, in the Modi-Shah era. It was not always the case with the BJP. I mean, they would win, they would relax, take it easy, and then sort of move on to the next election, probably lose it, do a bit of introspection, and so life continued. But now, there is no question. I mean, in fact, we were just talking about the MCT election in Delhi. They are also due. And, the Delhi BJP already has its nose on the grindstone. I mean, again, you notice they're not wasting any time. So, Gujarat is definitely going to be the next target. It was not an easy election the last time. BJP barely made it in Gujarat. I mean, whatever seats it picked up were in the last phase in South Gujarat. So I think they realized that, despite the dismal state of the Congress has lost its rank and file, virtually lost all its rank and file in Gujarat. They cannot leave anything to chance. There is North Gujarat, there is Saurashtra. These are problematic areas. There's the Patel factor. So I think Modi is going to make a beginning. The idea is to galvanize the cadre, the local cadre, and see that the house is put in order. I mean, we always talk about the faction-ridden Congress in Gujarat, but the BJP also has internal problems. There are fault lines, so they're not wasting any time. And Modi is right there. That's his backyard. Let's not forget.
Yes, and Prime Minister is going to his backyard tomorrow. That is where he will be. There'll be a road show in Ahmedabad, and he'll be spending 2 days in his home state of Gujarat. Let me go to the author of the new BJP. This is the new BJP, the Modi-Shah era, which begins in 2014 and which changes the nature of politics of India at large. The tectonic shift that we keep talking about, Nalin, begins in 2014, and that tectonic shift has taken a form, a shape today.
Yeah, and let me give you an example of that. Outside of ideology, outside of the other models that we've talked about, one of the big differences between the SP and the BJP in this election was the ground level cadre. Now, for example, when I met a lot of SP cadres, workers in UP, they said, हमारी 150 सीटें आएंगी या 80 आएंगी, लेकिन हमें पक्का नहीं पता because we can see the crowds in the rally. We are not sure how many people actually went and voted. You spoke to the BJP guys, they would generally have a sense of where they did well and where they didn't do well, because there was a last mile cadre. And this cadre was, by the way, built through 2 major membership drives, which did not happen before elections. The first major drive happened after the victory of 2014. So 2-3 months after they won power in 2014, there was a national membership drive, which significantly wrapped up the cadre of the BJP nationally, including in UP. And the second major drive was after the victory of 2019. So I'm going back to what Radhika was saying about the similarity with what the communists did in their heyday. If you go to the BJP's training center, if you go to their archives, which are also in Rambhav Pramodini in Thane, you will see that there is a lot of communist literature. In fact, the BJP in the 80s, when it was building the party, spent a lot of time, some of the leaders spent a lot of time studying the methods of mobilization of the communist cadres, even though the ideology was exactly the opposite. Now, that implementation of that has happened on an industrial scale for the lessons that they learned in party building post 2014. And that has got a lot to do with leadership and management styles. And that has come together with 2 or 3 things.
And the emphasis on booth level management.
Oh, absolutely. The idea of the Panna Pramukh, the creation of these structures at the booth level, then at the level above the booth, at the district level, and very importantly, reservations put in place for certain social groups and for women, which allowed the BJP to bring in entire new families that had never voted for the BJP into its tent.
Nalin, these structures, when we look at it, and I'm going to recall 2017 again, because soon after the victory of 2017, the BJP's first national executive was held in Bhubaneswar. Radhika, come in on this.
Yeah,
and the message was that for 2019, new catchment areas have been identified. They would be Bengal and Odisha, and we saw the results in both these states where the Lok Sabha elections happened. When the BJP went, the manner in which they fought the Greater Hyderabad Municipal Corporation elections, they faced criticism, Radhika. We saw Home Minister on ground, we saw BJP President on ground. They were holding road shows. Sab logon ka kehna tha, itna zyada emphasis kyun? Because Telangana in 2024 is the new catchment area. Radhika.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, Maria, I think you cannot afford to be snobbish in politics. If a municipal election has to be fought with fervor, Modi and Amit Shah will invest the same kind of enthusiasm, the same kind of hard work, the same effort to galvanize the cadre as they would in a Lok Sabha election. And you have to make a beginning at the lowest level. And the Greater Hyderabad Muslim Municipal Corporation was the beginning that the BJP was looking for in Telangana. Later they went on to win by-elections. Before Telangana was created, I remember Owaisi telling me that this is fertile soil for the BJP. So I asked him why. So he said, look, it's easy to regroup the Hindus into one group in Telangana. And maybe he was prescient in that sense. But yes, Telangana, the BJP has not been able to make terrific inroads in the south, barring Karnataka. But Telangana is the state that they are working on very, very assiduously. It's not Andhra, it is Telangana. Similarly, the east, look east. They tried very hard in Bengal, and despite the reverses, they haven't given up. You notice, I mean, any other party would give up, throw up its hands and say, okay, goodbye, but not the BJP. It is persisting despite losing members and leaders and so on. Orissa, again, it has not been able to make a breakthrough, but it is not giving up. It is persisting. It hasn't done very well in the recent local body elections. But unlike the Congress, I know the BJP is not going to give up. So it does need new catchment areas. The Northeast has been a fairly successful catchment area under Himanta Biswa Sarma. I mean, that was also a stroke of genius getting someone like
Radhika,
Sarma
Nalin, Advaita, stay with us. We'll be going to BJP headquarters again after a very short break. It's a day of celebration for the BJP, a party that was founded in 1980 and goes on to create history by returning in incumbent states and winning the state of Uttar Pradesh for the first time since independence. And this is 2022 we are looking at, ladies and gentlemen. So stay with us. Lots more when we return.
We left only 2 days ago. Sat on the last train. We didn't believe that in 21st century it can be the real war.
Valentina also fled Kyiv. She's never been forced from her home, but she's no stranger to tragedy.
My husband died at the Chernobyl nuclear power plant. Do you understand? And that's what they are doing now. They are destroying the whole world. It is outrageous. People around the world shall not be silent.
This elderly couple fled Kharkiv, but only after spending 8 days sheltering in a metro station. On the 8th day, an explosion shook their underground hideout.
The women were hysterical. I understood this is not going to pass. This horror cannot be endured. I cannot express it. The fear, the crying children. When I saw a pregnant woman entering the metro, I understood this cannot be forgiven.
From here, many have no idea where they'll go when they get to Poland, or when they might be able to come back.
Central train station today, a crush of people trying to escape as Russian forces hit closer to the capital. Many here have just been evacuated from the hardest hit areas. Few know where they are going next. Alla and her family made it out of the Kyiv suburb of Bucha early this morning, leaving behind her 81-year-old grandfather. He didn't want to come with us. He decided to stay, she says. He's old and can't run very fast, and we had to leave so quickly this morning. I don't know what's happening there now. It's so scary. I don't understand how you can shell peaceful people. We never wished harm on anyone. We were friends with Russia. We have relatives in Russia, she says. They just want to erase Ukraine from the face of the earth. It's that fear that is fueling a sense of desperation here.
So the minute they announce the next train going west, you can see everybody just scrambles to try to get on it.
Down below, the platform is packed, but people remain calm. They rush in to help an exhausted elderly woman who has fallen on the track. Close to departure time, confusion sets in. Another train arrives and people run across the tracks hoping to catch it. Finally, the train to Lviv arrives. There's pushing and shoving as people jostle for space. Let the women and children go first, one man shouts. Another weeps as he hugs his wife goodbye. Sonia, I love you, he calls out. He waits for the train to leave, eyes locked on the window, for what may be his last look.
Look how people here in Moldova are improvising to deal with the refugee crisis from neighboring Ukraine, turning a squash court into a place for refugees and for children, some of whom here have been on a bus for more than 70 hours traveling across the border to relative safety. This is a small country, just 2.5 million people, and it has already dealt with more than 230,000 people streaming across the borders from the war zone in Ukraine. They come to makeshift places like this and
Visuals there from the BJP headquarters. Those are the visuals. The Prime Minister there. The man of the moment. The Modi magic. He has arrived. Prime Minister Modi there arriving at the BJP headquarters. We can see Home Minister Amit Shah, BJP President JP Nadda waiting to greet the Prime Minister. Let's listen in. Let's dip into the audio.
Modi! 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 Narendra Modi! Narendra Modi! Narendra Modi! Narendra Modi! भारत माता की। माननीय राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जी माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का स्वागत कर रहे हैं। तालियों के गड़गड़ाहट के द्वारा आप लोग भी माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का ऐसे अभिवादन करें, अभिनंदन करें। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में 4 के चारों राज्यों में भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार पूर्ण बहुमत की आ चुकी है। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का हम लोग स्वागत अभिनंदन करते हैं। भारतीय जनता पार्टी के मुख्यालय में आ चुके हैं। गरीब है, शोषित है, वंचित है, किसान है, वह माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी को अपने मसीहा के रूप में देखता है। उनका लगातार उत्थान करने का काम कर रहे हैं और इसी के बदौलत जनता का पूरा समर्थन रहा है और भारतीय जनता पार्टी को ऐतिहासिक विजय हासिल हुई है।
The biggest brand of the BJP, brand Narendra Modi, arriving at the BJP headquarters. The BJP winning states after state because of the Modi magic. The implementation, the trickle down of the center schemes, the direct benefit transfer, the Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, all these schemes of the government of India has been a massive success, and it is the Prime Minister who is the architect, the person who has shaped these victories of the BJP. Arriving at the BJP headquarters, we can see JP Nadda, BJP President, welcoming Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and then he will be going inside. This is the gate on the other side of the BJP headquarters. That is BL Santosh, Organization General Secretary of the party. Then Prime Minister Modi will be making an appearance on the rooftop. We can see now, the camera is there as well. Prime Minister Modi at the BJP headquarters. This is the day that he has scripted for the party. This is the day that has been won by Prime Minister Narendra Modi for his party, the BJP. 4 states won by Prime Minister Modi. Pushkar Dhami may have lost, but the BJP has won the state of Uttarakhand decisively, convincingly. Manipur won by the BJP, Goa won by the BJP, and of course the big state of Uttar Pradesh won by Prime Minister Narendra Modi for his party. So clearly we have seen how election after election the Modi magic has swept India, and Prime Minister Modi, they are now taking the elevator to the first floor, and then he will be making an appearance on the rooftop and then walking down to place where the stage is set and the parliamentary board members of the BJP are waiting for the Prime Minister, where the address to the BJP Karyakartas will begin. Advaita, what is something that you'll be waiting and watching for in the Prime Minister's speech?
You know, the Prime Minister is always at work. So what you're going to see is really, this is meant to invigorate and to thank the cadre. Because remember, BJP is a cadre-based party. They're only as strong as their cadre is. And the Prime Minister is very cognizant of that. So this is really to enthuse the cadre, to thank them, to celebrate them. And then the celebration for the Prime Minister, at least, will be over after this address. And he's going to get right back at work. And then he's off to Gujarat tomorrow. And guess what's coming up in Gujarat later in the year? Another election. So the Prime Minister works 24/7. This is really something he's doing for the cadre, and they're waiting for him.
There he is. There he is. On the first floor, waving to the cadres, waving to the party Karyakartas. Let's listen in. Home Minister Amit Shah, other members of the BJP Parliamentary Board, Rajnath Singh, all of them present as Prime Minister Modi walks down those staircase from the first floor to the stage where we see the Prime Minister address. There he is, the Prime Minister of India, the BJP's biggest brand Narendra Modi, arriving at the BJP headquarters for the grand celebrations. Home Minister Amit Shah there, you can see him. Rajnath Singh, present.
इन सभी वर्गों का उत्थान करने वाले जो आज माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी को मसीहा के रूप में देखते हैं, आज माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का स्वागत अभिनंदन करते हैं। अब मैं निवेदन करूंगा मैं निवेदन करूंगा कि मंच पे उपस्थित माननीय राजनाथ सिंह जी, माननीय अमित शाह जी, माननीय नितिन गडकरी जी, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का माला पहना करके माननीय राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जी के साथ स्वागत अभिनंदन करेंगे। माननीय राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जी का भी अभिनंदन करते हैं। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जी और सभी पूर्व राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जी स्वागत
That
और
is
अभिनंदन
going
कर
to
रहे
be
हैं।
the image of the day. The BJP leaders greeting Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and with that garland you can see Nitin Gadkari, Rajnath Singh, Home Minister Amit Shah, JP Nadda, all of them greet Prime Minister Narendra Modi.
नरेंद्र मोदी, भारत माता की, भारतीय जनता पार्टी, भारतीय जनता पार्टी। अब मैं तरुण जी से निवेदन करूंगा कि माननीय राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जी का स्वागत करें पटका पहना करके।
Who has won the state, all the 4 states that the BJP was defending and winning it big. Nalin Mehta, we are looking at brand Narendra Modi here. I remember during the state of Bihar elections as well, it is the state which has been won by Prime Minister Narendra Modi for Nitish Kumar, and now again it is incumbency. It is high time we discuss elections differently and talk about pro-incumbency as well, Nalin Mehta.
I think the data is very clear on this, that for a very long time Indian politics, as you said, was described by anti-incumbency. But if you look at the last 6 or 7 years, there is a shift in that. There's this idea that every time you, ruling government goes to elections, you get voted out. That there's a shift in that. There is a shift happening in Indian politics. That's number one. Number two, I think it is being driven as much by ideology, but as by a nature, a shift in the change in governance. See, what happens, I think, is that as journalists, we often sort of hum and haw at large numbers of government money being spent because
हम सब के आदरणीय श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी, हमारे भारत के रक्षा मंत्री श्री राजनाथ सिंह जी, भारत के गृह मंत्री श्री अमित शाह जी और भारत सरकार में मंत्री पूर्व अध्यक्ष सम्माननीय नितिन गडकरी जी और यहां उपस्थित इस विजय मनाने के लिए एकत्र आए इतनी बड़ी संख्या में हमारे भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता बंधु और मीडिया और इलेक्ट्रॉनिक मीडिया और प्रिंट मीडिया के मेरे साथी, ये हम सबका सौभाग्य है कि आज चुनाव के नतीजे जो भारतीय जनता पार्टी के पक्ष में एक तरफा आए हैं, उसके विजय यात्रा के क्रम में आज इस सभा में इतनी बड़ी संख्या में सब आकर अपने यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री जी का स्वागत करने, अभिनंदन करने आए हैं। आप सबकी ओर से और करोड़ों भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं की ओर से मैं भारत के यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री आदरणीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी का हार्दिक अभिनंदन करता हूं, स्वागत करता हूं। आज जो नतीजे आए हैं, जिसमें हमें एक तरफा भारत की जनता का, 4 राज्यों का जो आशीर्वाद मिला है, ये आशीर्वाद में जो योगदान भारत की जनता ने किया है, वो इस बात को बताता है कि आदरणीय यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के द्वारा चलाए गए कार्यक्रम, उनके द्वारा प्रतिपादित किए गए नीतियां, इस नीति को, इन नीतियों को फिर से देश की जनता ने चुनाव में जीत हासिल करा करके मुहर लगाई है। इस बात के लिए मैं मतदाताओं का अपनी ओर से हार्दिक धन्यवाद देता हूं और साथ ही साथ प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी का अभिनंदन करता हूं कि उनके नेतृत्व में एक बार फिर से एनडीए, एक बार फिर से भारतीय जनता पार्टी को प्रचंड जीत हासिल हुई है और लोगों ने उनकी नीतियां और उनके कार्यक्रम को मुहर लगाई है। इसके लिए मैं पुनः उनको बधाई भी देता हूं, धन्यवाद भी देता हूं और आप सबकी ओर से, करोड़ों कार्यकर्ताओं की ओर से और मतदाताओं की ओर से उनका हार्दिक अभिनंदन करता हूं, स्वागत करता हूं। मित्रों, जो नतीजे आज आए हैं वो इस बात को बताते हैं कि ये नतीजे बहुत तरीके से पहली बार राजनीति के दृष्टि से कुछ इंगित करते हैं, कुछ दिशा देते हैं, कुछ जिसे हम कहते हैं कि रास्ता बताते हैं कि भारत की राजनीति मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में किस प्रकार से आगे बढ़ रही है। अगर हम उत्तर प्रदेश की बात करें तो यह पहला मौका है कि 4 बार लगातार मोदी जी को उत्तर प्रदेश की जनता ने लगातार आशीर्वाद दिया है। दो 2014 में प्रचंड जीत हासिल हुई थी उत्तर प्रदेश में लोकसभा में। 2017 में प्रचंड आशीर्वाद उत्तर प्रदेश की जनता ने दिया था और हमारी सरकार बनाई थी और 2019 में फिर से लोकसभा में भारतीय जनता पार्टी को मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में आशीर्वाद मिला था और इस बार फिर से 2022 में चौथी बार लगातार भारतीय जनता पार्टी को आशीर्वाद मिल रहा है। ये पहली बार 37 साल बाद हो रहा है कि उत्तर प्रदेश में लगातार कोई पार्टी की सरकार दोबारा आई है। ये 37 साल बाद उत्तर प्रदेश की धरती पर हो रहा है और हमारा वोट शेयर भी 42% से ज्यादा बढ़कर के आया है। इसी प्रकार अगर हम देखें तो उत्तराखंड जब से राज्य बना तब से हमेशा वहां सरकार बदलती रही, हर चुनाव में सरकार बदलती रही, लेकिन मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में उत्तराखंड का चुनाव लड़ा गया और उत्तराखंड की जनता ने भी फिर से दोबारा और पहली बार दोबारा सरकार बनाई है और उत्तराखंड में भी भारतीय जनता पार्टी को बहुमत दिया गया है। अगर हम बात करें मणिपुर की तो मणिपुर में भी पहली बार विशुद्ध भारतीय जनता पार्टी के बहुमत से अब हमारी सरकार बन रही है। यह परिस्थिति आई है, इसको भी हमको याद रखना चाहिए। और अगर हम गोवा की बात करें तो वहां हम इस बार हैट्रिक बनाने जा रहे हैं, तीसरी बार हम सरकार बनाने जा रहे हैं और वहां भी आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी की नीतियों का, कार्यक्रम का आशीर्वाद हम सबको मिला है और उसके कारण ये जीत हासिल हुई है। मित्रों, जहां हम आज 4 राज्यों में सरकार बनाने के लिए अपने बहुमत के साथ खड़े हैं, वहीं कल के नतीजे जो असम के म्युनिसिपल बोर्ड के आए, कॉरपोरेशन के, आपको जानकर खुशी होगी कि 80 म्युनिसिपल बोर्ड, म्युनिसिपल कॉरपोरेशन में 77 में भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने जीत हासिल की और आज वहां भी एक बाई इलेक्शन था मंझोली का, वह भी सीट प्रचंड मार्जिन के साथ भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने जीती है। इसलिए जिसे हम कहते हैं कि हमारी जनता ने मोदी जी को भरपूर आशीर्वाद दिया, एक तरफा आशीर्वाद दिया है और उनकी नीतियों के, उनके कार्यक्रमों को फिर से एक बार मुहर लगाई है। इस बात के लिए हम सबको बहुत बहुत मोदी जी का धन्यवाद देते हैं। मित्रों, चुनाव में एक बात कही गई कि कुछ पार्टियां हमारे खिलाफ जुट गई हैं और इसलिए वोट की मात्रा उनकी बढ़ जाएगी और वो जीत हासिल करेंगे। कई पत्रकार ये पूछा करते थे कि इतनी पार्टियों का जमावड़ा हो गया है, आप किस तरीके से इसको देखते हैं? मैं उस समय भी कहता था कि यदि नेता मिल जाएं और पार्टियां मिल जाएं तो वोटर नहीं मिलता है, वोटर अपनी रक्षा करना खुद जानता है। इस बात को हमको याद रखना। और मैंने ये भी कहा था कि चुनाव सिर्फ मैथमेटिक्स नहीं है, चुनाव सिर्फ अरिथमेटिक नहीं है, चुनाव केमिस्ट्री है। और जब मैं केमिस्ट्री बोलता हूं तो हम सबको ये याद रखना चाहिए कि भारत की जनता, गरीब जनता, वंचित जनता, पीड़ित, शोषित, दलित, हमारी महिलाएं, हमारी बहनें, हमारा युवा साथी, हमारा किसान आज अगर अपनी केमिस्ट्री जोड़ता है तो वो नरेंद्र मोदी जी के साथ जोड़ता है। इस बात को हमको याद रखना चाहिए। ये रसायन शास्त्र का मोदी जी की गरीबों के प्रति, जो वंचित थे, पीड़ित थे, शोषित थे, समाज के अंतिम पायदान पर खड़े थे, उनको सशक्तिकरण देने का काम मोदी जी ने किया, प्रधानमंत्री जी ने किया। और इसलिए रसायन शास्त्र का गरीब व्यक्ति को, जो वंचित था, उसको रस मिलता है तो वो आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी की नीतियों से मिलता है, कार्यक्रमों से मिलता है। इसको हमको याद रखना चाहिए। मित्रों, जब हम गांव, गरीब, वंचित, पीड़ित, शोषित, दलित इनकी बात करते हैं तो हम साथ में यह भी कहते हैं कि चाहे उजाला हो, उज्ज्वला हो, सौभाग्य हो, आयुष्मान हो, प्रधानमंत्री गरीब कल्याण अन्न योजना हो, प्रधानमंत्री किसान सम्मान निधि हो, ये सारे के सारे कार्यक्रम साधारण व्यक्ति का सशक्तिकरण करते हैं। और वो साधारण व्यक्ति जब चुनाव आता है तो अपना कीमती मत को संभाल कर रखता है और मोदी जी के नाम पर वो कमल के निशान पर बटन दबाता है। आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने भारत की राजनीति की संस्कृति बदली है। आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने भारत की राजनीति की संस्कृति बदली है। लंबे समय तक एक राजनीति चल रही थी। वह राजनीति थी भाई भतीजावाद, भ्रष्टाचार, सांप्रदायिकता, जातिवाद, परिवारवाद, क्षेत्रवाद। इनकी राजनीति लंबे समय से चल रही थी। लेकिन आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने भारत की राजनीति बदल दी, उसकी संस्कृति बदल दी। अब रिपोर्ट कार्ड की राजनीति है। काम करोगे, जनता के बीच में जाओगे और जनता का आशीर्वाद लोगे। आज विकास की राजनीति है, आज सशक्तिकरण की राजनीति है, आज महिला सशक्तिकरण की राजनीति है, आज युवा सशक्तिकरण की राजनीति है, आज किसानों के सशक्तिकरण की राजनीति है। आज जो व्यक्ति समाज के अंतिम पायदान पर खड़ा था, जिसको कोई पूछता नहीं था, वोट का आधार मानता था, वोट बैंक पॉलिटिक्स करता था, उसको मुख्य धारा में लाने का काम और सशक्तिकरण का काम किया है तो आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने किया है, उनकी नीतियों ने किया है। मित्रों, जब मैं उत्तर प्रदेश की बात करता हूं तो हम जानते हैं 5 साल पहले वहां भय का वातावरण था, भ्रष्टाचार था, माफिया राज था, गुंडागर्दी थी, आतंकवादी दंडनाते थे, उनको नेताओं का संरक्षण मिलता था। लेकिन योगी जी ने लॉ एंड ऑर्डर को कंट्रोल करके वहां पर भय मुक्त समाज और भय मुक्त प्रदेश बनाने का काम किया तो आदरणीय योगी जी ने किया। और उत्तर प्रदेश की जनता ने भरपूर आशीर्वाद दिया। अभी मैं नतीजे देख रहा था, हम 2/3 बहुमत की तरफ बढ़ रहे हैं। यह परिस्थिति आकर के खड़ी हुई है। जो माफिया राज दंडनाते थे वो आज जेलों में बंद है। जो लोग भय का वातावरण बनाते थे वो आज खुद भयभीत है। यह परिस्थिति आज योगी जी ने की है, इसका भी हम सबको ध्यान रखना चाहिए और उनका भी हम धन्यवाद करें। अगर हम मणिपुर की बात करें, प्रधानमंत्री जी ने नॉर्थ ईस्ट का, ये पहले प्रधानमंत्री हैं जिन्होंने एक्ट ईस्ट पॉलिसी, पूर्व की ओर देखो और काम करो, पूर्व को संभालो और मुख्य धारा में शामिल करो। 50 बार आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी नॉर्थ ईस्ट में आपका प्रवास हुआ है और आपने उनके दर्द को समझा है और उनको राहत दिलाई है और मुख्य धारा में उनको लाए हैं। यही नॉर्थ ईस्ट बंद, ब्लॉकेड के लिए जाना जाता था, आज शांति और विकास के लिए जाना जाता है। और मणिपुर में भी पहली बार विशुद्ध भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार बनी है। अगर हम बात करें उत्तराखंड की तो यह भी हम दोबारा जीत करके आ रहे हैं, पहली बार मौका मिला और यहां भी विकास हर दृष्टि से हो रहा है। और जो मोदी जी ने कहा कि उत्तराखंड अगले दशक उत्तराखंड का होगा, इसको उत्तराखंड की जनता ने अपनाया है, समझा है, जाना है और भारतीय जनता पार्टी को मुहर लगाई है। मित्रों, अगर ये हम सब लोग यहां बैठे हैं बिना मास्क के और नजदीक बैठे हैं, ये संभव अगर हुआ है तो आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के अथक प्रयास से हुआ है। जो 180 करोड़ लोगों को वैक्सीनेशन देकर डबल डोज उनको तैयार किया है। जब पाश्चात्य देश मुसीबत में अपने आप को पाते हैं तो 130 करोड़ का देश मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में सुरक्षित दिखता है। इस बात को भी हमको याद रखना है। आर्थिक स्थिति में जो विकास हुआ है कोरोना के पश्चात, आज भारत की आर्थिक स्थिति जिसको दुनिया के मान रही है कि एक फास्टेस्ट ग्रोइंग इकोनॉमी के तरीके से आगे बढ़ रहा है, यह भी दूरदृष्टि बताती है हमारे आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री। आज हम सब लोग नहीं रहूंगा, मैं इस मंच से जहां आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी को धन्यवाद देता हूं, सभी केंद्रीय नेताओं को धन्यवाद देता हूं, सभी हमारे प्रदेश के नेताओं को धन्यवाद देता हूं, वहीं मैं अपने करोड़ों करोड़ों कार्यकर्ताओं को बधाई और धन्यवाद देता हूं। कार्यकर्ताओं ने जमीन पर जाकर अथक प्रयास किया। क्या नेता, क्या कार्यकर्ता, क्या विस्तारक, क्या हमारे प्रवासी कार्यकर्ता, सबने अपना पूरी ताकत लगाई और आपकी जमीन पर मेहनत रंग लाई और मोदी जी की नीतियों को वोट में परिवर्तित करने में आपने अपना योगदान दिया। मैं आप सबको भी इसके लिए बधाई देता हूं और धन्यवाद देता हूं। इसी तरीके से हम लोगों ने आगे बढ़ना है और 2024 में भी इससे और आगे बढ़ करके जाना है और आप सब कार्यकर्ताओं ने अथक प्रयास अपना जारी रखना है, ऐसा मैं आपसे निवेदन करना चाहता हूं। आपके राष्ट्रभक्ति को मैं सलाम करता हूं। आपके राष्ट्रभक्ति के साथ, पार्टी के साथ खड़े होकर के कार्य को करने की मैं साधुवाद देता हूं और इसी प्रकार से हम सब लोगों ने आगे बढ़ना है और भारत को मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में यशस्वी बनाना है। इस काम को, इस लक्ष्य को लेकर हम चलेंगे। इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। आप सब लोगों ने मिला। गरीब शोषित वंचित के लगातार उत्थान करने वाले उनके मसीहा के रूप में माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी विश्व के सबसे लोकप्रिय नेता हैं। मैं माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी से निवेदन करता हूं कि यहाँ पे बैठे हुए कार्यकर्ताओं, करोड़ों कार्यकर्ताओं को संबोधित करें। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, भारत माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की। आज उत्साह का दिन है, उत्सव का दिन है। ये उत्सव भारत के लोकतंत्र के लिए है। मैं इन चुनावों में हिस्सा लेने वाले सभी मतदाताओं को बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। उनके निर्णय के लिए मतदाताओं का आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। विशेष रूप से हमारी माताओं बहनों ने, हमारे युवाओं ने जिस प्रकार भारतीय जनता पार्टी को भरपूर समर्थन दिया है, वो अपने आप में बहुत बड़ा संदेश है। मुझे इस बात का भी संतोष है कि फर्स्ट टाइम वोटर्स ने बढ़ चढ़कर मतदान में हिस्सा लिया और भाजपा की जीत पक्की की। चुनाव के दौरान भाजपा के कार्यकर्ताओं ने मुझसे वादा किया था कि इस बार होली 10 मार्च से ही शुरू हो जाएगी। हमारे कर्मठ कार्यकर्ताओं ने ये विजय ध्वज फहरा करके इस वायदे को पूरा करके दिखाया है। मैं भाजपा के सभी कार्यकर्ताओं की भूरी भूरी प्रशंसा करूंगा, जिन्होंने दिन रात देखे बिना इन चुनावों में कड़ी मेहनत की। हमारे कार्यकर्ता जनता जनार्दन का दिल जीतने में, जनता जनार्दन का विश्वास जीतने में सफल रहे और पूरे पार्टी का नेतृत्व जिन्होंने किया, कार्यकर्ताओं ने को जिन्होंने लगातार मार्गदर्शन किया, ऐसे हमारे राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष श्रीमान जगत प्रकाश नड्डा जी को भी मैं बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन करता हूं, बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। पार्टी के हर छोटे मोटे सभी कार्यकर्ताओं ने उनके अथक परिश्रम से आज एनडीए के लिए जीत का चौका लगाया है। साथियों, उत्तर प्रदेश ने देश को लेकिन 5 साल का कार्यकाल पूरा करने वाले किसी मुख्यमंत्री के दोबारा चुने जाने का ये पहला उदाहरण है। दूसरी बार सत्ता में आई है। 3 राज्य यूपी, गोवा और मणिपुर में सरकार में होने के बावजूद बीजेपी के वोट शेयर में वृद्धि हुई है। गोवा में सारे एग्जिट पोल गलत निकल गए और वहां की जनता ने तीसरी बार सेवा करने का मौका दिया है। 10 साल तक सत्ता में रहने के बाद भी राज्य में बीजेपी की सीटों की संख्या बढ़ी है। उत्तराखंड में भी भाजपा ने नया इतिहास रचा है। राज्य में पहली बार कोई पार्टी लगातार दूसरी बार सत्ता में आई है। यानी सीमा से सटा एक पहाड़ी राज्य, एक समुद्र तटीय राज्य और एक मां गंगा का विशेष आशीर्वाद प्राप्त एक राज्य और पूर्वोत्तर सीमा पर एक राज्य, भाजपा को चारों दिशाओं से आशीर्वाद मिला है। इन राज्यों की चुनौतियां भिन्न है, सबकी विकास की यात्रा का मार्ग भिन्न है, लेकिन सबको जो बात एक सूत्र में पिरो रही है वो है भाजपा पर विश्वास। भाजपा की नीति, भाजपा की नीयत और भाजपा के निर्णयों पर अपार विश्वास। साथियों, ये चुनाव नतीजे भाजपा की प्रो पूवर, प्रो एक्टिव गवर्नेंस पर एक प्रकार से बड़ी मजबूत मोहर लगाते हैं। पहले जनता अपने ही हक के लिए सरकार के दरवाजे खटखटाकर थक जाती थी। बिजली, पानी, गैस, टेलीफोन, बहुत बुनियादी सुविधाओं के लिए, सामान्य जरूरतों के लिए सरकारी दफ्तरों के चक्कर काटने पड़ते थे, पैसे देने पड़ते थे। कुछ साधन संपन्न लोगों तक सुविधा पहुंचने के रास्ते अलग थे, पहुंच जाती थी। देश में गरीबों के नाम पर घोषणाएं बहुत हुई, योजनाएं भी बहुत बनी, लेकिन उस योजनाओं का जो हकदार था, जिस गरीब का उस पर हक था, उसके लिए ये हक उसको मिले बिना परेशानी को मिले, उसके लिए गुड गवर्नेंस, डिलीवरी, इसका बड़ा महत्व होता है। लेकिन भाजपा इस बात को समझती है और मैं लंबे अरसे तक मुख्यमंत्री के नाते काम करके आया हूं, इसलिए मुझे पता है कि आखिरी इंसान की सुविधा के लिए कितनी मेहनत करनी चाहिए। बीते वर्षों में हमने
गवर्नेंस डिलीवरी सिस्टम तो बेहतर किया ही, साथ साथ पूरी प्रक्रिया में पारदर्शिता भी लाए हैं। भाजपा गरीब को भरोसा देती है कि प्रत्येक गरीब तक सरकार ने निर्णय की हुई सुविधाएं जरूर पहुंचेगी। और मैं गरीब के घर तक उसका हक पहुंचाए बिना चैन से बैठने वाला इंसान नहीं। 2 दशक से भी ज्यादा समय तक हेड ऑफ द गवर्नमेंट के रूप में सेवा करने का मुझे सौभाग्य मिला है। सरकार में कितनी दिक्कतें होती हैं, गवर्नेंस में कितनी दिक्कतें होती हैं, इसको भली भांति जानता हूं। उसके बावजूद भी मैंने एक ऐसी हिम्मत की है, शायद कोई न कर पाए। और वो हिम्मत मैंने लाल किले से 15 अगस्त को मेरे भाषण में उसको व्यक्त किया था। मैंने कहा था कि अब भाजपा को जहां जहां सेवा करने का मौका मिलेगा, हम हर योजना के जो हकदार हैं उनके लिए 100% सैचुरेशन, यानी काम को 100% पूरा करना, हर गरीब तक हर सरकारी योजना का लाभ पहुंचाना, ये 100% की कल्पना करना 2 दशक से ज्यादा समय सरकार का काम करने के बाद मैं कहता हूं, ये बहुत बड़ी हिम्मत की है मैंने। और ये हिम्मत मैंने इसलिए की है कि जब ईमानदारी होती है, नीयत साफ होती है, गरीबों के प्रति करुणा होती है, देश का कल्याण यही जीवन का मंत्र होता है, तो फिर ऐसे निर्णय करने की ताकत पैदा होती है। हम हर गरीब तक पहुंचेंगे, हम हर गरीब तक पहुंचेंगे, 100% लाभार्थियों तक पहुंचेंगे। भाई और बहनों, आज मैं देश की महिलाओं, हमारी बहन बेटियों को विशेष रूप से नमन करता हूं। चुनाव के नतीजों में मेरी इन माताओं बहनों का, बेटियों का बहुत बड़ा योगदान है। ये हमारा सौभाग्य है कि भाजपा को बहनों, बेटियों, माताओं ने इतना स्नेह दिया है, इतना आशीर्वाद मिला है। जहां जहां महिला मतदाताओं ने पुरुषों के मुकाबले ज्यादा वोट किया है, वहां बीजेपी को बम्पर जीत मिली है। एक प्रकार से हमारी माताएं बहनें, हमारी बेटियां, हमारी ये स्त्री शक्ति भाजपा की जीत की सारथी बनी है। मैं जब गुजरात में था तो कभी कभी कुछ ऐसी घटनाएं हो जाती थी कि लोग चिंता करते थे, मोदी जी आपकी सुरक्षा का क्या, आप चिंता क्यों नहीं करते, अपने आप को क्यों संभालते नहीं हैं। तो मैं एक ही जवाब देता था कि कोटि कोटि माताओं का, स्त्री शक्ति का मुझे सुरक्षा कवच मिला हुआ है। साथियों, भारत की माताएं, बहन, बेटियां निरंतर भाजपा पर विश्वास कर रही है। उनको पहली बार विश्वास मिला है कि सरकार उनकी छोटी से छोटी जरूरतों को भी ध्यान में रखती है। साथियों, इन चुनावों के नतीजों ने एक बात और साफ कर दी है कि यूपी की जनता को, और मैं सभी ज्ञानियों को कहता हूं कि देश की भलाई के लिए अब पुरानी घिसी पिटी रिकॉर्ड छोड़ के जरा नए सिरे से सोचना शुरू कीजिए। इस देश के लिए बड़ी दुख की बात है। मैं स्वयं बहुत दुख अनुभव करता था जब ये ज्ञानी लोग यूपी की जनता को सिर्फ और सिर्फ जातिवाद के तराजू से तोलते थे, जातिवाद की दृष्टि से देखते थे। मैं समझता हूं कि उत्तर प्रदेश के नागरिकों को जातिवाद की बाड़ाबंदी में बांध करके वे उन जातियों का अपमान करते थे, उन नागरिकों का अपमान करते थे, पूरे उत्तर प्रदेश का अपमान करते थे। कुछ लोग ये कहकर यूपी को बदनाम करते हैं कि यहां के चुनाव में तो जाति ही चलती है। लेकिन भाइयों बहनों, उत्तर प्रदेश के लोगों ने दिखा दिया है। 2014 के चुनाव नतीजे देखें, 2017, 2019 के नतीजे देखें और अब फिर 22 में भी देख रहे हैं। हर बार यूपी के लोगों ने सिर्फ और सिर्फ विकासवाद की राजनीति को ही चुना है। यूपी के लोगों ने इन लोगों को यह सबक दिया है और यह सबक उनको सीखना होगा। यूपी के गरीब से गरीब व्यक्ति ने, यूपी में गांव में रहने वाला व्यक्ति हो, पढ़ा लिखा हो या अनपढ़ हो, यूपी के हर मतदाता ने, हर नागरिक ने एक सबक दिया है कि जाति की गरिमा, जाति का मान देश को जोड़ने के लिए होना चाहिए, देश को तोड़ने के लिए नहीं होना चाहिए। और ये करके दिखाया है, 4 चुनावों में करके दिखाया है। वैसे आज मैं ये भी कहूंगा कि 2019 के चुनाव नतीजों के बाद कुछ पॉलिटिकल ज्ञानियों ने कहा था 2019 में जब लोकसभा में हम दोबारा जीत करके आए तो उस ज्ञानियों ने कहा था कि भाई इस 2019 के जीत में क्या है, ये तो 2017 में ही तय हो गई थी, क्योंकि 2017 में यूपी का रिजल्ट आया था। मैं मानता हूं इस बार भी ये ज्ञानी जरूर कहने की हिम्मत करेंगे कि 2022 के नतीजों ने 2024 के नतीजे तय कर दिए हैं। मैं आज पंजाब के भाजपा कार्यकर्ताओं की भी विशेष प्रशंसा करूंगा। उन्होंने विपरीत परिस्थितियों में जिस प्रकार पार्टी का झंडा बुलंद किया है, वो आने वाले समय में पंजाब में भाजपा की मजबूती को, देश की मजबूती को एक अहम स्थान के रूप में विकसित करेंगे, ये मेरा पूरा विश्वास है। पंजाब में भाजपा एक शक्ति के रूप में उभरनी है, ये मैं अपनी आंखों के सामने देख रहा हूं दोस्तों। सीमावर्ती राज्य होने के नाते पंजाब को अलगाववादी राजनीति से सतर्क रखना भाजपा का कार्यकर्ता जान की बाजी लगा करके भी इस काम को करता रहेगा। आने वाले 5 सालों में भाजपा का हर कार्यकर्ता वहां इस दायित्व को जोर शोर से निभाने वाला है। ये विश्वास मैं पंजाब की जनता को आज देना चाहता हूं। साथियों, ये चुनाव ऐसे समय में हुए हैं जब दुनिया 100 साल के सबसे बड़े कोरोना जैसी महामारी के संकट से लड़ रही है। पूरी मानव जात, पूरा विश्व 100 साल में ऐसी बीमारी नहीं देखी, ऐसी मुसीबत से लड़ना नहीं पड़ा है। ये जैसे कुछ कम था तो युद्ध ने भी विश्व की चिंताएं बढ़ाई हैं। इन परिस्थितियों में दुनिया भर की सप्लाई चेन छिन्न भिन्न हो गई है। 2 साल से सप्लाई चेन पर बहुत ही विपरीत प्रभाव हुआ और युद्ध ने उसमें और जोड़ दिया। इन चुनौतियों से निपटने के लिए भारत ने जो कदम उठाए, आर्थिक स्तर पर जो फैसले लिए, गरीब कल्याण के जो फैसले लिए, उन सभी ने भारत को संभल कर आगे बढ़ने में बहुत मदद की। भारत बच पाया है क्योंकि हमारी नीतियां जमीन से जुड़ी रही। हमारी नीतियां जमीन से जुड़ी रही और हमारे प्रयास निष्ठा और नियत की पटरी पर अविरत आगे बढ़ते रहे। जहां जहां डबल इंजन की सरकार रही, वहां पर जनता के हितों की डबल सुरक्षा हुई और विकास के कार्यों की गति भी तेज हुई। इस समय जो युद्ध चल रहा है, उसका प्रभाव प्रत्यक्ष और परोक्ष रूप से दुनिया के हर देश पर पड़ रहा है। भारत शांति के पक्ष में है, बातचीत से हर समस्या को सुलझाने के पक्ष में है। लेकिन जो देश सीधे जंग लड़ रहे हैं, भारत का उनसे आर्थिक दृष्टि से, सुरक्षा की दृष्टि से, शिक्षा की दृष्टि से, राजनीतिक दृष्टि से नाता है। भारत की बहुत सारी जरूरतें इन देशों से जुड़ी हुई हैं। भारत बाहर से जो कच्चा तेल मंगाता है, पाम ऑयल मंगाता है, सनफ्लावर ऑयल मंगाता है, उसकी कीमत भी अंतर्राष्ट्रीय बाजार में बहुत तेजी से बढ़ रही है। कोयला हो, गैस हो, फर्टिलाइजर हो, सभी की कीमतों में पूरी दुनिया में कल्पना बाहर का उछाल आ रहा है। युद्ध के कारण पूरी दुनिया में महंगाई बढ़ रही है। विकासशील देशों को विशेष रूप से कठिनाई का सामना करना पड़ रहा है। साथियों, इस वैश्विक संदर्भ में इन कठिनाइयों के बीच इस बार के बजट पर नजर डालें तो एक विश्वास पैदा होता है। देश आत्मनिर्भर भारत अभियान के मार्ग पर आगे बढ़ रहा है। इस भावना को इस बार के बजट से और ऊर्जा मिली है और मैं मानता हूं कि दुनिया भर में बने निर्माण हुए इस विपरीत वातावरण में, उथल पुथल से भरे माहौल में, अनिश्चितता से भरे माहौल में भारत की जनता ने विशेष करके उत्तर प्रदेश जैसे राज्यों ने अपनी दूरदृष्टि का परिचय दिया है। भारत के मतदाताओं ने जिस तरह इन चुनावों में स्थिर सरकारों के लिए वोट दिया, वो इस बात का प्रतिबिंब है कि लोकतंत्र भारतीयों की रगों में है। लेकिन भाई और बहनों, आज इस अवसर पर मैं देश के सामने अपनी कुछ चिंताएं भी रखना चाहता हूं। देश का नागरिक तो बहुत जिम्मेदारी के साथ देश के हित में अपना काम कर रहा है। जब भी उसको अवसर मिलता है वो जिम्मेदारी के साथ पेश आता है। देश का सामान्य नागरिक राष्ट्र निर्माण में जुटा है, लेकिन हमारे यहां कुछ लोग लगातार राजनीति का स्तर गिराते जा रहे हैं। कोरोना के इस समय में भी हमने देखा है कि इन लोगों ने देशवासियों को गुमराह करने की लगातार कोशिश की। वैक्सीनेशन के हमारे प्रयासों की दुनिया प्रशंसा कर रही है, लेकिन इस पवित्र कार्य पर, मानवता के कार्य पर, सेवा के कार्य पर, भारत की वैक्सीन पर भी सवाल उठाए गए। दुर्भाग्य की बात है, जब यूक्रेन में हजारों भारतीय विद्यार्थी, हमारे छात्र, हमारे नागरिक फंसे हुए थे, तब भी देश का मनोबल तोड़ने की बातें हो रही थी। जो वहां फंसे थे उनके परिवारों की चिंता बढ़ाने का काम हो रहा था। ये लोग उन बच्चों में असुरक्षा की भावना बढ़ा रहे थे, यहां उनके परिवार वालों की चिंता बढ़ा रहे थे। इतना ही नहीं, इन लोगों ने ऑपरेशन गंगा को भी प्रदेशवाद की बेड़ियों में बांधने की कोशिश की। हर योजना को, हर कार्य को क्षेत्रवाद, प्रदेशवाद, जातिवाद, संप्रदायवाद का रंग देने का प्रयास भारत के उज्जवल भविष्य के लिए बहुत बड़ी चिंता का विषय है। साथियों, इन चुनावों में मैंने लगातार विकास की बात की। गरीबों को घर, गरीबों को राशन, वैक्सीन, आधुनिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, हर विषय पर भाजपा का विजन लोगों के सामने रखा। इसके साथ ही जिस एक बात पर मैंने सबसे ज्यादा चिंता जताई थी, वो थी गौर परिवारवाद। मैंने राज्यों के लोगों को बताया कि कैसे मैं किसी परिवार के खिलाफ नहीं हूं, न ही मेरी किसी की व्यक्तिगत दुश्मनी है। मैं लोकतंत्र की चिंता करता हूं और मैं सभी ज्ञानियों को कहता हूं, जरा लोकतंत्र के तराजू पर इन चीजों को तोल के देखो। और मैंने लोगों को बताया कैसे परिवारवादी राजनीति ने उनके राज्य का कितना नुकसान किया है, राज्य को पीछे ले जा रहा है। और मुझे खुशी है कि मतदाताओं ने इस बात को समझते हुए भी इस चुनाव में अपना वोट दिया है, लोकतंत्र की ताकत को मजबूत किया। साथियों, ये लगातार बहस बहुत जरूरी है। भारत जैसे लोकतंत्र में और देश को जिस ऊंचाई पर ले जाना है, उसको ध्यान में रखते हुए जिन मुद्दों को मैं उठा रहा हूं, उसको निरपेक्ष भाव से बहस होना जरूरी है। भारत में परिवारवादी राजनीति का, ये मेरे शब्द लिख करके रखिए दोस्तों, एक न एक दिन ऐसा आएगा जब भारत में परिवारवादी राजनीति का सूर्यास्त ये देश के नागरिक करके रहेंगे। इस चुनाव में देश के मतदाताओं ने अपनी सूझबूझ का परिचय दिखाते हुए ये क्या होने वाला है, इसका इशारा कर दिया है। साथियों, आज एक और विषय में देश के लोगों के सामने रखना चाहता हूं। ये विषय है भ्रष्टाचार के खिलाफ कार्रवाई को रोकने की साजिश। आप मुझे बताइए साथियों, क्या भ्रष्टाचार के खिलाफ कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए कि नहीं होनी चाहिए? भ्रष्टाचार करने वालों पर कड़ी कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए कि नहीं होनी चाहिए? ये भ्रष्टाचार रूपी दिमाग देश में से नष्ट होनी चाहिए कि नहीं होनी चाहिए? साथियों, हमारे देश में भ्रष्टाचार के खिलाफ लोगों में, भ्रष्टाचारियों के खिलाफ, ऐसे लोगों के प्रति एक भयंकर नफरत का भाव रहता है। देश की गाढ़ी कमाई को लूटकर अपनी तिजोरी भरने की ये प्रवृत्ति कुछ लोगों की पहचान के साथ जुड़ गई है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी 2014 में एक ईमानदार सरकार का वायदा करके चुनाव जीती थी और हमारी ईमानदारी को देखकर 2019 में जनता ने हमें और ज्यादा आशीर्वाद दिया। और देश हमसे अपेक्षा करता है कि मोदी जी, आपकी सरकार सिर्फ प्रामाणिक रहे इतना इनफ नहीं है। आप ही हैं, आप ही की सरकार है जो भ्रष्टाचारियों को सजा कर सकती है, उन पर कठोर से कठोर कार्रवाई कर सकती है। मुझे बताइए, जनता की इस अपेक्षा को मुझे पूरा करना चाहिए कि नहीं करना चाहिए? जनता की आशा आकांक्षा के लिए सरकार ने जिम्मेवार व्यवहार करना चाहिए कि नहीं करना चाहिए? लेकिन आज हम देख रहे हैं जो निष्पक्ष संस्थाएं जो पूरी तरह इंडिपेंडेंट हैं, वे अगर भ्रष्टाचार के खिलाफ कार्रवाई करते हैं तो ये लोग और उनका पूरा इकोसिस्टम अब भ्रष्टाचारियों की रक्षा करने के लिए उन संस्थाओं को बदनाम करने के लिए मैदान में आ गए हैं। ये देश का कितना बड़ा दुर्भाग्य है कि घोटालों से घिरे लोग एकजुट होकर अब अपनी इकोसिस्टम की मदद से इन संस्थाओं पर ही दबाव बनाने लगे हैं। जांच एजेंसियों को रोकने के लिए ये लोग अपने इकोसिस्टम के साथ मिलकर नए नए तरीके खोजते हैं। इन लोगों को देश की न्यायपालिका पर भी भरोसा नहीं है। पहले हजारों करोड़ रुपए का भ्रष्टाचार करो, फिर जांच भी नहीं होने दो और जांच करे तो उस पर दबाव बनाओ। ये इन लोगों की प्रवृत्ति है। और देश के लोगों को एक और बात पर मैं ध्यान देना के लिए आकर्षित करना चाहता हूं। ये लोग किसी भ्रष्टाचारी पर कार्रवाई होते ही उसे धर्म का रंग देते हैं, प्रदेश का रंग दे देते हैं, जाति का रंग देने लगते हैं। ये नए तौर तरीके शुरू हुए हैं। किसी माफिया के खिलाफ अदालत कोई फैसला सुना देती है तो भी उसे ये लोग धर्म और जाति से जोड़ देते हैं। ऐसे में भारत के मैं सभी संप्रदायों से आग्रह करता हूं, मैं सभी जाति पे गर्व करने वाले ईमानदार लोगों से आग्रह करना चाहता हूं। उन सबको सोचना होगा कि ऐसे भ्रष्टाचारियों, ऐसे माफियाओं को अपने समाज से, अपने संप्रदाय से, अपनी जाति से दूर करने की हिम्मत करें। इससे समाज भी मजबूत होगा, संप्रदाय भी मजबूत होगा और हर व्यक्ति का भला होगा। और यूपी में हमारी विजय का एक कारण यह भी है कि वहां के लोगों ने कई दशकों से ऐसी राजनीति का बहुत नुकसान सहा है। मैं बनारस का सांसद होने के नाते यूपी के लोगों के प्यार और आशीर्वाद ने मुझे भी यूपी वाला बना दिया है। मैं बनारस का सांसद होने के नाते मेरे अनुभव से कह सकता हूं, यूपी के लोग ये बात समझ चुके हैं कि जाति को बदनाम करने वालों से, संप्रदाय को बदनाम करने वालों से अब दूर रहना है और राज्य के विकास को ही सर्वोच्च प्राथमिकता देनी है। साथियों, आजादी के 75वें वर्ष को देखते हुए भी इन चुनाव परिणामों का बहुत महत्व है। भारत आजादी के अमृत काल में प्रवेश कर रहा है। ये चुनाव परिणाम आने वाले 25 वर्षों के हमारे राष्ट्रीय संकल्पों के प्रति देश के मिजाज को, देश के मूड को प्रतिबिंबित करते हैं। यहां से हम दो पटरियों पर एक साथ तेजी से काम करने वाले हैं। एक तरफ गांव, गरीब, छोटे किसान, लघु उद्यमी, उनके कल्याण पर हमारा जोर है। वहीं दूसरी तरफ देश के संसाधनों, देश की युवा शक्ति को नए अवसर देकर हम आत्मनिर्भरता के मिशन को तेज करना चाहते हैं। भारत का युवा आज अपने हुनर से, अपने बुद्धि के बल से और अपनी क्षमता के उपयोग से दुनिया को समाधान दे रहा है। दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा और सबसे तेज टीकाकरण अभियान आज के भारत के सामर्थ्य का बड़ा उदाहरण है। आज भारत डिजिटल पेमेंट सिस्टम में आत्मनिर्भर हो रहा है। स्टार्टअप के क्षेत्र में अपना सामर्थ्य बढ़ा रहा है और तकनीक के क्षेत्र में नई नई उपलब्धियां प्राप्त कर रहा है। और यह सब हो रहा है उसकी युवा शक्ति के कारण। भारत में शिक्षा का स्तर उच्च कोटि का हो, जो देश और दुनिया की जरूरतों को पूरा करने वाली वर्कफोर्स तैयार कर सके, यह हमारा संकल्प है। आज एक ऐसे नए भारत का निर्माण हो रहा है जहां आपकी पहचान आप से होती है। मुझे विश्वास है सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास और सबका प्रयास के मंत्र पर चलते हुए हम अपने अपने राज्यों को नई ऊंचाई पर लेके जाएंगे। जब देश के हर राज्य का विकास होगा तो देश का भी विकास होगा। और मुझे तो मैं गुजरात में इतने साल काम किया, दिल्ली में सरकार भारतीय जनता पार्टी को अच्छा मानने वाली सरकार नहीं थी। हमारी सरकार में रोड़े अटकाने के सोच वाली सरकार थी। फिर भी गुजरात में हमारा मंत्र यही था, भारत के विकास के लिए गुजरात का विकास। साथियों, हमें जुट जाना है, एक पल भी गंवाना नहीं है। चुनौतियां कितनी ही कठिन क्यों न हो, लेकिन जीतने का संकल्प उससे भी बड़ा होता है। बड़े संकल्पों के साथ, बड़े सपनों के साथ ऊंची सी ऊंची ऊंचाइयों को पार करने के इरादे के साथ देश को आगे बढ़ाना है। साथियों, इतना बड़ा भव्य विजय भारत के उज्जवल भविष्य की ये गारंटी है। मैं एक बार फिर भारत के उज्जवल भविष्य के लिए ये जो निर्णायक मतदान किया है, इसलिए हमारे मतदाता अभिनंदन के बहुत अधिकारी है। आइए दोनों हाथ ऊपर करके तालियों के गड़गड़ाहट के साथ सभी मतदाताओं का अभिनंदन करें, मतदाताओं का आभार व्यक्त करें, मतदाताओं का गौरवगान करें। भारत माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Modi there addressing the karyakartas or the workers of the party, enthusing them, thanking them, and motivating them for future battles. He has highlighted lots of aspects about the journey, the difficult times that India faced during COVID-19 pandemic, and how it was a government which was determined to fight. And now we can see all the leaders along with Prime Minister Modi. They are going, perhaps Prime Minister will be leaving the BJP headquarters shortly. A motivating speech there, Radhika, setting the tone tenor for 2024. But before that, an important battle that is coming later this year, but also the message to the Mahila voter that we have been talking about, the Nari Shakti.
Yeah, absolutely. I assume you're talking about the battle in Gujarat, right?
Yes.
Yeah, of course, before that you have the MCD polls in Delhi as well, which the BJP will treat almost as earnestly as it treated Uttar Pradesh. You know, in Gujarat was the first state where I noticed how the BJP created a constituency of women, a separate constituency of women across the caste divide.
And that was Prime Minister Modi as Chief Minister of Gujarat.
As Chief Minister. It didn't quite happen in his predecessor Keshubhai Patel's time. It was Modi who's created a gender constituency. So that was very important. And the messaging was on various levels. It was, of course, security was an issue. There was welfare. There was, of course, housing. Gujarat, by the way, is not very big on populist schemes. It was primarily to do with law and order, which the BJP always emphasized was very bad when the Congress was in power. In Uttar Pradesh, he's taken it to another level altogether by infusing welfarism to address and create a constituency of women.
And 100% saturation that he talked about, I think that's important, where he said that delivery jo honi chahiye, wo pura hona chahiye, complete hona chahiye, total hona chahiye. I think that is also very critical, Advaita, isn't it? That shows the commitment of the government, what we have seen on the ground, the entire trickle down of delivery mechanism, that welfarism ka primary objective is that last mile delivery should be seen, that people for whom the policies are made on paper should be benefiting it in the real sense.
Absolutely. I mean, I want to answer that, but before that, I also want to say that, you know, Radhika actually met the Prime Minister in the early 90s to mid 90s when he was in Gujarat. So that would be fun to explore with her. You know, moving to what you're saying, exactly what I said before we went to the speech is that this is a decisive ideological win for the Bharatiya Janata Party, that their philosophy of integral humanism, which says exactly what the Prime Minister is saying, which is the last person, the rays of the sun should reach the last person standing. And that is the zeal behind which this welfare delivery mechanism has been set up. And the Prime Minister kept harking back to his own experience as Chief Minister, his own governance record, the fact that his 3 decades in public life has been to ensure that not one single poor person is left behind. The double dose ration during a pandemic, when there were economic issues, when there were employment issues the world over, not only in India, the fact that he thought ahead of time and said, no one should sleep hungry. We have to make sure that that doesn't happen. And the other issues we will tackle, but the immediate issue is that no one should sleep hungry. And that has delivered in this contest, as we've discussed earlier as well. So I think the Prime Minister in this particular speech was, of course, I would say, giving a masterclass.
We have, good evening, and we have Prakash Javadekar ji also with us at this point. Prakash Javadekar ji, namaste. सबसे पहले आपको बहुत-बहुत मुबारकबाद. Congratulations on such a historic win. It's a fantastic victory for the BJP. But what the Prime Minister said right now, that the work is not done. It's just begun. It's begun. It's the roadmap for the next 25 years. The two patris that we have to work with simultaneously. Atmanirbharta and also enabling the least common denominator of society. That is the Antyodaya project. दोनों साथ में लेकर चलने की आवश्यकता है.
What Prime Minister has said is actually a visionary plan, roadmap, which he has unveiled on the 15th August of last year, because he has visualized that we will have 25 years of Amrut Kal, in which we'll make all-out efforts to make India the front-ranking country. And in that direction, overall development of all sections, all society, all people, and in all respects and all sectors. That is what we aim, and he calls that to be Amrut Kal. And that is what he reminded people today. And he has said one more thing. Yes, there will be definite end to dynastic politics. People don't want dynastic politics. That is what also he has said.
True, he's not against any particular parivar or a particular family, but it is the people who are now going to reject dynastic politics. But this is also a big challenge. The challenge is that when people trust you with a mandate, you cannot rest on your laurels. You have to continuously work. And the challenge is also on the team, that you have to work as a Sangathan. There is a cadre, there is a group that is working on ground relentlessly, but you have to continue to deliver.
Team effort की बात है.
We say ourselves as cadre-based mass party, because it's a cadre which reaches out to all people continuously on every scheme, on everything, and they are keeping in touch with the people of India. At the same time, there is a vision, there is a program, there are schemes. And he said that there are some states which definitely, and some elements which are creating an impression as if the actions of agencies like ED and income tax and others are actually they are defending the culprits. That is the worst part of the politics, and he has actually vowed that we will take actions, strong actions against corruption.
प्रधानमंत्री ने एक स्पेशल फोकस किया पंजाब पर. उनका ये कहना that he wanted to thank the cadres and the कार्यकर्ताओं of Punjab in particular because the work has just begun in the state of Punjab. Do you think वो जो रिश्ता था अकालीस के साथ वो ज़्यादा लंबा चल गया? शायद अगर आपने अपनी खुद की जर्नी पहले शुरू कर ली होती तो आज का दिन कुछ और भी हो सकता था.
नहीं, मैं ये नहीं कहूंगा कि हमने जिन जिन पार्टियों से अलायंस किया वो उस समय की जरूरत होती है, उसके आधार पे दोनों पार्टी एक दूसरे के आधार की जरूरत होती है तभी करती है, लेकिन वो करने के बाद एक परिणाम होता है. और 30 साल हमने पंजाब में केवल 23 सीटें लड़ी है, तो 100 सीटें लगभग हमारे इससे बाहर ही थी, तो क्या करेंगे? तो ये मुद्दा था, और इसलिए उन्होंने कहा कि अब नए सिरे से पंजाब के कार्यकर्ता खड़े उठे हैं, तो वो निश्चित रूप से आने वाले चंद सालों में उसको रंग लाएंगे. और देश के रक्षा के लिए उन्होंने और एक बहुत बड़ा कहा है बात कि देश की अखंडता, एकात्मता और उसके रक्षा के लिए अगर जो भी कीमत चुकानी पड़ेगी, भारतीय जनता पार्टी तैयार है.
जी, अभी आपका कार्य और अभी शेष नहीं हुआ है. जब तक वन नेशन वन पोल वाली रीति नहीं आती तब तक हम लोग पेरिनली चुनाव मोड पे ही रहेंगे. प्रधानमंत्री जी कल फिर गुजरात के लिए निकल रहे हैं, फिर अब गुजरात के चुनाव की बात हो रही है. कहीं ना कहीं सब कुछ हमारे देश में ऐसा है, पेरिनली चुनाव से ही जुड़ा रहता है. प्रकाश जी,
नहीं, देखो दो मुद्दे हैं. 1952, 1957, 1962 और 1967 लोकसभा विधानसभा चुनाव एक साथ ही हुए. 4 चुनाव, 20 साल. लेकिन उसके बाद में जैसे सरकारें बर्खास्त होने लगी तो मिड टर्म चुनाव होने लगे, और इसलिए हर साल 5-6 राज्यों का चुनाव आता है. यह हमारे यहाँ दुर्भाग्य से हुआ है. इसलिए मोदी जी ने अपील किया था कि सब लोग इकट्ठा सोचकर वन नेशन वन पोल के तरफ हमें जाना चाहिए. लेकिन ये केवल कानून से और इससे नहीं होता. कानून तो सहायता होती है जब सब लोगों की एक राय हो, लेकिन ये करना सभी पार्टियों को भी जरूरत लगेगी, ऐसा हमें विश्वास है. और इससे देश का और सबका भला होगा।
प्रकाश जी बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, आपको बहुत बधाई। बहुत काम भी आप भी कर रहे हैं ग्राउंड पर और कई सारे कार्यकर्ता हैं, पूरा पार्टी का संगठन का काम है। थैंक यू सो मच, ऑल द वेरी वेरी बेस्ट। थैंक यू फॉर मेकिंग द टाइम। Big win this, and this is this man, ladies and gentlemen, on your screen, standing there and telling the people there is so much more work to be done for the country. It is the country that he is putting first. Everywhere, be it foreign policy, be it domestic policy, he has come out and said, what is our vision as a nation? Where do we see ourselves 25 years from now? Why does he say 25 years? When India turns 100. 2047, that's the goal benchmark. He's saying, let's look at our nation at a long-term vision. Where do we want to get there? What do we want to see ourselves as youth, as a self-reliant nation, while also empowering the have-nots, bringing them closer to the haves and the have-nots. This is the breakup that Prime Minister has been talking about, and it's not today or yesterday he's spoken about it. Last 4 or 5 years, he's been harping and pressing on this, and also continuously reiterating that motto, Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, Sabka Vishwas, and Sabka Prayas. Everybody has got to put in their might and muscle. We have our guest this evening joining us. Advaita Kala is there, Radhika Ramseshan, Rashid Kidwai, and Aishwarya Mahadev and Sardar R.P. Singh also with us. My namaste to everybody again. And Sardar R.P. Singh, let me start with you, sir, quickly. Big lesson and the hint that he said about when he spoke about Punjab, that there are Algawadi Tattva we've got to be mindful of. Those who will be forces, break India forces, who will try and activate themselves. You've got to be very careful because Punjab is that border state.
Anand, first, thank you for calling me today, and then thank to all the voters who voted and supported BJP and then voted for the last man in the queue and voted for Sanatan Dharam in the country. I mean, just both put together. You talk about integral humanism earlier. Integral humanism is both put together, ensuring that last man gets the delivery which has to be delivered to him, whatever government has to offer to him, and also ensuring that the Sanatan stays in this country. So just put together is integral humanism. But yes, as Prime Minister has said, we have to be caution on Punjab, because there are forces in Punjab who will now try to work to disintegrate the country. There are forces who already send drugs and the other weapons through drone in the country. We have to ensure that those drugs, those weapons are not received here. There are people who receive them here. They should be tackled here. They should be dealt with them here. And the government and the state, we hope that the state government will support and cooperate with the center, because it's a sensitive state and it's a state which is bordering with almost 600 kilometers bordering with Pakistan. So we have to take care of that.
Yes. While we look at the big picture of Punjab, the overall picture in all these 5 states is one thing, that the Congress is decimated. That Congress's big Dalit card, Charanjit Singh Channi, losing both these constituencies, it comes as a shocker, isn't it, Aishwarya Mahadev?
Good evening, Maria, and I think to be very honest, that in Punjab, the reality was that with everything that happened, we had to overcome a lot in order to try and make do, and we could not, and I think that a lot of people have lost, and this is obviously a cause for concern. This is obviously a cause for dialogue and discussion, because irrespective of how big a leader is, I think unless you resonate on the ground, the question remains is of their relevance in electoral democracy such as India. However, I do want to take this moment, and I've been on air the entire day. I've seen the way that things are going, and for all that has happened, I think the fact still remains that in certain states, the sort of amount of effort that was put in by the Congress cadre has to be appreciated. Even in the face of loss in Goa, we had 2 MLAs left just before elections. We've come up to double digits. In Uttarakhand, we put up a big fight. Punjab is extremely disappointing. And in Uttar Pradesh, for whatever anybody might say on the numbers, to push for a 40% agenda was extremely bold, and I think will hold us in good stead going forward. And Uttarakhand also, Maria, to be very honest, the sort of effort, the work that had been done, even with everything, the internal sort of, differences that may have arisen, the work done has been commendable of the cadre on the ground. And now it's just time for us to sit back and have a conversation about how is it that as a political party that you can reach out to more people to be relevant, because Maria, very singularly, the dynamics on what elections are fought, whether even the issues have changed. It's not about development, it's not about the sort of distress, it's not about economic parameters.
I'm not too sure that is the right assessment, Aishwarya. And I've traveled states to say that elections are not being fought on development may not be the correct assessment, because that will also mean that the Congress party is in no mood to introspect about its own failures. If you're not able to make the right assessment of the issues that is making BJP win state after state, then how will you be able to form a strategy to defeat them?
Maria, if the judgment was that all elections are fought on this platform of development, then the speeches that the leaders were making across all these 5 states would have been extremely, extremely different. Yes, everybody's talking about introspection for the Congress party. Yes, everybody's talking about questions of leadership. And I think along with the question of leadership, it's also the relevance of leadership at every point, including the grassroots. And this is a larger sort of exercise of recalibration that the party is going to undertake, and I'm very certain of it.
This is something which the Congress party has been talking about since 2013. RP Singh ji wanted to come in, but Rashid Kitwai, one of the aspects is that if the leader has to resonate on the ground, the leader has to be present on ground. You have to have a cadre which also echoes the leader's voice, and the leader understands the pulse of the cadre on ground. Today, the big insights from Uttar Pradesh is what? Is Shasan or Rashan? Two simple aspects. The fact is they're saying my house was built. Is that not development? If you are uplifting the most downtrodden, the weakest section of society, if you are empowering them, is that not wrong? The Mahila has turned over and voted for the BJP over somebody who's saying 40% reservation for the Mahila. Why? Because the belief is that this is the person who's delivering for me throughout, not somebody who's coming 3 months before election and suddenly deciding. And those who decided to give 40% reservation remitted themselves only to Uttar Pradesh. If they were so conscious of the cause and so convinced about it, they would have gone in all the 5 states, because they had all 5 states to win. The Pradesh Congress Committee president of BJP in Manipur is a lady. So it's not that it's not happening. You have to walk the talk too. And this is introspection has been happening for the last 8 to 9 years. So who's introspecting, and are they all looking through the wrong prism and glass already, Rashidji? Because you have to ask this question when you see you have 5 states to win and you're decimated in all 5.
Yes, and so Congress seems to be in complete denial mode. You look at today, I mean, it's a defeat. One can argue that just like victory, it's a very much part and parcel of this democratic process. But what did Rahul Gandhi do? He just, put out a tweet. Few years ago, Rahul Gandhi had said Twitter is an urban fad. Today, whatever he wants to communicate, he should have come out and talked about it.
Yeah.
Whatever happened. So you look at the 3 Gandhis, they are, they have put in a lot of effort, but fact of the matter is, on a day like this, they should have come and, spoken, face to face. That is the thing. There is a total lack of consistency, as you were highlighting. And
one thing that political analysts such as me will be watching out for would be, where will Priyanka Gandhi Vadra go from here onwards? Will the Gandhis return to the Congress headquarters in Delhi and not move out? Because this parachuting in and out of poll-bound state is something that is being rejected by the people of these states. On that note, we are slipping into a short break. Ladies and gentlemen, stay with us, because this is your election news destination.
Son in tow, fled the heavy shelling of Irpin, just outside Kyiv.
It was terrible, and we left only 2 days ago. Sat on the last train. We didn't believe that in 21st century it can be the real war.
Valentina also fled Kyiv. She's never been forced from her home, but she's no stranger to tragedy.
My husband died at the Chernobyl nuclear power plant. Do you understand? And that's what they are doing now. They are destroying the whole world. It is outrageous. People around the world shall not be silent.
This elderly couple fled Kharkiv, but only after spending 8 days sheltering in a metro station. On the 8th day, an explosion shook their underground hideout.
The women were hysterical. I understood this is not going to pass. This horror cannot be endured. I cannot express it. The fear, the crying children. When I saw a pregnant woman entering the metro, I understood this cannot be forgiven.
From here, many have no idea where they'll go when they get to Poland, or when they might be able to come back.
Central train station today, a crush of people trying to escape as Russian forces hit closer to the capital. Many here have just been evacuated from the hardest hit areas. Few know where they are going next. Alla and her family made it out of the Kiev suburb of Bucha early this morning, leaving behind her 81-year-old grandfather. He didn't want to come with us. He decided to stay, she says. He's old and can't run very fast, and we had to leave so quickly this morning. I don't know what's happening there now. It's so scary. I don't understand how you can shell peaceful people. We never wished harm on anyone. We were friends with Russia. We have relatives in Russia, she says. They just want to erase Ukraine from the face of the earth. It's that fear that is fueling a sense of desperation here.
So the minute they announce the next train going west, you can see everybody just scrambles to try to get on it.
Down below, the platform is packed, but people remain calm. They rush in to help an exhausted elderly woman who has fallen on the track. Close to departure time, confusion sets in. Another train arrives and people run across the tracks hoping to catch it. Finally, the train to Lviv arrives. There's pushing and shoving as people jostle for space. Let the women and children go first, one man shouts. Another weeps as he hugs his wife goodbye. Sonia, I love you, he calls out. He waits for the train to leave, eyes locked on the window, for what may be his last look.
Look how people here in Moldova are improvising to deal with the refugee crisis from neighboring Ukraine, turning a squash court into a place for refugees and for children, some of whom here have been on a bus for more than 70 hours traveling across the border to relative safety. This is a small country, just 2.5 million people, and it has already dealt with more than 230,000 people streaming across the borders from the war zone in Ukraine. They come to makeshift places like this, and I can tell you refugees are still in shock, but some of them are also very angry and defiant.
We are Ukrainians. It's our land. My son was born in independent Ukraine. It's our land, independent. Nobody can enter our land. And if someone is entering, we have to answer, because it's our motherland. We have no other choice. We're very peaceful people. We're not Nazi. We're just on our land with hands up. Please, we want to live. We want to be happy. Stop shooting, please.
This is not a government-run shelter. This is coming with the help of private donations, groups like the Jewish community of Moldova, taking care of thousands of people at centers like this and others that have cropped up in just the last week and a half. Almost everybody we've spoken to in Moldova has in some way reached out to help their neighbors from Ukraine, if not providing assistance, then even opening their doors and housing families as they...
mega battle for the states, ladies and gentlemen. 690 assembly constituencies, 5 key states spreading across the length and breadth of the country, and the verdict is out. This is how the leaderboard looks. Uttar Pradesh में Modi plus Yogi is उपयोगी. मणिपुर को भी मोदी पसंद है. उत्तराखंड में धामी हार गए, लेकिन मोदी की वजह से जीत गए भारी बहुमत के साथ. And in Goa, they are saying we will give Bhajpa a little more chance, some more time. And Punjab ने मान ली आपकी बात, एक मौका केजरीवाल लू. That is the story, ladies and gentlemen. There were states where the opposition, the challengers had the opportunity to grab some ground, gain some momentum. But such is the power of this juggernaut led by Prime Minister Narendra Modi, that is the BJP, that it's been thumping victories and very clear mandates that have come in the 4 states they were defending. The one state where it could become a flux, it's a runaway mandate for the Aam Aadmi Party. So their task is cut out to manage the border state, become a national force to reckon with, but more importantly, tell people that within a decade, it's possible to become from nobody to somebody, a force to reckon with in politics too, if you put your heart and mind to it, and if you get the support of the Janta. Janta Janardhan hai, and that's what Prime Minister Narendra Modi has also said. We thank all our viewers for staying with us right through the day on this fantastic, phenomenal result day, the 10th of March, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very, very much. But more importantly, I've got to thank Zaka Jacob and Maria Shakil here in the studio, and all the team behind the cameras who've been working tirelessly to bring this coverage to all of you. So the thank yous come right at the top, ladies and gentlemen. It's been phenomenal. Uttar Pradesh, what a story, Zaka. What
it's an unbelievable story. And I said, you know, like the Prime Minister said in his victory speech, it is now setting the tone for 2024. Take a look at this sweep. The BJP is almost 275 seats. Remember, last time they had 325 in alliance, down less than 50. If somebody had a wager at the start of this election cycle that BJP would come down only by 50 seats or less than 50 seats, I would have said they're mad. But look at what has happened. And that too, let's not discount even for a moment, 2.5 years of the pandemic. The Samajwadi Party has done well, 47 last time around. It's gone up to 124, up 72, but nowhere close to matching the might of the BJP. And the story for me is the Congress and the BSP completely decimated. BSP down to just 1 seat. Can you believe? Formidable Mayawati's party has come down to just 1 seat. Congress, Priyanka Gandhi Vadra ran a campaign, a good campaign. She addressed a number of rallies. But I'm sorry, the Congress simply is non-existent as far as Uttar Pradesh is concerned. It's a complete saffron sweep. With that, it's back to Anand.
Well, the fact of the matter is, in BJP, there are some people saying 30-35 seats और काट लेते ना तो 300 पार हो जाता. That's how they're thinking, ladies and gentlemen. That's how they're thinking. 30-35 सीटें टिकते बार ठीक सही बांट दी होती 300 पार हो जाता. That's how they're thinking. All right, boys, come on in. Alexa, let's bring in the robo-armed and the forklift. Let's try and get a sense on the Alexa data dome. This is phenomenal, ladies. Look what they've done with the studio. Given it a different dimension altogether. That's what the team has done with Alexa. With each passing election, we just raise the bar, don't we? Now it's time for me to get up. There you go. I'm going to be very, very steady as we go up. Let's go. Ah, now I'm ready with this jerk. I figured this out. So, आदत हो जाती है ना. Very good. Now right up top. And let's get a check of Uttar Pradesh. It's almost a mirror reflection, minus about 40 seats. So, itne bade assembly mein utna zyada dikhega nahi, but they dominate the benches, ladies and gentlemen. Let's look at how UP is coded now. All right, it is Yogi Adityanath, and what a record that he set. Credit to Prime Minister Narendra Modi's magic, but also to this man. More than 400 rallies. He's got 5 years. He's completed his term, and he's got the belief, the trust of the voter. There is a Yogi vote in there too. So there you go, comfortably, near about the 275 mark. What a score this is. Akhilesh Yadav coming up very, very strongly as the single largest challenger to the BJP and the Modi-Yogi combination, taking his party from about 40 seats the last time around to 124. He will be disheartened, but we've got to say, well fought. Perhaps, had he put in some more time and given it a little more force, perhaps he could have worked His allies didn't work for him. That's what the numbers will show. We'll talk about that in detail. Congress and the BSP, why ghus gaye pura? They're gone. They're gone. What are they going to do? Existential crisis. The biggest state, if you don't have the mandate, how are you going to be relevant nationally? How are going to people look at you as an alternative, as an option? That's the big story. So this is Uttar Pradesh, well and truly settled there in favor of Yogi Adityanath and Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the BJP. Let's look at Devbhoomi, Uttarakhand. Everybody said, phasega. We had Harish Rawat ji this morning telling us कि सरकार हम बना रहे हैं. But look, sitting chief minister हार गया, but party जीत गई. What a big victory this. 47 seats, they're just minus 10. Nobody would have believed from 57 they will be only minus 10. In the morning we thought, chalo 15-20 seats minus hongi, phir bhi they will be just past majority, sarkar bana lenge. 47 seats, and this is again the Modi magic that is looking here. Also the Sangathan Shakti, the strength of the cadre and what they are ready to do to ensure that the mandate stays with them. The Congress had an opportunity to wrest this. Their tallest leader of the state is from the Congress party. He's lost his seat. And the Congress is once again a very, very distant second. There are others in the play, but it's BJP all the way. So that's the story of Uttarakhand. Quickly, a quick check of Manipur and Goa. Let's look at Goa first up. Goa, once again, there were 13 seats the last time. This time they said, 15 tak bhi nahi pahunchenge. Look where they have come. They've got halfway mark, bang on halfway, and they've got the support to comfortably form government. That's what the BJP has done. So they've strengthened their mandate from the last time around. Despite exoduses, despite switchovers, despite people and allies breaking away, they've come back strongly. Pramod Sawant also winning, and they've come back. They've got 20, right on the halfway number, one more seat, and they're in the majority. They're very, very comfortable. Devendra Fadnavis is going to lead this entire group to go and stake claim to form government and meet the governor come Friday. Congress, once again, minus. They were 17 last time. They're minus now at 12. This was also an opportunity. Trinamool tried, the Aam Aadmi Party tried. It's not working so much for them, although AAP has made an entry into this state. So another state where the AAP is now present. That's another story we'll talk about in just a bit. Then let's look at towards the northeast. Manipur, a state which was in the news on the headlines for blockades, for mayhem, for disruption, now has said, we trust NEDA and the BJP and Prime Minister Narendra Modi to make sure that Manipur continues to prosper. Again, a clear mandate, 32 out of the 60 seats towards to BJP, and Biren Singh also winning here. There are some players, the regional players, part of the NEDA alliance, who will surely come up and offer support and provide stable governance to Manipur. Once again, the Congress had an opportunity, opposition had an opportunity. It's not worked in their favor. So there you go. This is the story of the 4 states that BJP was defending. They have defended it convincingly. UP seatein kam ho gayi, vote share badh gaya 2%. Remember that. Now the story, the other one, Aam Aadmi Party. A state where the Rivayati parties have been given the boot. So much so that their figureheads, icons, have also been given the boot. And the mandate overwhelmingly all across, 92 out of 117 going straight to the Aam Aadmi Party. Fantastic victory for them. Big, big win for Arvind Kejriwal and the AAP and all those who believed in AAP and Arvind Kejriwal and worked tirelessly towards cultivating the state and saying we are an alternative. Give us one chance. Just give us one chance. They've got that chance. They told Delhi, give us one chance. Delhi's voted them time and again over the last decade. Congress, once again, look at where they are. Others, the BJP plus and the Congress, gone. Gone. Congress is gone again. Sliding all the way down. Again, a state which was theirs to lose, they've lost it. They could have held on to it, but they were so busy fighting internally. Somebody else came and said, all right, abhi halwa hum khayenge. It's not an easy state to manage, but that's the story, ladies and gentlemen. Here on the Alexa Data Dome, we've got you the big picture. Can you please set me down now, please? Thank you. Let's get down and go across to the man who always gets down to the brass tacks and on the magic wall. We'll swing back to that story on Uttar Pradesh.
You know, it's a fascinating story because the conventional wisdom is the western part is where the BJP would have found it tough. That's where the farmers' agitation was. But if you look at the first 2 phases, it's clear that the BJP ran away with the leads. Out of 113, they won more than half. 77 out of the 113, the BJP won. The SP alliance getting only 36. And that's where the talk about the Allies letting it down, the RLD winning just 7 out of those 113 seats. Let me also just quickly, as we progress in this election, as we come to phases 3, 4 and 5, this is where the central part of Uttar Pradesh was polling. That's when the Samajwadi Party plays catch up. In some of the Yadav belt, they win a few seats. And then in the Awadh belt, also they win a few seats. So it's 207 out of the almost 300 seats in phases 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. The SP is only at 82. The BJP is at 207. So just in the 5 phases itself, they've gone past the halfway mark. And then finally, when you add the last 2 phases, which is Gorakhpur and Banaras, that's where it completely sealed in favor of the BJP. 274 to the BJP alliance and 124 to the SP. So if you look at it in this map, it's actually in this eastern belt from Basti, Ambedkar Nagar, all the way to Mao, Ghazipur, Azamgarh. It's in this belt that the Samajwadi Party has seen some success, some relative, some very limited success. But here in the West, it is a complete domination of the BJP. And that's why what started off as a wave in the West has continued all the way, except this little blip, this little corridor here. It's bang on the expressway, actually, this corridor.
And Zaka, interestingly, and an important point here, none of the sub-regional caste leaders, be it the RLD or Om Prakash Rajbhar, have worked for the Samajwadi Party. When they go with the popular sentiment in 2017, 2019, it yields results. But this time around?
No, just take a look out of the 124, and that's why I was saying Akhilesh Yadav has been doing the heavy lifting. RLD fought in 33 seats. They won only 8. Mr. Rajbhar's party winning only 6 seats. They had more than double of this last time around when they were fighting with the BJP. The Apna Dal K faction did not even open its account. Yes, Pallavi Patel is locked in this fight with Keshav Prasad Maurya in Sirathu, but they still haven't opened their account. So between the allies, only 14 seats, 110 seats to the Samajwadi Party out of the total 124. Just a quick check of how the BJP's allies have performed. You look at Apna Dal S, 12 seats. They were fighting in 17. They won 12 seats. That's up 3 from last time. The Nishad Party had only 1 seat last time around. Just 1 seat in the last assembly. They're up to 6. So 18 seats for the 2 allies of the BJP. So the allies have also let down Akhilesh Yadav in a way.
Doesn't move if the leader moves.
Yes.
The leader has to identify the hawa, the mood, and the larger sentiment and go with the winning side.
So jati is bar gayi. That is what it looks like. It actually looks like you said, news just coming through. The BJP parliamentary board meeting is currently underway. So they are still working. तो यहाँ लोग हैं पूरा दिन इलेक्शन कवरेज किया थोड़ा आराम कर लेते हैं देर लाइक इलेक्शन जीत लिया आप थोड़ा काम कर लेते हैं दैट्स हाउ दे आर प्राइम मिनिस्टर नरेंद्र मोदी जेपी नड्डा अमित शाह नितिन गडकरी बीएल संतोष they are all present in this meeting Rajnath Singh is present there and the PM congratulating all names of the observers will be now decided for the 4 states so this is something which is perennial they're always in work mode
and interestingly every time the Prime Minister visits the BJP headquarters we have seen a lot of celebrations happen and rightly so Anand 2017 was phenomenal. This is history that we are witnessing today and BJP parliamentary board members congratulating the Prime Minister. This is brand Narendra Modi's success and that is the reason why that garlanding and the entire euphoria that we have seen election after election from Tripura to UP. These are states that the BJP never thought perhaps, but this is new BJP since 2014. They know how to win elections and that is what is happening. Now, it is the observers who will be decided. So, आज रात तक वो list तैयार हो जाएगी. Arun Dhata, who are these observers? We'll know perhaps in the next 2 hours. Arun?
Well, I don't think we have Arun. What I wanted to ask you this is that this time of 8 PM no CM, 11 बजे से पहले साहब नहीं मिलेंगे. अरे हाँ अभी तो जीते हैं 2-3 दिन बाद बात करते हैं सरकार परसों बना लेंगे इतने जल्दी क्या है all of that is gone
yesterday we came to know that the Prime Minister is going to visit Gujarat tomorrow much before the results today.
Correct.
So the 2-day schedule of Gujarat, the state that is going to polls later this year, has been decided by the Prime Minister and he is heading to Ahmedabad tomorrow.
No, and so that means, ladies and gentlemen, that if you need to beat a mechanism or a machinery which is so well oiled and which is hardworking, remember what Jitin Prasad said? He just moved recently, not more than about 2 years ago, from the Congress to the BJP. He says this is a party where the sheersh to the base on ground karyakarta, everybody is working. Everybody is feet on the ground, boots on the ground, working. And that is what the Prime Minister is also. You got to be relentless and you got to work. So if you got to beat a machinery like this and a leader like this and people like this, you got to work twice as hard. It's a no-brainer. But do you see anybody doing that? Is anybody ready to do that? Whoever is ready to do that will mount the challenge. That's what will happen. That's when you'll connect with the cadre on ground. Let's try and understand the big picture quickly. I'm going to just quickly walk across here and look at the entire story. What's the big picture? Prime Minister Narendra Modi ensuring it's the Modi magic. No doubt about it. And it's going on. It's steamrolling every other bit like the bulldozer which Baba is now getting famous for. But this is the Modi magic, the bulldozer of the Modi magic. 2022, it's the saffron story and it's Prime Minister Narendra Modi's social schemes ensuring the saffron surge. Welfare for all, the two patris the Prime Minister spoke about in his speech. COVID criticism and Kisan stir, this entire bogey has flopped because people are saying when there is a problem, how do you respond? How fast do you solve it? Will I give you credit for that? That's the question. Opposition failing to inspire the electorate. Be it the Gandhis, be it Akhilesh Yadav. Yes, he's mobilized. You've got to give credit to Akhilesh some. But was that enough? That's the big question. Yogi Adityanath, first sitting chief minister to return to Uttar Pradesh, and how? There is a Yogi vote there, ladies and gentlemen. That's what he's achieved in 5 years. There is a trust कि बाबा आएंगे तो अपना life set है. महाराज की जाए. This is something which is happening. That is a big achievement. In a first, Uttarakhand sees an incumbent back in terms of the party. नहीं तो ये पूरी तरह से बदल. It's like pendulum, swings this way and that. But that's what sitting chief minister has lost, but the party is one with a big mandate. Imagine the power of this man and this leader. Modi emerges the big unifying factor. And reporter after reporter who's covered these elections on ground will tell you, there will be people who will turn up to see Modi. They will reject the local candidate. They won't be there. But when Modi comes, everybody will be there. Rahul and Priyanka failing to revive the Congress. Smriti Irani going ahead to say, ye Congress mein jaan phookne aaye the, Congress hi phuk gayi. That's what she said. Kejriwal's sweep, the only hope for the opposition. Does he emerge as the single largest force in the opposition? Because he is the only leader regionally or who is now national and present in more than one state. Not Mamata Banerjee, not Stalin, not KCR, but Kejriwal. That's the big one, Zakar. You know, redefining the opposition.
In fact, I was just thinking, heard all day from Mamata Banerjee. We haven't heard a tweet, we haven't heard a message. After all, she sent candidates to Goa, and her ally, the MGP, seems to have done well. I think they won 2 seats, but her own party has not opened its account in Goa. So yes, it will redefine the politics of the opposition as well. We can bring in our guests. Radhika Ramaseshan has been with us all through this election coverage. Nalin Mehta is with us. Shantanu Gupta is with us as well. Let's bring in our guests, and I'll start with Nalin. Let's talk about UP. It is the big prize catch. Advaita Kala is with us. Nalin, what sets apart the 2022 verdict in Uttar Pradesh for you?
So, this is the first time, Zaka, since independence, that a sitting chief minister in UP has been returned to power. In the olden days of the Congress, when it won successive terms in the 50s and 60s, it kept winning, but with different chief ministers. Second, this is the first time since 1985 that a party in power has been returned after an election and has retained power in UP. The third thing which is different about this election is that not only has it been returned to power, it has been returned to power with a higher vote share, which is the highest vote share in the last 4 decades. Last time BJP had got 40%. This time, at the moment, the Election Commission is showing 41.8%. We'll see where it ends up at. Remember that in 2012, when Akhilesh had won a majority, before that when Mayawati had won, Mayawati had won 30%, which was the highest in 3 decades. Now, these guys have not only bettered the previous 40% mark, it's higher. So these 3 things. Now, the fourth thing I think which is very significant is that this election triumph is taking place, and this magnitude, on its own it would have been huge anyway, but with this magnitude, this is coming on the back of 2 years of economic crisis, of the deprivations of the coronavirus, of the farmer agitation. To get this result changes the old rules of Indian politics that we thought circumscribed our polity. We are seeing the making of a different kind of polity and a different kind of electorate. And that's what's different about this election.
No, I think what is also going to be fascinating going forward, and Shantanu weigh in on this, the Prime Minister was also talking about this. I think the electorate is far ahead of political pundits. Exactly. The whole thing about Jativad, people vote their caste. I don't think any pundit on television anymore should say people vote their caste. People have gone well beyond caste, whether it's women voter, whether it's the young voter. Caste is no longer the preeminent determinant of which way a person is going to vote. It's going to be bread and butter issues, it's going to be livelihood, it's going to be national security, a whole bunch of issues. But caste is not going to be the preeminent determinant. At least that, after 17, 14, 19 and now 22, at least that much we should concede.
I think you're right, Zaka. Whenever we come to TV studios, we keep hearing cliched analysis, Jat land, Yadav land, Brahman land. I think that's not the analysis anymore. I'm not saying that the caste is gone, but in an equation like X plus Y plus A plus B, caste is like one of the variables for sure, but the weightage to the caste is decreasing day by day. And we have seen how, and I don't know the exact data, but a lot of Jatavs, we earlier used to say only non-Jatav Dalits used to vote for BJP, but now we see even BSP is only getting 12-13% vote. A lot of Jatav, they will never go to Samajwadi Party. They must have deflected easily to BJP, and only because they are the poorest of the poor and they're getting all the schemes. We keep hearing Shasan and Ration, but when we say Ration, it also means all the other deliveries also, be it toilet, be it house, be it multiple DBTs. When Zaka used to go to villages in last 8-9 months for my book, every village I went to, women folks came to me, shown their small mobiles कि लला ये 2000 रुपए आए मोदी जी के, ये 800 रुपए आए, किसी की विधवा पेंशन, किसी का किसान का डीबीटी, किसी के घर के पैसे आए, and that's happening village after village. Even then, a lot of 5-star journalists saying कि वो अखिलेश यादव की रैली में जो भीड़ आई थी, उसमें चमक ज़्यादा थी, इसलिए वो विन कर जाएंगे.
यही मैं बोलना चाह रही हूँ, शांतनु.
I can't imagine for my life, and these 5-star journalists write columns in big papers.
Making an assessment of an election through enthusiasm or spark in a rally should be done away with. Radhika, voters' preference is never an absolute decision. It's always a relative decision based on what they saw 5 years ago or 10 years ago. In case of women of UP, it was about safety, suraksha, which was not there before 2017, they got this time around. If it was about ration, it was what was not there before 2017, they got this time around.
Absolutely. It worked at various levels, the gender vote. I mean, it was said on this program that we shouldn't look at electoral politics through the prism of caste, but here I think you have new categories emerging. One is the young, and the other is, of course, the gender category, which was quite remarkably well defined in these elections. And, you know, in the urban areas, security meant that young girls could go to college without the fear of being harassed once they were out of their classes and out of the campus. Yogi, if you remember, had organized the anti-Romeo squads right at the beginning of his tenure. And I was also wondering, I found the whole concept quite regressive. I thought, what on earth is it? Is it a way of, you know, harassing couples who were sort of dating or meeting in parks and gardens and that kind of thing? I mean, dating, as we understand, is not possible in a small town in Uttar Pradesh, if you understand the social milieu. But no, it was about young girls being harassed once they were out of the campus. So, therefore, the anti-Romeo squads acted as a kind of check on these harassers.
11,000 cases. That's the recorded list. 11,000 cases in UP, and more importantly, there are a lot of cases which are not registered, but there was a message that went. You know, I'm going to share this as I bring in Charu Pragya. One sec, Shantanu, Charu Pragya and Advaita Kala. News18.com. My colleague tells me that one of the reporters of News18.com was actually told, after touring the place, touring Uttar Pradesh for 10-15 days, a lady colleague of mine, and she was told by the cab driver कि मैम 4-5 साल पहले ना हम ही आपको उठा लेते, ये बदल गया है उत्तर प्रदेश में. And I'm honest with you, this is what was told. So this is what changed. Now, if this is what has changed on ground, look the difference that it has made to the life of the average woman and the average household in Uttar Pradesh.
No, it's backed up by data.
Yeah.
This is, I mean, you could argue, the opposition will say, oh, NCRB data, it's on reported crime, but look at this. Rape has come down by half. Murder come down by a good 700 or so. Abduction come down substantially. Rioting again come down by more than 2,000, and so has robbery. Petty crime has come down. Like I said, the opposition will quibble with the figures, but this is hard data. Hard data is showing that in the last 5 years, crime has come down in Uttar Pradesh. And that, to the BJP's credit, they've been hammering that message over and over again. If you tell a young woman in Mao or in Azamgarh that, look, we are keeping you safe, and if you want to go back to the previous 5 years where there was hooting and catcalling and naming, you know, that's your choice. And it worked. The message worked.
I will share one anecdote that I met a group of girls in Meerut's degree college. And these girls were telling me, Advaita, that my parents have allowed me to stay in a hostel only because I feel safe. उन लोगों को भरोसा है कि सब ठीक है अब. वो माहौल नहीं रहा जो पहले था. I think that gives that women an agency. That I can look at other targets in life. I have wings to fly. And I think that sense that we take for granted in, you know, metros is a big thing for young girls growing up in B towns of India.
And that plays on the minds of the father also, no? Or the male of the house. That you know, it is that mindset there. If the society is patriarchal and it's the karta and the father is deciding and or the grandfather in the house, the male of the house is deciding what a woman can do or not do based on whether or not she is safe or not. How big a difference does that make socially? Charu Pragya and Advaita Kala. Let's start with Advaita. Yes, Advaita.
You know, Anand, I've of course written on this. I've studied Mission Shakti, gone to the one-stop centers, studied this at quite some length, and because there were a lot of horrific stories that used to emerge from UP, and CM Yogi made this something that was extremely important for him. I, for one, Radhika mentioned the anti-Romeo squads. I was not against those because they exist in Kerala, they exist in Andhra. So, but when it came up in UP, people immediately developed this attitude about it being restrictive and moral policing, etc., etc. Why I'm bringing this up is because
just hold on to your thoughts, because we have an important newsmaker joining us now, Delhi's Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia. Manish ji, बहुत मुबारकबाद. जीत पंजाब की और गोवा में भी आप लोगों ने अपना खाता खोला है.
थैंक यू वेरी मच. ये बहुत बड़ी बात है कि दिल्ली मॉडल ऑफ गवर्नेंस, जो केजरीवाल जी का दिल्ली मॉडल ऑफ गवर्नेंस था, आज केजरीवाल जी के मॉडल ऑफ गवर्नेंस को एक राष्ट्रीय पहचान मिली है. पूरे देश में इस बात का मैसेज गया है कि दिल्ली ही मॉडल का गवर्नेंस नहीं है, ये अब केजरीवाल मॉडल ऑफ गवर्नेंस, पंजाब मॉडल ऑफ गवर्नेंस भी बनेगा. आने वाले समय में ये इंकलाब है, एक बदलाव का इंकलाब है जो देश में और भी आगे बढ़ेगा.
मनीष जी, आप ये मानेंगे कि शायद जो 5 साल पहले नहीं हुआ, इस बार मुमकिन हो पाया क्योंकि आप लोगों ने पंजाब, जो एक ट्रेडिशनल पार्टीज को अभी तक वोट करते हुए आया है, उस स्टेट को कन्विंस कर लिया दैट यू आर हियर टू स्टे, दैट यू आर अ सीरियस प्लेयर.
हमने अपने काम से किया. हमारा जो काम था दिल्ली में, 2017 में जब हम गए थे तो 2015 की सरकार थी दिल्ली में, 2 ही साल हुए थे और हम शुरुआत कर रहे थे बहुत सारी ऐसी चीज़ों की जो आम लोगों की ज़िंदगी को बहुत प्रभावित करती हैं. शिक्षा, स्वास्थ्य, बिजली, पानी, रोजगार, व्यापार, इन सब पे दिल्ली में हमने काम शुरू किया था. लेकिन अब 7 साल बाद जब वापस पंजाब में इस बात पे चुनाव का मौका आया और चर्चा हुई, तो लोगों ने गांव में लोगों ने इस बात को कहा कि हमने दिल्ली में काम होते हुए देखा है. हमने देखा है कि दिल्ली में लोगों की जिंदगी में कैसे बदलाव आए हैं, लोगों की जिंदगी में कैसे मदद हुई है गवर्नमेंट की वजह से, पढ़ाई से लेके इलाज से लेके हर चीज पे. तो पंजाब में आज 7 साल का जो केजरीवाल मॉडल ऑफ गवर्नेंस था, उस पर लोगों ने भरोसा जताया. गोवा में भी कहीं ना कहीं अगर 2 सीटें मिली हैं तो उसी के बेस पे मिली हैं, ये वहां शुरुआत है. तो मुझे यही उम्मीद है कि आगे अब देश भर में राजनीति उस दिशा में ले जानी पड़ेगी. परंपरागत पार्टियों को भी अब वो एजुकेशन को इग्नोर नहीं होगा.
गुजरात या हरियाणा, क्योंकि दोनों स्टेट में आप पहले से काम शुरू कर चुके हैं.
हम तो गुजरात में भी काम शुरू कर चुके हैं, हम हरियाणा में भी काम शुरू कर चुके हैं, हम हिमाचल में भी काम शुरू कर चुके हैं. लेकिन बीजेपी को और कांग्रेस को, जो भी जहां सत्ता में है, वहां उसको सोचना पड़ेगा कि अब ये नहीं चलेगा कि एजुकेशन में स्कूल खुलवाओ या नहीं खुलवाओ, लोगों से 5 साल बाद किसी और बात पे वोट मांग लेंगे. अब लोग पूछेंगे, और अगर स्कूल नहीं खुलवाओगे, कॉलेज नहीं खुलवाओगे, अस्पताल नहीं बनवाओगे, लोगों के स्वास्थ्य पे काम नहीं करोगे, ईमानदार सरकार नहीं दोगे, तो लोग बदल देंगे.
मनीष जी नमस्ते, मैं आनंद बोल रहा हूं. आपको बहुत बहुत बधाई. एक बात कि पिछली बार आप 90 की उम्मीद कर रहे थे, 20 आए, तो इस बार एक रिलीफ है कि 90 की उम्मीद थी, 92 आए. लेकिन इससे आपको रिलीफ तो है, लेकिन चुनौती भी आपकी बड़ी है, क्योंकि पंजाब एक स्टेट है, बहुत बड़ा प्रॉब्लम स्टेट है, बॉर्डर स्टेट है, डेट रिडन स्टेट है, अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट लेवल बहुत है, कई सारी चुनौतियां हैं। और सबसे बड़ी चुनौती आपके लिए कि अब आप यू कांट रेस्ट, आपको और ज्यादा मेहनत करनी पड़ेगी, क्योंकि आप नेशनली एक चुनौती भी प्रस्तुत करना चाहते हैं, एक ऑल्टरनेटिव भी प्रस्तुत करना चाहते हैं।
15 साल में पंजाब को 15-20 साल में वहाँ की पार्टियों ने पंजाब को खूब डुबोया है, हम ये मानते हैं। वहाँ के सरकारों के ऊपर कर्जे हैं, वहाँ फाइनेंसिस की बहुत बुरी हालत की है उन्होंने। लेकिन इसी चुनौती को स्वीकार करने के लिए और इसी चुनौती को ठीक करने के लिए, इन कमियों को ठीक करने के लिए ही लोगों ने आम आदमी पार्टी को चुना है। तो जो केजरीवाल जी का दिल्ली की हालत भी तो 2015 में देखेंगे, 2013 में इतनी हालत खराब थी, यहाँ पे भी डेब्ट था, यहाँ पे भी लोन था दिल्ली के ऊपर, यहाँ पे भी स्कूल और कॉलेज और अस्पताल ये सब की हालत खराब थी। लेकिन दिल्ली में हुआ, यहाँ तो आधे अधूरे अधिकार हैं केजरीवाल जी की सरकार के पास में। कल को वहां पे एक फुल फ्लेजेड राइट वाली सरकार बनेगी तो अपॉर्चुनिटीज भी बहुत ज्यादा हैं।
मनीष जी, एक चीज क्लियर हो गया है कि अब आम आदमी पार्टी एक पहली नेशनल पार्टी, रीजनल पार्टी बन रही है, जिसकी सरकार 2 स्टेट में होगी। सवाल अब ये उठता है कि आपका रोल ऑपोजिशन में क्या होगा? क्या अब नेचुरल फेस होंगे आम आदमी पार्टी के अध्यक्ष अरविंद केजरीवाल टू टेक ऑन ब्रांड नरेंद्र मोदी 2024 में?
देखिए, ये सवाल आपके जायज सवाल हैं जो शायद आने वाला वक्त अपने अंदर से उछालेगा, लेकिन हमारा रोल, हम अभी अपोजिशन में क्या होगा और हमारा नेशनल पे रोल क्या होगा, हम उस तरह देख ही नहीं रहे। हमारा रोल तो अभी पंजाब के लोगों ने हमको मैंडेट दिया है, मौका दिया है। हमारा रोल पंजाब में क्या होगा, हमारी प्रायोरिटी ये है। आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार बनी है, वहां एक बहुत अच्छी फुल मेजोरिटी की सरकार बनी है। आम आदमी पार्टी का, वहां की सरकार का रोल पंजाब के डेवलपमेंट में क्या होगा, हमारी प्रायोरिटी, हमारा फोकस अभी वो है हम सबका। दिल्ली में हमें मैंडेट मिला हुआ है, दिल्ली में क्या करना है अगले कुछ वर्षों में, हमारा फोकस ये है। पंजाब और दिल्ली के मॉडल को देख के देश के लोग तय करेंगे कि हमें कहां क्या भूमिका दी जाए, अपोजिशन में दी जाए, सत्ता में दी जाए, देश के लोग तय करेंगे।
आपकी भूमिका क्या होगी मनीष जी, मैं आपसे पूछ सकता हूँ? आप दिल्ली में ज्यादा दिखेंगे, देश भर में ज्यादा दिखेंगे, या फिर पंजाब में आपका फोकस थोड़ा ज्यादा होगा?
मुझे तो दिल्ली के लोगों ने चुना, मैं दिल्ली के लोगों के लिए काम करूंगा, लेकिन अगर पंजाब में जरूरत पड़ेगी तो निश्चित रूप से जो भी मेरा अभी तक का एक्सपीरियंस रहा है, पंजाब में भी वो काम आएगा। लेकिन मैं चाहूंगा, पार्टी के एक वॉलंटियर होने के नाते, पार्टी का एक कर्मचारी होने के नाते, मैं चाहूंगा पूरे पार्टी मेरी जहां भी जिम्मेदारी लगाती रहेगी मैं जाऊंगा। लेकिन
जी, आज
एक अच्छी बात जो हुई है पूरे के पूरे चुनाव से, कि इस मॉडल को, जिसकी बात केजरीवाल जी दिल्ली में कर रहे थे और लोग कहते थे ये तो दिल्ली का मॉडल है, आज उसको राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर एक पहचान मिली है, राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर एक स्वीकृति मिली है। दिल्ली से बाहर पंजाब में भी मिली है, गोवा में भी मिली है।
विपक्ष का चेहरा होंगे आप 2024 में? क्या आम आदमी पार्टी नाउ बिकम्स द बिगेस्ट फेस ऑफ द ऑपोजिशन?
इसलिए मैंने कहा, हमारी अपोजिशन फेस बनना, अपोजिशन का हिस्सा बनना, अपोजिशन बनेंगे, ये हमारे दिमाग में क्वेश्चन नहीं है। आपके में है निश्चित रूप से, मैं समझता हूं, लेकिन अभी हमारे दिमाग में
आखिरी सवाल, किन नेताओं ने आपको बधाई दी? क्योंकि मैं जानना चाहती हूं, क्या ममता बनर्जी ने फोन किया, क्या शरद पवार ने फोन किया? क्योंकि ये जरूरी है, ये अगर कर्टसी कॉल्स हुआ है तो क्या कुछ साठगांठ और कुछ नया कैलकुलेशन शुरू हो रहा है प्रेसिडेंशियल इलेक्शंस के लिए?
देखिए, कैलकुलेशंस आप देखिए कहाँ क्या हो रहा है। मेरा काम है, जो काम मुझे दिया जाता है। अरविंद केजरीवाल जी को किस किस के फोन आए, फ्रैंकली अभी मेरे को उस बारे में उनसे कोई चर्चा इस बारे में नहीं हुई है।
Manish Sisodia ji, thank you very, very much. Congratulations to you and to the entire Aam Aadmi Party volunteers and team, which has worked very hard. You have to enjoy the success. Char statesmen, they tried to endeavor, made an effort. It's paid off for them in Punjab, but it's also shifted and changed the narrative. But what's happened in Punjab is a story in itself. Let's try and look at this. Look at the names, ladies and gentlemen. These are people who are forced to be reckoned with in themselves. They're all gone, totally rejected by the people of Punjab. Starting with Captain Amrinder Singh. Captain Saab is gone. Loses Punjab, loses Patiala. And it's an outright rejection which has happened. He's been gracious in his defeat. He's congratulated the Aam Aadmi Party and Bhagwant Mann. Look at the Badals. Junior Badal, lost. He's lost from his seat. Sukhbir Badal, from losing from Jalalabad, which is their bastion, is a big, big story, ladies and gentlemen. This is like they're untouchable, undefeatable in these places, and they've lost here. That's what's happened. And then Senior Badal, he's lost from Lambi. Again, big, big story, big upset. But look at the iconic faces who have all been rejected. And it is not stopped with just Captain Amrinder Singh and the Shiromani Akali Dal. Even with the Congress party, the same story. Charanjit Singh Channi, Chamkor Saab and Bhador both have rejected him. The Congress tried to play the Dalit card with Sikhs. Dalit Sikh CM, they said. Now, but he's gone. He's been rejected. Charanjit Singh Channi rejected from Chamkor Saab. Charanjit Singh Channi rejected from Bhador. So they have the voters saying, no, we don't want him. Navjot Singh Sidhu, Bikram Majithia, both of them losing from Amritsar East. They have also been rejected. So all these big faces, and they have not been rejected by just a few hundred votes. They've lost by huge, big margins. That's what's happened with Charanjit Channi losing Bhador too. And we had Navjot Singh Sidhu. Amritsar is gone. What's going to happen with Navjot Singh Sidhu? Is he going to say thank you to politics and get out? Or is he really going to work seriously for the Congress party? Or is he going to go into hibernation for the next 4 years and then suddenly emerge and say, Chaugai Guru? But Bikram Majithia, Amritsar East, again, came out of jail on bail, but then he's got to say, the voters have said, thank you, we don't want you. It's an outright rejection. So this vote, this time, okay, and we also have Jeevan Jyot Kaur winning from Amritsar East. Nobody gave her a chance, but she's the one who's taken that jhadu and swept them off. And I'm not mocking these people. It's a story because the voter has come out and said, I've had enough of you. That's the story here, ladies and gentlemen. I will get vote to whoever it is who stands there and gives me a proper, viable, perhaps an alternative to these parties. That's the sentiment that the voter of Punjab has now reflected. Look at Bhagwant Mann, Dhuri, big win that he's got. So, Zaka, as we look at these stories, this stands out. The voter was looking for an alternative. They got it and they've taken it.
Absolutely. And if we were to look at, a rural-urban divide in Punjab, of course, a large part of southern Punjab is rural. But in the rural seats, out of the 66 seats, the Aam Aadmi Party has won 48. The Congress was hoping in these rural seats, the Dalit Sikh-dominated seats, by installing a Dalit Sikh Chief Minister, they might do well, but only 12 out of 66. And if you look at the urban centres, just take a quick look at the urban centres. In almost all of the urban centres, out of the 17 urban seats, 15 of them in Jalandhar, in Amritsar, in Patiala, Ludhiana. In fact, in Amritsar, all 5 seats have been won by the Aam Aadmi Party. In Jalandhar, 2 out of 3 by the Aam Aadmi Party. In Ludhiana, again, all 5 seats won by the Aam Aadmi Party. So this is a wave election as far as the Aam Aadmi Party is concerned. This is a 2/3 majority win. And like you were speaking to Manish Sisodia a moment ago, they are now presenting themselves as the natural alternative in the opposition. It's no longer just restricted to the Congress. The AAP is now emerging as an alternative in the opposition, and I think you will see more and more churning in the opposition ranks.
And the point that you were making, Zaka, just a few minutes ago, and I asked that question, ki kisne badhai di? There is silence. In the opposition camp, there is silence. We haven't heard from Mamata Banerjee. There's not a single word from Uddhav Thackeray. There's no word from MK Stalin. Shouldn't there be exchange of pleasantries and congratulations?
कल तक जो हमें नमस्ते करके पीछे आता था, आज आगे खड़ा है और हमको उसको नमस्ते करना पड़ेगा. The equations are changing. That's what's happening. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got to do what the Prime Minister refuses to do and the Aam Aadmi Party now cannot do. That is, take a break. Stay with us.
Moldova taking care of thousands of people at centers like this and others that have cropped up in just the last week and a half. Almost everybody we've spoken to in Moldova has in some way reached out to help their neighbors from Ukraine, if not providing assistance, then even opening their doors and housing families as they come through. Most of the people here are going to move on to other countries, and they are just the beginning of a much larger flow of civilians fleeing Russia's invasion of Ukraine.
For more than 1 million Ukrainians, the road to safety in Poland is filled with checkpoints, bumper-to-bumper traffic, and seemingly endless anticipation. Valentina Dekterienko and her family have been waiting to cross the border for more than 24 hours. and they're still nowhere near the front of the line.
I don't know what's waiting for me and my family. We're going into the unknown and it scares us.
Everyone in their cars is willing to wait. Closer to the border, even hobble. Buses drop people off by the dozens to cross on foot, joining lines that stretch for blocks and for hours. Max Amelin is taping and zip tying leftover insulation from his heating business to his daughter's feet to make sure she's warm while she waits for hours in the frigid cold.
You just wanted to make sure that your family got here safe?
Yes, he saves us, and that's all.
When they get to the front of the line, Max will have to stay behind as a man of fighting age. His in-laws aren't leaving either.
It's very difficult. It's so hard. My heart is ripped into pieces. My parents stayed back in Kiev region. I don't know even what is going with them now. It's so scary.
Ilona Gudnichenko, with her young daughter and godson in tow, fled the heavy shelling of Irpin, just outside Kyiv.
It was terrible, and we left only 2 days ago. Sat on the last train. We didn't believe that in 21st century it can be the real war.
Valentina also fled Kyiv. She's never been forced from her home, but she's no stranger to tragedy.
My husband died at the Chernobyl nuclear power plant. Do you understand? And that's what they are doing now. They are destroying the whole world. It is outrageous. People around the world shall not be silent.
This elderly couple fled Kharkiv, but only after spending 8 days sheltering in a metro station. On the 8th day, an explosion shook their underground hideout.
The women were hysterical. I understood this is not going to pass. This horror cannot be endured. I cannot express it. The fear, the crying children. When I saw a pregnant woman entering the metro, I understood this cannot be forgiven.
From here, many have no idea where they'll go when they get to Poland, or when they might be able to come back.
Central train station today, a crush of people trying to escape as Russian forces hit closer to the capital. Many here have just been evacuated from the hardest hit areas. Few know where they are going next. Alla and her family made it out of the Kiev suburb of Bucha early this morning, leaving behind her 81-year-old grandfather. He didn't want to come with us. He decided to stay, she says. He's old and can't run very fast, and we had to leave so quickly this morning. I don't know what's happening there now. It's so scary. I don't understand how you can shell peaceful people. We never wished harm on anyone. We were friends with Russia. We have relatives in Russia, she says. They just want to erase Ukraine from the face of the earth. It's that fear that is fueling a sense of desperation here.
So the minute they announce the next train going west, you can see everybody just scrambles to try to get on it.
Down below, the platform is packed, but people remain calm. They rush in to help an exhausted elderly woman who has fallen on the track. Close to departure time, confusion sets in. Another train arrives and people run across the tracks hoping to catch it. Finally, the train to Lviv arrives. There's pushing and shoving as people jostle for space. Let the women and children go first, one man shouts. Another weeps as he hugs his wife goodbye. Sonia, I love you, he calls out. He waits for the train to leave, eyes locked on the window, for what may be his last look.
Look how people here in Moldova are improvising to deal with the refugee crisis from neighboring Ukraine, turning a squash court into a place for refugees and for children, some of whom here have been on a bus for more than 70 hours traveling across the border to relative safety. This is a small country, just 2.5 million people, and it has already dealt with more than 230,000 people streaming across the borders from the war zone in Ukraine. They come to makeshift places like this, and I can tell you refugees are still in shock, but some of them are also very angry and defiant.
We are Ukrainians. It's our land. My son.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The story is Prime Minister Narendra Damodar Das Modi. The story is that from 2014 to 2022, multiple elections that have put his charisma, his magic, his ability to win the trust of the voter to test, and he has come out with flying colors, and especially when it matters most. Uttar Pradesh 2022 mattered. The battle for the states 2022 mattered, and this man, he's just stood there and he's just grown taller in stature. That's what it is. There is not just a Modi vote, there is this Modi trust, this Modi belief that even first-time voters have now come out and said, आएगा तो मोदी ही. That's what it is. Modi है तो मुमकिन है. Uttarakhand has shown that because the sitting chief minister is lost, but the party has won with an overwhelming mandate. Welfare schemes and improved law and order wins over 46.5% of the women voters. That is the Modi UP masterstroke. Look at this. Consolidates the hold on 80% Hindu votes. This is the Kashi Vishwanath corridor where you say you walk the talk. You're not appeasing anybody, but you are telling the Hindu you don't need to be apologetic about being a Hindu. There is no appeasement that is happening, and your corridor will be made. Your faith will also be respected just like every other faith. Woos 15% Jat votes in Western UP, but he's actually gone ahead and redrawn these caste dimensions. He's come out and said, I'm looking at you whether you have it and whether you don't have it. Have not. Can I help the have-nots, and can I ask the haves to work with me to help the have-nots so that everybody has something? Everybody is socially uplifted. That's his way. Pulls away at least 8% Dalit votes from the BSP. Why? Because there is no Dalit politics anymore. That's what is the learning, ladies and gentlemen. It's purely the dynamics of the engineering, of electoral engineering is changing. It's gender, it is about haves and have-nots, and it is about what is the benefit that is accrued to who. Increases BJP's vote share by 3%. Imagine 40% and you come near about so 43, 44%. That's what is the relentless development push giving. Vikas plus Vishwas model, nearly 30 rallies in a month. And the crowds that came out. And there are people on ground. Reporters across any channel, any digital platform will admit that there were people, there were cadre who said, Modi Yogi aayenge, tab hum unko vote denge. They have sent back local cadre. So it's the Modi Yogi vote, and more importantly, it's the Prime Minister Narendra Modi vote in Uttar Pradesh that really works. And it's shown. All 8 Banaras defended.
Oh, absolutely. Banaras seats, all 5 city seats in Varanasi have been won by the BJP. Across cities, you would expect the BJP to do well in the urban pockets, but this is the Prime Minister's constituency. Remember, he's been a member of Parliament now for 8 years, winning all 5, and I can bet you that even the skeptics would have been swayed by that last day rally that he had the Friday before the election happened. In Allahabad, the BJP, out of the 6 seats there, losing only 1. In Kanpur, again, there are 8 seats in Kanpur, the BJP losing only 1. You go back and check in Lucknow as well. I think the last I checked in Lucknow, it was 2 seats where the BJP had lost. The remaining 2 seats the BJP had lost. The remaining 6 seats the BJP has won. In Moradabad, of course, the SP has done better than expected. And in Ghaziabad, Noida, again, all seats won by the BJP. In Agra too, all seats won by the BJP. So clearly in the urban pockets, and as you would expect, the BJP has done well. But in Uttar Pradesh, the real story is the way in which the party has dominated the rural seats. Out of the 300 rural seats, 308, the BJP has won almost 200. So 2 out of 3 rural seats for a party that was considered an urban party, initially a Brahmin Baniya party, today has now become the tent-pole party in rural agrarian Uttar Pradesh. And that I think we should ask our commentators to weigh in on.
Yes, and comment on this, Shantanu, ये जो माहौल है, जो सब लोग बोलता था कि ठीक है बीजेपी शायद अर्बन पॉकेट्स में ठीक कर लेगी लेकिन रूरल में नहीं है. You have swept rural UP.
I think, Maria, the narrative is already quite old. I think this is pre-2014, and the kind of efficient delivery that Narendra Modi is making and then Yogi Adityanath is making is phenomenal. And I was seeing your videos. You were sitting with a lot of women folks in the field, and kudos to all the team of News 18, Hindi and English both. You traveled far and wide. I'm sure you must have seen how the benefits have reached, and I'm sure you know a lot of these benefits go to the account of the women folks.
Yes.
And when you go in daytime, largely these are the people you meet. And village after village, village after village.
Awas Yojana is in the name of the woman of the house.
Exactly, exactly. And you know, the women folks know the name. At times, me, the analyst, didn't know so many policies and schemes that the women folks knew by the name of the scheme.
Yes. Yes, and you know, this is an interesting anecdote. Let me share as well. Yeah. So I was meeting a group of women in Mau, and they told me, ye mila, pura reason bata diya. And then they say, कि maybe I will think about whether I should go this way or not. The son in the house, who is a B.Ed, and unemployed, says that I'm going to ensure that my mothers come this way because they have counted the benefits already. So for those who may have traveled in these parts, they would have come to a conclusion immediately. But that is their faith. They are talking about all the benefits. And the son is also talking about कि हम unemployed जरूर हैं, लेकिन वो pandemic की वजह से शायद employment नहीं मिला. Advaita, I am looking at the faith aspect here. That bharosa in government and governance is phenomenal that I have not seen. You know, I saw it in Bihar and I saw it again in UP.
And Maria, if I can add, this is
you know, I mean, the thing is that, you know, a lot of the media was trying to pick up this narrative of COVID and the deaths and the devastation, but what they didn't pick up on was the fact that Yogi Adityanath was a man on the ground. He pivoted their district centers into COVID watch centers. He used to hit the road, drive down. I remember he related this story about how they got to know of an elderly couple who lived alone, who had both tested positive, and he rushed to their home. And in their home, he knocked on the door, they opened the door, and there was the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh standing there. And they said, please go home, stay safe, we'll be fine. We know we don't have to step out of our home and isolate. He said, I just want to make sure you're fine. And they said, no, we want to make sure you're okay. So he says, I've already made that choice by being here. So please, I just want you to know that you're not alone. Now, this is what he was doing, you know, rushing from one area to the other. Where was Akhilesh Yadav? He was nowhere to be seen.
मैंने औरतों को अपना राशन दिखाते हुए देखा है. उन्होंने राशन दिखाया है. चावल, दाल, नमक. Radhika, ration in villages is a massive success.
No, not only did the rations come along with chana dal, tel. Yeah. But, you know, Maria, as I was touring the rural areas, I came across Labharti Vistaraks, drawn from the BJP, whose only job was to check, cross-verify whether the beneficiaries had indeed got these rations, and if the condition of the rations was okay or not, because a few complaints did trickle in about adulteration and so on. So that was the kind of vigil that the BJP maintained consistently over some of these schemes. And that seemed to have helped because, you know, it wasn't just about last mile.
Yes. Delivery was also about cross-verification. The party is working as an extended wing of the government here, where the government is deciding the policy, but the party and its workers and the, the booth managers are ensuring कि सबको जो मिलना चाहिए वो मिला है या नहीं. That is what, it's like a coordinated effort of the party and the government. Yes, Shantanu.
In fact, the party has a list of almost 3.4 beneficiaries and they've given it to MLA wise, and MLA made sure they go to their house and say कि आपके चूल्हे पे चाय पियेंगे आज, right? कि आज आपका हमारे लिए खाना बना के आइए, क्या टॉयलेट बना है क्या, उसमें पानी आ रहा है क्या? So this beneficiary, I keep saying it's a new caste that people visit a particular community. Now they're visiting a beneficiary committee, and MLA wise MLA they did that.
वे grouping कहिए, caste मत कहिए, ये caste वाला political lexicon से हटा देना चाहिए भाई, ये बहुत ज़्यादा. And the fact of the matter is that this casteism now is now got into everybody. अब दलितों का, सिखों में भी दलित निकाल दिया, क्रिश्चियनों में भी दलित निकाल दिया, सब जगह ये casteism का line चल रहा है, ये lexicon बदलने की ज़रूरत है. Nalin, you had a point to make. You got to take a break, but yes, Nalin, quickly.
To add to what Shantanu is saying, this Labharati Sammelans, this idea of Labharatis started 5 or 6 years back. The BJP's local leaders would go with lists.
Is your mic down? Do you have your mic on you?
The point
Do you have your mic on you? I can't hear you clearly. Can you just pick your mic up, plug it in and then complete?
I'm sorry about that. So what I was saying was that this idea of the Labharati Sammelans started about 4 or 5 years back. So the party would depute people with lists. See, a lot of government spend money on development. This is different with direct benefit thing, but the BJP built a layer of political mobilization which was targeted. And I have heard recordings of the BJP's call centers where they would call the Panna Pramukh and call the local guy and say, you have claimed कि यहाँ पे इतला भारतीयों से हमने बात करी. We called them and they said आपने हमसे बात नहीं करी. So they would be held accountable. So you know this system, there'll always be flaws in a system like that. But a very detailed, scaled-up system was set up for this.
It's like a CCTV. कि कोई ना कोई कभी ना कभी तो देख रहा है और कभी ना कभी आपको पकड़ लेगा. So there is some monitoring that is happening. We got to take a very short break. नहीं तो जो हमको देख रहा है वो हमको कहेंगे sir, break low. That's all will happen. We're going to take a short break. Stay with us.
He didn't want to come with us. He decided to stay, she says. He's old and can't run very fast, and we had to leave so quickly this morning. I don't know what's happening there now. It's so scary. I don't understand how you can shell peaceful people. We never wished harm on anyone. We were friends with Russia. We have relatives in Russia, she says. They just want to erase Ukraine from the face of the earth. It's that fear that is fueling a sense of desperation here.
So the minute they announce the next train going west, you can see everybody just scrambles to try to get on it.
Down below, the platform is packed, but people remain calm. They rush in to help an exhausted elderly woman who has fallen on the track. Close to departure time, confusion sets in. Another train arrives and people run across the tracks hoping to catch it. Finally, the train to Lviv arrives. There's pushing and shoving as people jostle for space. Let the women and children go first, one man shouts. Another weeps as he hugs his wife goodbye. Sonia, I love you, he calls out. He waits for the train to leave, eyes locked on the window, for what may be his last look.
Look how people here in Moldova are improvising to deal with the refugee crisis from neighboring Ukraine, turning a squash court into a place for refugees and for children, some of whom here have been on a bus for more than 70 hours traveling across the border to relative safety. This is a small country, just 2.5 million people, and it has already dealt with more than 230,000 people streaming across the borders from the war zone in Ukraine. They come to makeshift places like this, and I can tell you refugees are still in shock, but some of them are also very angry and defiant.
We are Ukrainians. It's our land. My son was born in independent Ukraine. It's our land, independent. Nobody can enter our land. And if someone is entering, we have to answer, because it's our motherland. We have no other choice. We're very peaceful people. We're not Nazi. We're just on other land with hands up. Please, we want to live. We want to be happy. Stop shooting, please.
This is not a government-run shelter. This is coming with the help of private donations, groups like the Jewish community of Moldova, taking care of thousands of people at centers like this and others that have cropped up in just the last week and a half. Almost everybody we've spoken to in Moldova has in some way reached out to help their neighbors from Ukraine, if not providing assistance, then even opening their doors and housing families as they come through. Most of the people here are going to move on to other countries, and they are just the beginning of a much larger flow of civilians fleeing Russia's invasion of Ukraine.
For more than 1 million Ukrainians, the road to safety in Poland is filled with checkpoints, bumper-to-bumper traffic, and seemingly endless anticipation. Valentina Dekterienko and her family have been waiting to cross the border for more than 24 hours, and they're still nowhere near the front of the line.
I don't know what's waiting for me and my family. We're going into the unknown and it scares us.
Everyone in their cars is willing to wait. Closer to the border, even hobble. Buses drop people off by the dozens to cross on foot, joining lines that stretch for blocks and for hours. Max Amelin is taping and zip tying leftover insulation from his heating business to his daughter's feet to make sure she's warm while she waits for hours in the frigid cold.
You just wanted to make sure that your family got here safe?
Yes, he saves us, and that's all.
When they get to the front of the line, Max will have to stay behind as a man of fighting age. His in-laws aren't leaving either.
It's very difficult. It's so hard. My heart is ripped into pieces. My parents stayed back in Kiev region. I don't know even what is going with them now. It's so scary.
Ilona Gudnichenko, with her young daughter and godson in tow, fled the heavy shelling of Irpin, just outside Kyiv.
It was terrible, and we left only 2 days ago. Sat on the last train. We didn't believe that in 21st century it can be the real war.
Valentina also fled Kyiv. She's never been forced from her home, but she's no stranger to tragedy.
My husband died at the Chernobyl nuclear.
It's the battle for the states and the mandate is in. It's more or less settled. What a defense mounted by the BJP and what a return to power, especially in Uttar Pradesh and Uttarakhand, where it's been an overwhelming mandate, a record-breaking mandate. And joining us is somebody who's seen the election machinery function at very, very close quarters. Former Union Minister and also very senior leader of the BJP, Ravi Shankar Prasad ji is with us. Namaste, Ravi Shankar Prasad ji. Mahesh Shakil is with me. My name is Anand Narasimhan. And congratulations. Fantastic victory for the BJP.
Thank you.
What is the single most reason? What do you attribute this victory to?
You know, first of all, I would like to say that you must see this victory, Narasimha, in a context. BJP won UP in 2014 conclusively, Lok Sabha. BJP won UP conclusively in 2017 Vidhan Sabha. BJP won UP in 2019 Lok Sabha and BJP has won again in 2022. What does it indicate? I would say three things. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, even after 7 years as the Prime Minister, continues to shine. His popularity is soaring. It is all because of a new tectonic shift in the politics of the country. And what's that? You deliver, you govern. People trust you if you govern honestly.
Right.
Therefore, all the conventional wisdom of anti-incumbency have gone. And the second, in UP in particular, the way Yogi ji has performed with no anti-incumbency at all. After 37 years, this kind of victory, 273 plus, is not a small achievement.
Yes, Mr. Prasad, I'm looking at Uttarakhand also. The Chief Minister has lost, but the BJP has created history. Look at even UP. Keshav Prasad Maurya has lost, the Deputy Chief Minister, but the BJP has won. You have defended Goa well. In fact, bettered your performance from 2017. What is the BJP doing right? I'm trying to understand that. I've covered this party for so many years. This is a new BJP of Prime Minister Modi and Home Minister Amit Shah. And look at that passion and also that drive कि हर election ऐसे जीतो कि इतिहास बने.
देखो पहले आप एक बात समझो, Maria Shakil, I'm talking to you. You are rightly, you have covered BJP. When I say tectonic shift, the conventional politics of family, patronizing crime, criminals and corruption, having a network of caste leaders, all this is now past. People are traveling beyond all this. They want to see delivery on the ground. उनके खाते में पैसे गए, कोरोना में टीके लगे, खाना खिलाया गया, सड़कें बनी, बिजली आई, लोग इसको याद रखते हैं. I try to understand this. Therefore, governance is taking over. And why only Uttarakhand, defeat of Mr. Maurya or the Chief Minister, are local factors, maybe there it have to be examined. But the larger narrative should not be lost. Why? Take the case of Goa. You used to do only arithmetic in Goa. कि अब किसका management कहाँ से होगा? But most important, see the case of Manipur, a state infamous for what? Secession, separatism. Today they are going towards governance.
And
therefore,
Mr. Prasad,
Prime Minister Narendra Modi has he has redone the entire narrative of delivery governance in the country.
Yes, and it was delivery that won BJP and JDU, the state of Bihar. And the fact that you are joining me from Patna, ये भी clear हो गया है कि सारे MPs, MLAs बहुत hands-on हैं. During the entire pandemic, all the MPs were in the respective constituencies. You were also in your constituency. The message, would you say, was clear? That you have to be with your workers, you have to be with your people, and that's what matters. That pulse of people जो भाजपा ने पकड़ा है.
Remember one thing, the Prime Minister mandate was very clear, all the MPs must visit the vaccination center, talk to the people who have been vaccinated, get their feedback, and also get corrective mechanism. Ensure oxygen, ensure other things. जहाँ भी ऑक्सीजन फैसिलिटी लगी है वहाँ जाइए, देखिए वहाँ कैसा काम हो रहा है. When I was a minister, every year we used to visit in the field. Therefore, this hands-on kind of a delivery, again I would tell you very honestly, try to understand a state like UP ridden with caste, with communal considerations, with mafiosi, and all these things now completely getting defeated, and the so-called party hoppers, monopoly of caste, they're losing, and mafias losing, having criminal record. They are not small achievements.
Absolutely. Mr. Prasad, congratulations and thank you so much for your time. You were joining us from Patna and of course sharing your thoughts about how the BJP has won a phenomenal victory and Anand, the big numbers now.
Absolutely. जो नहीं जाती वो जाती है कहा जाता था, अब है जो नहीं काम आती वो जाती है. That is what has happened in this election. That's what's changed, ladies and gentlemen. And माफियावाद को धक्का सिर्फ उत्तर प्रदेश में नहीं लगा है. Even in Punjab too. Yes, Ravi Shankar ji, you were saying something.
In the evening, I came back from Delhi after celebrating the victory to Patna. Tomorrow and day after, I will be meeting my workers and going to rejoice with them this great victory and for the way forward. That's how we remain active in our field.
Absolutely. Enjoy the celebrations, well deserved, and then uske baad phir kaam pe lagna hai. It's a continuous process within the BJP, isn't it? You have...
Absolutely. Tomorrow the Prime Minister is visiting
Gujarat.
I'm told that historic welcome awaits him there tomorrow.
Well,
this is how we work. Therefore, Therefore, Maria and Narasimha, the bottom line is you cannot do politics in ad hoc fashion.
Correct.
कि 4.5 साल आप आराम करिए और 6 महीने एक्टिव हो जाइए. No, you have to be with the people and your आपके वचन inspire करने चाहिए. The people must have trust in you.
Right.
That's what the election results
Absolutely. Congratulations once again, Ravi Shankar Prasad ji. Always a pleasure speaking with you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Let's get a quick check on where did the people vote and what happened. Let's bring that pie on, which looks so fantastic, which looks great. It also tests the knees, but thank God I'm fit enough to get back down here and get you a sense of these numbers. Look at that pie on the other side. It's the saffron coat. Imagine 5 years of governance later, you are able to add 2% more to your vote share. That's what the BJP has done. And then the Samajwadi Party, which was mounting a challenge, had to hope that the BJP slips while they gain. They did well, and kudos to Akhilesh Yadav and the Samajwadi Party for all the hard work they put in. They've got a 10% plus. the opposition has realized, or those who didn't want to vote for the BJP realized, let's consolidate our votes towards one party who we believe is the strongest challenger. And that's why you see such a huge erosion in the votes of the BSP and also from the Congress party. They were nowhere there in the race because they couldn't stake a claim. I kept asking the Congress and the BSP this right through. How are you going to convince the voter that you are a better option than the Samajwadi Party to actually beat the BJP? Because the SP was the only one which was looking like it is mounting a challenge, it is like mounting a fight. And that's where the difference is. So let's look at the vote share numbers in perspective with another aspect, the strike rate, that is conversion of the seat share. So let's get up and let's quickly take a look. So you've got this pie. Before I bring in Zaka, what I'm going to do is I'm going to call the robots out and then fire in their lasers right here on the data dome to shoot up the strike rate, ladies and gentlemen. So here they come as they come out, and there you go, right on cue. Well done, Alexa, proud of you. Let's go. Have a look at the strike rate, ladies and gentlemen. The strike rate of Uttar Pradesh and Yogi Adityanath is 68%. 68% strike rate as an incumbent. It's phenomenal in a state like Uttar Pradesh. Strike rate for Akhilesh Yadav, 32%. It's not his fault largely, it's the allies that he tied up with. Wrong selection. So he got it wrong in 2017, he got it wrong in 2019, he's got it wrong again in 2022. Should he have just gone alone? That's the bigger question. RLD, not so good enough because, like Amit Shah said, these are good guys, but they're with the wrong group. Mayawati, gone. 0%, it's actually 0.5. And then Priyanka Vadra there wanting to mount a challenge, and then it's just 1% strike rate. 399 seats, you put your candidates in, and it's a 1% strike rate. Not much to write home about. Zakar, take the story.
You know, it's fascinating, this whole caste lexicon and how it's changed. We for years talking about the Muslim vote particularly in Western Uttar Pradesh. But just take a look at the seats where the BSP, and this was again said for a very long time, the BSP has given a lot of Muslim candidates tickets. In fact, it's given it to 89 Muslim candidates. BSP did not win a single one of those seats. SP got 40 of those seats, and 48 of those seats the BJP won. Similarly, if you look at the seats where the SP gave Muslim candidates, and I think one thing is clear, the Muslims did rally around the Samajwadi Party. The Muslim vote did not split. In the 60 seats where Samajwadi Party gave Muslims tickets, 32 of which was won by the SP, 28 by the BJP. This is one of the few metrics across the state where the Samajwadi Party is ahead of the BJP. So yes, the Muslims have rallied, particularly in places like Meerut and Moradabad. And in fact, I just want to quickly also run through one other filter, and we had been talking about this for a while. Suresh Rana, who was the sugarcane minister, he's lost from Thana Bhawan. Sangeet Som has lost from Meerut. So in the sugarcane belt, the pain was felt. Again, one of the very few metrics where the SP is ahead of the BJP, 26 out of the 42 to the SP and 16 to the BJP. So yes, there were pain points. The problem for the Samajwadi Party was twofold. One, they were not able to bring those pain points cohesively across the state, because if you look at across the state, there are pockets here, Meerut, Moradabad, where they won, pockets here, Saharanpur, where they won, pockets here, this is the Yadav belt, you would expect them to win, and then of course a bit of a spattering here in eastern Uttar Pradesh. So they were not able to bring the pain points together, and most importantly, in the wide swathe of Uttar Pradesh, the memories of 5 years of SP rule. Akhilesh Yadav was simply not able to shed that image from 5 years ago, and that has resulted in this.
That memory would have changed only because, Maria, there is a palpable difference in the 5 years of 2012 to 2017 and 2017 to 2022.
Absolutely, and that is about that general sense of law and order, which I saw as the running theme from west to east. Rashid, you know, there was this comparison that started from the beginning itself, that first it was Akhilesh Yadav wave, then it became midway, that it could be as close as Bihar, and now it is very clear, if there was a wave, it was a BJP wave. My question here is that what did the Samajwadi Party alliance how did they go so wrong? You know, if it was purely about arithmetic, they had the right arithmetic of BSP, SP in 2019. That did not yield results. If it was purely arithmetic. And this narrative about jobs, bharosa nahi tha logon ko ka, because that 5 year ये ज़्यादा memory बहुत fresh थी. What happened 5 years ago?
Yes, Maria. So you look at BSP. They, as you know, that in 2019 they had an alliance, and that was, abruptly, ended just after the elections. So there was not even any kind of semblance of tacit understanding, and that's where I think Mayawati's vote share, a lot of it has gone to the BJP instead of going to the SP. So if they had done some kind of tacit understanding, as it happens in Bundelkhand region or some other seats, there would have been some kind of quid pro quo, and perhaps the result would have been shade better. And the second thing was that SP tried to overplay this thing about Muslim consolidation and Yadav vote and all. That led to some kind of counter polarization of votes, not so much in terms of communities of faith, and that has proved very costly. In fact, I'm increasingly of the view that whenever next time also if there is any election, this will actually play a very big role, that how many people are against the BJP, and that's how the vote share will keep on increasing.
Well, and the BJP is also upping its benchmark. It's not saying that I've got to retain the 40%. They're saying I've got to improve the 40%. So that's how they're working. So that mindset is different. Sanju Verma is there with us this evening. Sanju Verma, there were a lot of people last evening on our show who said ki 10 baje subah baat karenge, but with due respect to them, I'm going to ask you about the books that you have penned. You are somebody who championed the Modi model of governance, Modi-nomics, and many said, इससे क्या होगा? इससे थोड़ी वोट मिलता है. सड़क बनाने से सरकार थोड़ी बनती है. लाभ देने से कोई वोट थोड़ी देता है. Today, खुश तो बहुत होंगे आप. I have to say that to you, Sanju ji.
Anand, first and foremost, I have to thank you. You had some very gracious things to say about me in my second book, which incidentally has turned out to be a bestseller in the areas of economy and finance, called The Modi Gambit. I don't know whether I should be saying it, but I asked the Prime Minister for a meeting to present my book because I knew he would be very busy, with all this election halabaloo. Now the dust has settled a bit. Let's see how it goes.
Oh, he's back in Gujarat tomorrow. Aapko rukna padega lag raha hai. Yes. He's busy. He's working. He's not going to take a break. But you got to figure out the time. But yeah, let's go ahead. What worked? Did that Modi model, that Modi Gambit work?
Yeah. Anand, as Maria was saying, and something that you and Zaka have also been saying, this is the new BJP. And being in BJP, I can tell you, ये जो बाहर एक narrative है, BJP is anti-Catholic, BJP is anti-Muslim, BJP is anti-Dalit, BJP is anti-tribal. मुझे ये बताइए, if BJP is anti-Catholic, how is it that we have managed to keep up with our vote share in Goa? If BJP is anti-Muslim, how is it that we have still managed to put up a good show in Rohilkhand and large areas of Bundelkhand, which are dominated by Dalits and Muslims? If BJP is anti-tribal, how is it that we managed to get more than 45 seats in Uttarakhand? People were saying Uttarakhand में Congress और BJP के बीच में कांटे की टक्कर होगी, but it's clean sweep. The point I'm trying to make is this, with JP Nadda ji stressed and reinforced time again in that, firebrand speech of his before he handed the baton to the Prime Minister. Dalitons के लिए, महिलाओं के लिए, वंचितों के लिए. When we say सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास, I have said this ad nauseum on various debates, and most of the time from the opposition benches, I have been greeted with a smirk because they think this is all about sloganeering. But the fact is, on the ground, it delivered. And I always believe something which you have also said, on some of the shows that I have been with you. Politics can never be about 2 plus 2 is equal to 4. Sometimes 2 plus 2 becomes 22 because there has to be an X factor. The force multiplier in the case of BJP, hands down.
But you'll also accept that you're walking a tightrope here because there is only so much that you can milk the magic of Prime Minister Modi, his commitment, and also people like Yogi Adityanath who on ground try to be a shadow of the Prime Minister or try to emulate him. Otherwise, on ground, you would also admit there is a huge amount of anti-incumbency because there are a lot who are saying कि ठीक है मोदी के नाम पे हम हलवा खाएंगे. They will not be there for 4 years. There were so many people who are outrightly rejected.
ये MLA का चुनाव है.
हाँ, MLA मोदी को 2024 में दे देंगे. ये MLA का चुनाव है. अब की बार नहीं पड़ी, अगली बार पड़ जाएगी आपको लात. That is what there was a sentiment by a lot of people. They turned back candidates, and I'll tell you this happened in Ayodhya also, where candidates were said, आप जाइए, आपकी जरूरत नहीं है यहाँ. Yogi ji aayenge dekh lenge, Modi ji aayenge dekh lenge. That's a reality. It's a challenge for you as a party.
Anand, I think, you made a very pertinent point, and I have to say this with a lot of responsibility and without being overconfident. The BJP never rests on its laurels, and I agree with you. I will give it to the Samajwadi Party today. I'm not trying to put on a pretense of being gracious. I think they put up a good fight. Let's give it to them. They fought hard. And I think, where they failed is not only because they tied up the wrong people, but the fact is that there has to be something more than an anti-Modi agenda. The Modi government is into its 8th year, Anand. Tell me, has Samajwadi Party, has the Congress or the BSP, have you ever heard from them? What are they going to offer? Samajwadi Party ने क्या कहा सबसे मैनिफेस्टो में? We will give 3,000 rupees as pension. अरे वो तो already senior citizens को मिल रही है उत्तर प्रदेश में. We will hike sugarcane prices. The sugarcane FRP price in Uttar Pradesh is the highest.
No, but a lot of these things, see, I'll tell you what, the opposition will figure it out. They realize that they've got to work hard. Akhilesh Yadav and the Samajwadi Party has worked hard. That's why they've also got a 10% jump in vote share. You've had to work hard to retain your 40 and get a 2% more. But Akhilesh Yadav has worked hard. It's his highest ever vote share turnout. Even in 2012, when he got 224 seats, he didn't get 35% vote share. But there is one more aspect, ladies and gentlemen, before I bring in our other panelists. Sanju Verma, stay on with us. This is something which comes through quietly. There are people who turned around and said कि देखिए हमारे घर में ये रामलला जब तक टेंट पे थे हम भी छपरे में रहते थे उनका मंदिर बना हमारा भी घर बना. This quiet talk about the Hindu Astha is also coming through. We'll talk about that, but look at the saffron footprint. 7 NDA states in 2014 and how they've continued to up the map. They came up with a historic mandate, and there you go. Right, and you got to put up the next one, and look at this. This is 18 NDA rule states. That's where they are right now. But the challenge only gets more when you got more territory, you accrued more territory, because you got to now start defending. So they've defended 5 states, 4 out of the 5 states this time around. They've got to now go ahead and defend so many more states. What is the challenge that they have to do? The challenge now for them is that they've got to retain Gujarat, they've got to retain Himachal Pradesh, they've got to retain Karnataka, they've got to retain Madhya Pradesh. And then ahead of 2024, there is more, because there will be a lot of action that will happen in the northeast, where they'll have to increase their hold over Meghalaya, Nagaland, Mizoram, Tripura. So as you spread, you also will get more vulnerable and exposed. So you'll only have to work harder, and that's what's happening, Zaka, in this case.
One thing that's fascinating, all the next set of elections up on 24, if you leave aside the northeast states, Gujarat, Himachal, Rajasthan, Chhattisgarh, Karnataka, all of them, it's Congress versus BJP. And whenever it's Congress versus BJP, we have seen this. Even in 2019 Lok Sabha, I think there were almost 200 seats where there were direct fights. BJP won like 180 of them. So I think the Congress really needs to pull up its act, particularly after AAP winning today in Punjab. I'm pretty sure that AAP will now be targeting Gujarat.
Yeah, PM Modi has just tweeted, I would like to congratulate the Aam Aadmi Party for their victory in Punjab elections. I assure all possible support from the centre for Punjab's welfare. And that's what he said as he tagged the Aam Aadmi Party. So he's really behaved like a statesman there, congratulated the party, but he highlighted this in his speech too. Algawwadi Tattva. This, in a border state like Punjab, is very, very critical, along with the drug and the terror mafia. So critical aspects there. Nalin, do you think the Aam Aadmi Party will rise up to the challenge and work together on that aspect, even as it tries to mount a challenge and try and position itself as an alternative to the BJP?
Yes.
So I think the Aam Aadmi Party is now poised to replace, is in a position where it can replace the